Good morning, California. I'm Ray Kennedy. I am chair this week of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are going to be beginning our work on the Senate maps today. We have this first half hour or so for roll call, reviewing the run of show, any announcements, reviewing outstanding iterations from yesterday, and I do believe that we have an iteration that we need to finish up, but my intent is to get us to the start of the Senate districts at approximately 11:30. First up there, we will review the November 10 drafts in conjunction with, i.e. overlaying our current assembly districts. And today we are hoping to start with Los Angeles area Senate districts, beginning with VRA areas, and hoping to finish at least a first run through the remainder of Southern California. So that is the run of show. My apologies to Ravi for keeping you waiting. Ravi, could you please call roll?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari.
Here.
And Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Roll call is complete, Chair.
Thank you, Ravi. So are there any announcements from commissioners or staff? Seeing no announcements. Okay. So Jamie, good morning.
Good morning.
I believe we were in the midst of an iteration with you when we went on break yesterday and started public comment. So we need to get back to you and finish what we were working on with you. So could you bring us up to date on where we are with that?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So where we left off yesterday was in discussion of this district boundary between the Shoreline District and 10 Core. The iteration moved Century City and this country club and neighborhood just south of Hillcrest Country Club into 10 Core. This boundary also splits Palms Neighborhood Council, and this was the area and the iteration under discussion when we left off yesterday.
Okay. Was there a compensating change on the other end of that district?
There was a 3-district change. One of the swaps was to move to move the district boundary between 10 Core and STHLA north to Manchester in the area that the hand is waving over. Additionally, involved in that 3-district population swap was making the Westchester neighborhood whole in the Shoreline District. And then additionally, some of these changes. However, depending on what the commission is looking at or wishes to enact, I think it would be possible, if so desired, to leave this 10 corridor boundary and the Westchester Playa boundary, and then look at trading population just along these borders potentially. But it depends on what the commission would like to see.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, obviously, thank you. Maybe not obviously. Jamie, you deserve all of the all of the praise and the thanks. Then, secondly, I did just want to reiterate my concern about splitting Palms. Not at all opposed, and think it's great if we can get Century City into the 10 corridor district. I'm absolutely in support of that. Just not thrilled at the idea of breaking up the small community of Palms. If the commission is interested, I maybe might suggest splitting Culver City to the west using the 405 as a boundary. And there are several places where Culver City jumps the 405. And so again, I lived in this area for about a decade when I first moved to Los Angeles. And so I do feel like the 405 is a very strong community divider, especially on the west side. So for me, my proposal would be to keep Palms whole and then exchange that for population in Culver City west of the 405.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Jamie, could we just have a quick look at the population figures on both sides of that? So how much difference it would make if we kept Palms whole, and how much population we'd be looking at if we did use the 405 in Culver City?
So this highlighted area is the western part of Palms that is not included in 10 core, and that's 20,766 people. And I will look at the number of people west of the 405 in Culver City right now. So one moment, please. So this, of course, crosses a 405 here, and I can look at, how much population would be reducing that, but this highlighted area is 6,877 people.
Right, and that small area further along the 405 is going to be pretty minimal population.
Oh, didn't even see that. 1 second. But I think that it's very low population, no population.
Okay. Other commissioners' thoughts on this? We would if we were to keep Palms whole, we would need to find additional population to make that possible. Or Commissioner Vasquez, do you have further comments on this in light of those numbers?
Not especially. I mean, you'll sort of note that it's, you'll note that just given that there's 20,000 people in what's probably, like a half miles, square miles, it's very, very densely populated. Like I said, pretty working class, very densely populated. So I don't have other options. I mean, I would also be willing to keep Palms whole in the shoreline district. I'm not sure if that is going to be even more of a challenge. Again, I don't know that this is something that's especially concerning, but if we're moving lines for population, I would just like to see if we could keep Palms whole.
So this highlighted area is 6,489.
So that's much closer to the area west of the 405.
That
That's
is
the wrong direction, right?
so for that Culver City split, that would be,
Right.
so
Okay,
the
they're both
shoreline.
currently in.
Well, actually, the shoreline then would be overpopulated. Oh yeah, wrong direction.
Yeah, I can get comfortable with this. I just thought I would flag it. Not my preference, but I'm okay with this.
Okay, could I ask you, because we heard, if I recall correctly, or let me do it this way. Commissioner Kutagawa, could you remind us of your comments yesterday regarding Century City?
It was mostly that it is a different kind of area. It's shopping area, the theater, a lot of high-priced financial services firms in the area. I think about Century City and its, Avenue of the Stars. To me, I mean, I stated it last night. I think it's just a question of, does it make sense? But if let's just say I'm not going to stop this. I just wanted to just make that comment. But I hear what Commissioner Vasquez is saying, and I think now I think we just have to make a decision. We're going to have to center one COI over another, and I think we just need to make a decision about which way we want to go on this, and what fits within the kind of principles and values that we said we wanted to follow. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've been by Century City numerous times. I guess my impression of it is very similar to Commissioner Kutagawa's. So I'm somewhat uncomfortable with the change of putting Century City into 10 corridor. And particularly if it involves breaking up Palms, I would tend to support Commissioner Vasquez's desire to keep Palms whole. One way or another, it seems to me that it sounds more like a more natural fit in 10 corridor, but as Commissioner Vasquez, I could go either way on that. Commissioner Sinai.
I was basically going to say what the two of you said. For me, when we need to make a choice of where to divide, I tend to side keeping whole those communities who have been divided in the past, be it literally or figuratively. And so I would tend to say Palms should stay whole. It is a very dense working class community, and I think there's ways. Century City is a big, looks to be diverse. The parts I know are also the office buildings, the Mormon temple, those type of things. And so there might be ways, if we need to, I'd rather split Culver City and find where the right residential area is to be in the 10 corridor, than put all of Culver City and not have Palms in there. Okay,
very good. Commissioner Turner, was your hand up?
It was, and then I just put it down. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Lamont.
Yes, Jamie, is Culver City already split? Or is it whole? What's the status of Culver City?
Yeah, Culver City is whole in 10 corridor right now, or 10 core.
Chair, remind me again why we were doing all of these changes.
It was a proposal brought forward by Commissioner Turner. Anything further, Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm kind of with Commissioner Vasquez on this. I do tend to lean to keep those communities together that normally don't have time to have a voice. So I don't want to split up Palms. But then on the flip side of it, I don't want to split something that's already whole either. So kind of, I'm not helping right now with this conversation. I'm just stating I'm trying to be consistent with how I've commented in the past. So I've got to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, could you remind us of the population of that Century City block?
This is 3,296 people. And additionally, just a reminder that this area was also included in 10 corridor as part of this change. So there might be a way to adjust Palms in either direction and then, either remove or add from this area as well. This previously was in the shoreline district.
Okay. Commissioner Lamont, your hand was up and then went down. I want to give you an opportunity here.
I wanted to support keeping Palms together as well. I just want to comment on the Century City thing. And I think yesterday I had my hand up after Commissioner Taylor because I thought he really said it best. So it's just some of the dialogue around some of the thinking that makes me a little uncomfortable in this idea that, oh, well, that's a wealthy community or that's a country club. And I'm just not getting where that's coming from. And, at the end of the day, the representatives have the responsibility for the entire district, period. And so that's what the districts and the communities in those districts should have expectations of their representatives to do that. And I don't think we should hold the mindset that a representative does not have that ability, that they can only be myopic and singular in their focus, or make assumptions that because a particular group is there or not there, that particular group is somehow, because to me, it comes from this some negative kind of thinking that only a certain group of the group is going to get taken care of. And I know how much history we have on all of that, but I just want us to be a little bit careful. I'd like us to be a little bit more thoughtful and not be presumptuous that it's a negative to have a community like Century City in this particular district that's been drawn. I don't think I said it quite as eloquently as Commissioner Taylor did yesterday, but I did want to lift that up. But I do support at the same time keeping Palms together for the reasons that Commissioner Vasquez has so eloquently laid out. Thank you.
Okay, and if it is a trade-off between those two, I just wanted to get a sense of your thinking on that.
Well, I think that Jamie just said that there's a possibility based on this other area that was also added that the trade-off might happen along this Roxbury. And I'm not sure what populations did, but the split might happen there, right, in that little area and put down in the shoreline. And then that way, whatever the number was, like 3,000, I'm sorry, I wasn't tracking very carefully the population numbers in Palms that need to be offset. So I'd say look there. And again, if Century City ends up being the one taken out, that's fine as well. I'm not opposed to that. I just wanted to make that point that has more to do with a theme that I feel like I keep hearing.
Perfect. No, that's very helpful to get that broad picture of your thinking on this. Thank you so much. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, and I thank you for your comments, Commissioner Lamont. I would like to keep Palms whole. Again, I like my line of thinking is to keep as many communities whole as possible. And I think we should lean towards that. Excuse me for not being quite up to speed, do we have any COI testimony about keeping Palms whole or split? Are they willing to be split? Can we refer to our support?
I don't believe there's any COI testimony unless it's come in. That being said, data is data. Data is our community input. Data is also what is publicly available. And so some of my analysis is both lived experience, but also data that I have been looking up around Palms in terms of, the income composition, mostly single working class people, et cetera. So for me, I don't know that it's a huge issue that we don't have specific COI testimony supporting keeping them whole when we have access to data that indicates we may consider keeping them whole.
Very good. Thank you. Jamie, you had, I believe, flashed up a community of interest.
Yeah, so this is just a COI that was submitted through the COI tool, and it includes, Palms with Culver City and also with some of the West Side neighborhoods. So that's just one. I don't have anything here that's more like specifically the shape just of Palms that has any testimony included with it.
Okay, thank you.
That was the one that was called Palms, thought I would show it.
Perfect. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I guess what I'd want to say is that I feel a little disadvantaged in that I'm not in the area, so I can only rely on the testimony that's been received. And so the testimony that I lifted up from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub basically spoke of the particular Century City area having always been associated and counted on, then therefore in the Southern California, Southern LA area, as opposed to being moved out. And so with that, I think the trade-off then ended up negatively impacting Palms, and it is not what I would want to have Palms split, but if there is another opportunity, I was still in favor of having Century City be in on not in the shoreline.
Okay. Commissioner Kutgawa?
I was just, I'm quickly looking for, since the question was asked, I saw one piece of testimony that spoke to Palms being, I think that's the area that Jamie was showing earlier, being affiliated with, sorry, I think it said Temple Akiba. Hold on, I'm going to pull up the COI testimony again. Temple Akiba of Culver City is the home of Reformed Jews from Culver City, Westchester, Marina Del Rey, Playa Vista, Palms, and Mar Vista.
And that is located?
That is located, well, that's the area that I think.
In Palms?
Yes.
Okay.
Or it doesn't say that it's in Palms. I guess this particular COI testimony is speaking to that grouping of communities, I guess, related to being in that sphere of influence of the temple.
Okay.
I'm looking for more.
Okay.
See if there's anything else that says anything
Good.
else.
Circling back, Commissioner Vasquez, did you have anything else?
Just one more thing. Just wanted to note that I do agree with Commissioner Lamont and Commissioner Taylor, and it seems like Commissioner Turner. I think it's important to think about sort of community assets. And I do think Century City is absolutely a community asset. And if it has been historically sort of associated with the South LA composition of communities, it makes sense for for us to keep trying. And maybe if Jamie, you could quickly sort of visualize what you had suggested about taking portions of this Beverly Glen area. So you'll also note Palms is basically a donut hole of apartments and working class people surrounded by single family homes in Culver City to the south and South Robertson and Beverly Glen to the north. So if that's what it's looking like we're protecting, yes, like we're trying to protect this donut hole that's surrounded by otherwise pretty high income single family homes on the west side.
Thank you. I mean, my inclination would be to try to respect the community of interest, which linked all of Palms to all of Culver City. So, I mean, that's where my thinking is on this. Commissioner Fernandez, I apologize if I skipped you. I thought your hand was still up from previously.
Thank you. Well, I was going to say something, then I wasn't going to say something, and now I guess I'll say something. Culver City is about 40,000, so if you were going to do a split, you'd cut, I believe, Culver City in half. So I definitely don't want to see that. I do like the link with Palms with Culver City, and hopefully we can just find a way to work around that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor, we're not hearing you. Okay, hand went down. Okay, so Jamie, would you be able to walk us through what it might look like to include all of Palms in the 10 core district and where we might find population to make that possible, whether it's that area north of Palms or some other?
Yeah, thank you. I was just kind of zooming out the map and thinking about this also. So we highlighted this entire area. That was about 20,000 people. I do not believe that there's 20,000 people right here to do an equal swap, but maybe if the commission doesn't mind, I can just highlight that area to understand exactly how many people are there. I'm just going to do that as quickly as possible. So this is about 3,300 people. So definitely not 20,000. It was kind of, so I guess this is what was involved in the three-way swap for how we got here, was including adjusting the boundary of STHLA and then also making Westchester neighborhoods whole completely in shoreline. So potentially, there would be some adjusting that could be done there, or if Palms was going to be included in 10 corridor and then shoreline would be underpopulated by 20,000 people. So it could be, picking up West Hollywood or mid-city areas and then doing a swap here between Glen 2, BA, and 10 core. Another question that I have is whether going all the way to the 405 here for Palms is the goal, or if it would be okay to use Overland, for example, as a boundary, just to try and get more of Palms in with Culver City and the 10 core district.
Yeah, I mean, my inclination here would be to go ahead and switch Beverly Glen out and then see how far out we can push Palms towards the 405, understanding that we might not make it all the way. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I think that's a great compromise. I think Overland is a very large street. So again, in thinking about streets and freeways being good guideposts for communities of interest, I think going at least to west to Overland would be a good compromise. I also just want to reflect on, I still think splitting Culver City for me is very much on the table. The communities within Culver City, again, especially west of the 405, again, looking at public data, looking at real estate listings in that area of Culver City, west of the 405, these are multi-million-dollar single-family homes. apartments for sale, condos for sale are north of $1 million in this area. And so in terms of splitting a vulnerable community, if the trade-off is splitting Palms or splitting pieces of Culver City, for me, I would like to keep splitting Culver City on the table. I just don't think it's as vulnerable as Palms.
Okay. And I believe I would support you in that, using the 405 as a boundary. Could I get some thoughts from other commissioners on that? If we moved both Beverly Glen and Culver City west of the 405, out of 10 core, and use that to bring in as much as possible of Palms. Is that something that we could support? Commissioner Lamont?
I support that.
Thank you. I'm seeing head nods. Any objection? Okay, Jamie, could you go ahead and do that then, please? And show us how far Palms could be united. Okay, Commissioner Vasquez or others, are there specific streets or landmarks in Palms that we might want to look at as far as bringing this overpopulation down?
Overland was a good one, so bummer that doesn't work.
Well, I mean,
Mentone is, yeah.
go ahead.
I was thinking actually maybe stay closer to keep the portions that you just removed closer to the freeway, or sorry, to Venice Boulevard. I would say there's definitely even tiers in Palms.
Right.
Closer to Venice, I would say is probably lower income, cheaper apartments. So maybe remove stuff closer to the 10. Yeah.
Okay, so if we took Palms Boulevard over to Overland.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not quite to Overland. It's around Keystone. And this highlighted area would make it so that 10 core was 637 people underpopulated. So I'm going to turn on the census blocks, and they do, oh, great. So we might be able to get.
Yeah, if we can get those, yep, that one more census block, and then find another place to, or if you could show us other places where we might balance that deviation of 121, I think we're in good shape.
Maybe in this area, which is around, it looks like Bergen and Beverly areas, and South Robertson could be a place to balance between 10 core and Shoreline.
Right.
Would you like me to?
Yes, please. And then they're just above the 10, right? Yeah, just a little bit, just above where your hand was. There's a block that's 114, I believe. Is that block right there?
Yeah. I can definitely look at that sometimes. In my experience, it's easier to try and you have like more wiggle room if you try and grab smaller, smaller population plots.
And
I don't know.
I would recommend that as well. There's a line of apartments, really that line, the 10. I used to live, that was where my apartment was, where the buffer apartments between the freeway and the the multi-million-dollar homes to the north. So I would recommend, in the spirit of keeping working class people in apartments together, Jamie is doing is right.
Okay, perfect. Then let's give Jamie 2 or 3 more minutes. We can wrap this up and then we can move on to our Senate work. We will continue to come back to any small outstanding congressional iterations first thing in the morning, try to dispose of those before 11 o'clock tomorrow. On Thursday and Friday, we start at 9:30. And I know that we have some larger outstanding iterations for Congress, and so my intent is to address those during that first block on Thursday and the first block on Friday.
So I found a way to balance to 0 population. It was a swap in between both district shoreline and 10 core. This boundary is around Castle Heights Avenue. And this is McConnell Drive areas. I'll zoom out so everyone can see the larger implication.
Very good. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Just wanted to I was just going to speak to your comment about tomorrow and Thursday about the schedule. Just in particular, I just wanted to let you know that Commissioner Sadwani and I and legal have reviewed our Central Valley maps, and we'll be ready to present whenever you need us to.
Very good.
Whether it's any time in the schedule in the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Is this, are we happy with these changes, and can we shift our attention to Senate? No objection. Okay. Jamie, thank you so much for helping us through this. That is now, that can now be finalized for sharing with the public, and we will turn our attention to our Senate work. Commissioner Kitagawa.
So just for clarity, so is Palms split?
Palms is split, but it is much more whole than it started out.
So here's a question. I noticed that as Jamie was showing where she balanced population in that South Robertson Neighborhood Council area, I guess I'm wondering if we would be better served by taking even a little bit more from that particular area that she took from, because those are single family homes also, and it's a pretty, again, if you want to keep Palms whole, I'm just wondering if that would make for a more equitable split if you want to try to keep Palms whole at this point, if that's where she took from.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Vasquez.
I agree with you in concept, Commissioner Kutagawa. That being said, I think there's just there's so much population, even in this little triangle north of that split in Palms now. There's so many people in apartments there that I don't know, even if we took all of like the rest of South Robertson, I'm not sure that we could balance population and still keep something resembling a compact district.
Right, and if we took the rest of South Robertson, that would leave Century City non-contiguous. So I don't see that we have room to really maneuver too much here.
And just a quick note, so sorry to interject. And actually, South Robertson is one of the more densely populated areas in the city of Los Angeles as well. So just a note.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Becker, do you have any concerns to raise at this point?
I do not about this area.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on to Senate. I just wanted to point out that we have essentially, as it's laid out, we have 16 90-minute blocks, 4 per day, to work on the Senate and the Board of Equalization. As I mentioned, the extra 90-minute blocks, one on Thursday morning, one on Friday morning, will need to be dedicated to finishing up those outstanding iterations on Congress. So I think we have a full plate ahead of us. As I mentioned, the plan for today is to begin in Los Angeles with VRA areas. After we'll start first with the review of the November 10th drafts in conjunction with the overlay of the current assembly districts. It is 11:45. We have until 12:30 in this session. That could take us to the end of this first 90-minute block. And then we would have 3 more today, starting with the VRA areas in Los Angeles County, continuing with Los Angeles County after the lunch break, and hopefully being able to get into Southern California VRA districts and the rest of Southern California before 6:15. So, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I saw that one of our note takers has asked for a recap of what the shoreline and the 10 corridor districts will look like now for the purposes of the notes.
Thank you. Jamie, could you just review that very quickly for us?
Yes, without switching back for the sake of time. So the changes in 10 corridor were in the Palms area and removing Chavio Hills from the 10 corridor district. The southern boundary to the east of Westmont is at Manchester now. And in Shoreline, Westchester neighborhoods are now included in that district. And we move the split in Palms to Palms and Overland and everything sort of west of that in Palms. And additionally, Century City is not included with Shoreline, but the Chavio Hills area is.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Mr. Becker?
If it's appropriate, Chair, I'd just like to make a couple of quick reminders as we're entering into the Senate districts again. First, these are huge districts. These might be the largest districts in the country that I know of. They are larger than a congressional district, so they are going to cover large areas of land, particularly in the less populated areas of California, including the northern and eastern part of the state. Second, just as you've been working on congressional districts and had very little flexibility with regard to deviations, you're back to a point where you have an ability to deviate by population to plus and minus 5%. And then lastly, I'd just like to point out, while nesting is the least important of all the criteria listed, it is not something you need to have or pay much. There's going to be a lot of other considerations well above it that should take precedence. So as you're considering this, nesting is going to lose out to every other consideration on the list of congressional criteria, or I'm sorry, constitutional criteria. So keep that in mind as you're proceeding down the home stretch here.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, so Jamie, are you going to take us on this tour?
I will. I'll take you on a tour.
Thank you.
So on the map right now, the Senate draft is in black lines with black labels. And just for the sake of space on the map right now, it just has the name of the draft district and the percent deviation of the draft district. The blue lines represent the assembly iteration from 1208. So your most recent assembly iteration, and those also are in blue with blue percent deviation associated. As you can see, we did a first pass at numbering these districts based on the 08 iteration, a 1208 iteration. And so that's what the name is. It's AD02-N Coast. So this would be District 2, and it's called N Coast. We did that so that everyone could understand the number plus what we've been calling it in the assembly iterations.
Okay,
So-
if I can stop you there, I just want to confirm that what we have up on the map viewer is consistent with what we are showing here live.
Yes, we have the Senate draft up on the map viewer, as is the assembly district iteration from 1208, which is your most recent iteration.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Becker? Nope, okay, Commissioner
Sorry, my
Anderson.
bad.
Yes, I thank you for that, Jamie, but I'm looking at the Tahoe area, and I know that our latest one that we're all working off of is not actually that one. It's the one that has, I guess it's what Commissioner Fornshari's balanced version. And I think that's what we're calling it in that area, where the county line splits Tahoe.
Commissioner
that's
Anderson, I
the one-
believe that was for the congressional maps, wasn't it?
Oh,
So we're right now we're looking at the Senate and the
and
assembly.
the assembly. Okay,
Yes,
all right,
we're
no,
not
thank you very
looking-
much. No, thank you. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Thank you. So just an overview of the Senate districts. Right now for the North Coast, you have a district that goes all the way from Marin County up to Del Norte County, including Trinity. Some differences here, and this is going to be a very, very broad overview. All mappers will also have the Assembly 1208 iteration up, which is your working draft at this point, so that everybody can go over this again as needed. But, some differences here would be that you have Lake County in with more inland counties in Assembly. So if you wish to maintain this north to south based district, it would be, that's a difference in terms of if you're thinking about nesting at all. Similarly, the same district, the Lake County, Napa County district, again, just with this North Coastal district would be unable to be nested. And looking in Sacramento, not even going to get into it too much here, but there are some significant differences as you can see. This Tahoe area would be able to remain whole should you choose to look into nesting. Moving just a little further south through the Bay Area, I think that there's options should you choose to look into nesting in this area, just based on what you have for your assembly districts right now. Yeah. So, and then again, in Senate, you don't really have any east to west crossing of the bridges with the bay, in the bay, and additionally, you don't cross the Golden Gate Bridge here. So right now, the Bay Area is sort of like East Bay, and then there's South Bay where there's some, wiggle room, and then also Peninsula and San Francisco areas, you don't have any crossover. Looking at the Central Valley, generally using sort of the mountain ranges as a general boundary. However, for San Benito County, you do have that currently going with areas of West Fresno County. And moving further south, here on the eastern edge of Fresno County and Tulare County, using the Sierras or the ridge of the Sierras as a natural boundary there. This boundary is shared, at least in Tulare County, with assembly districts. Similarly, moving further south down the central coast, no east to west crossover in either version of districts between Fresno or Kings County. When we're looking here at San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura counties, there's a line there. Going to move into Los Angeles County. There are significant differences here, right? So in your current Senate draft, Antelope Valley and Victor Valley are together in sort of a high desert based district. Not crossing over a ton past Camarillo here in Ventura County, and definitely, all of Camarillo is with Ventura County based districts in Senate. Just for population purposes and also, based on your wishes, we're not crossing Mulholland here for Senate. And additionally, some other just general architecture kind of stuff. And actually for LA, I'm going to remove the assembly lines because the map is so busy. So right now, just looking at the Senate lines, we have the ports separate. In the Long Beach area going north on around 710 to include some of these gateway cities with Long Beach, keeping sort of this like South and Central LA areas together in one district. In the NELA-based district, keeping East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights together. This does include Eagle Rock and other areas, in the city of LA and south of Glendale that the commission has been wanting to keep together in districts. Just kind of zooming out at the 210 district, this has San Dimas, Claremont, Glendora in with Burbank and Glendale whole. And then moving towards San Gabriel Valley, having San Marino, Monterey Park, Alhambra areas with cities such as Pico Rivera and out to West Covina. And then just south of that, the Walnut, Diamond Bar, Hacienda Heights areas with Whittier, Downey, Bellflower, Norwalk, and Artesia. So then I'm gonna put the assembly districts back on and look at Orange County for the Santa Ana based district, sort of a similar shape here as with the other versions or the other levels of districts. Generally maintaining the line here between Orange County and Riverside County. And continuing to zoom out, just gonna continue down the coast here through very southern Orange County and San Diego County. Again, just kind of going to zoom in. And this one difference is it's including this Chula Vista based district with SECA to make one large, geographically large district, sort of combining East County areas with Imperial and parts of the Coachella Valley. And then in San Bernardino and Riverside counties, sort of the rest of the Coachella Valley here, and with some of these other areas just north of San Bernardino. So this was like Yucaipa and Cali Mesa together. Some areas with VRA considerations here further west in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. And then kind of zooming back out again, this takes us to this geographically large Antelope Valley and Victor Valley based district. So general overview of sort of the architecture of the Senate draft with your assembly lines.
Thank you, Jamie. We've got some work to do. So I wanted to take enough time to make sure that we had a good understanding of where we stand. And I think at this point, it would be good to have a brief discussion about priorities that colleagues see in the Senate plan as it currently stands. And if we can identify any priorities that we have moving forward between now and 12:30, so that when we come back at 12:45, we can start off with the VRA areas in Los Angeles County. So, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe our priorities on this one should be pinning down the VRA districts. And that's not just, it was in Los Angeles, it's in San Diego, in Orange County, San Diego. It's also the Central Valley, and if it does go over and include the San Benito or not. Because if we know that area, there's a great possibility of making some iterations for the entire north and having it be able to brought back to the group as a, to quickly go over and spend more time where we know we'll have to do it live through the Los Angeles area because there's so many VRA districts down there. So that's why I would prioritize doing the VRA districts and pinning those down. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, my priorities are the VRA districts in the Inland Empire, and particularly the Rialto, San Bernardino, Fontana region.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sinai.
This is not so much, well, I guess it will be part of my priority, but could we have in our current draft, how many VRA districts were we able, did we keep in our current draft? Because I think sometimes we forget, I'd like us to start from there. And then the number of minority and majority districts that we have in the current draft.
Okay. Jamie, is that something that you can speak to at this point?
I don't have that number easily accessible.
Okay. We'll come back to you on that.
8 districts that have a Latino CVAP at 50% plus.
Okay. Commissioner Ahmad.
I would like to start with the VRA areas across the whole state.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani.
I will join the chorus to say yes, VRA districts. And to Commissioner Sinai's point, yes, currently we have 8 districts that are at a range of above 50% Latino CVAP. That being said, we have a number that we identified in the assembly as having VRA considerations that were not necessarily, in any case that I think that we should take a closer look at. So I'll highlight a few of them. One of them includes the Antelope Valley, certainly Santa Ana in Orange County, which we know that always requires a lot of reconfiguration in Orange County. several in Los Angeles, including the gateway cities down to the San Pedro port is one of those. Inland Empire, yes, and I think there's probably COI testimony that we're going to want to play around with in those areas. And then, of course, we've heard some testimony also about the SICA district that we have in the San Diego areas, which is spanning from San Diego all the way out through Riverside and up to Needles, and what kind of cleanup that we would probably need to or want to do in that area as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Kutgawa.
Yeah, I definitely agree on let's really get comfortable with where we are on the VRA district statewide. I think Commissioner Sadwani uplifted some of the VRA districts in Southern California. I would agree with Commissioner Vasquez as well, too. One other thing that I know hasn't been brought up, but we've had a number of conversations about trying to keep Irvine whole, so I noticed that it is split, so I just wanted to throw that in there as well, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, definitely. VRAs are always a priority. I guess this has nothing to do with the priorities, but Jamie having the overlay, that versus the Senate, I guess I'm having a difficult time figuring out how we're going to do the nesting depending on which map we're using. So I think are we using our draft Senate maps or are we using our Assembly? That's what I'm getting confused at right now, because the last criteria is nesting. So I can see us using our draft Senate, but then how are we going to know if we're going to be able to nest? It's just that whole overlay thing was the blues and the blacks were confusing.
Okay. We spent the time to come up with the Senate drafts, so I think we need to move forward with the Senate drafts. Nesting, and I'll ask Karin to step in and supplement what I'm going to say, but, the Senate draft plan, we could already take that and say we've been able to nest to X percentage. So it's not just a question of these two, but a Senate district that contains, most of one Assembly district and most of another is nested to a certain percentage extent. So, Karin, would you like to explain that further?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that question. And also, I know that Mr. Becker is here, so he could weigh in on this. Essentially, I think, and I'm sorry that it was confusing with the lines on there. We wanted to provide you with a visual so you could see what the lay of the land is right now, because it is one of your criteria. And while we have talked about a lot of communities of interest, of course, and you've seen the geographies for communities of interest, and we've talked about the VRA, and we've talked about all of the other criteria, this is pretty much the first time that you've seen this other criterion that is at the bottom of the list, of course, as Mr. Becker explained, in relation to the Senate maps that you have created and that you will be working off of. What we have available to you is the ability to turn these on and off. And as Mr. Becker said previously, these really have to stand on their own. So you have to go through all of the different criteria to construct them, and then you get to nesting at the end. But if you want to use the Assembly districts as a reference, you can do that. And again, we can take a look throughout the process as you see fit, and just see if there is potentially alignment. In particular, if perhaps they're close and it doesn't really matter to you whether you go a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left. There may be some natural opportunities there in other scenarios, in other parts of the state, perhaps. It's probably just not going to work. So that's why we showed it, and I hope that answers the question.
I'll elaborate a little bit further on the question, and then ask Commissioner Fernandez if she wants to follow up. I had described a situation where we would have, say, 80% of one assembly district and 70% of another assembly district, or some combination of plus a piece of a third. Okay, so we have that kind of configuration that we're looking at in a Senate district. That could be described as some percentage nested, correct?
Chair Kennedy, I'm sorry, was that a question for me or
Yes.
was that a question for Mr. Becker?
For you. If a Senate district consists of 80% of one assembly district, 80% of another, and 40% of a third. So that would give you all the population that you need. That's some percentage nested, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, I would like to punt this over to Mr. Becker because my understanding, and again, I'm not an attorney, is that either you're nesting or you're not. So basically nesting refers to, for example, taking two assembly districts and then, nesting them together in one Senate district. So of course, if you're almost able to do that, then you could say that in your report, we tried to nest it and it's almost there. Let's say it's to 90% there or so. But generally speaking, it refers to two assembly districts in one Senate district and then 10 Senate districts in one Board of Equalization district.
Thank you.
But please, if Mr. Becker is here, perhaps he could weigh in on this also.
He's
Thank
back
you.
with us. So,
Yeah,
Mr. Becker.
Hopefully you can all hear me. So that's exactly right what Karan just said. Nesting, you either nest or you don't. There is no almost nested. The nesting means literally that two assembly districts in their entirety comprise a Senate district. I also just state again, nesting is the very last requirement. And I think one of the reasons that it might be the last requirement is because if you decide to nest, and likely that was a decision that probably would have had to be prioritized earlier given the timing right now. If you decide to nest, any change to any nested district is going to affect two maps and ripple through two maps. And that could be really difficult, particularly under time constraints. I'm not suggesting not paying attention to the nesting criteria. I'm not suggesting that that criteria doesn't exist. It does. It is just very intentionally, I believe, placed at the very bottom of the other criteria that you're all considering. It loses out when balanced against any other criteria, whether it be compactness, COIs, political boundaries, VRA concerns, equal population, et cetera. So just remember that as you're considering how you're going to proceed here.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becker. Commissioner Sinai.
Just going back to the priorities. So I want us to look at the baseline for when it comes to, minority, majority, and VRA districts. What we can do. The baseline is our draft. So if we can go up, that's great. Not that we can go up on VRA because we know the VRA information. The other piece is I would like to explore further the VRA district that encompasses, the SICA, and really look to see if we can create a all San Diego VRA district, because there are communities, as we know, there's a significant Latino community throughout the county, and I think that we might be able to do that. And that would allow Riverside and Imperial Valley to have one that reflects more their population. So that's one of my priorities for exploration.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, for me, Section 2 Voting Rights Act would be the top priority where we should start with. I would also encourage us to have a goal for the state on number of VRA district as well as by region, and so that certainly, of course, the draft map set a baseline, but it's a baseline. It's and in my opinion, it's probably on the lower end, but so I would encourage us to really think through all of the goals and what we actually want to achieve in terms of Voting Rights Act compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Did you have numbers in mind per region?
Well, I mean, I think what we've heard from the community is the baseline to really compare our numbers to what the community maps are suggesting. The baselines that we have there are 11. That may be too difficult to do because we have so many COIs in some of these areas, but taking a look at where we are, we're at about 8 at this point, if I remember correctly. So 8, the highest number we probably can achieve is probably that 11, and figuring out by region what that might look like if we were to get closer to the 11. But and I'm not saying hit the 11, but I'm saying if we get closer to it, because we do have community of interest testimony that we have to work through, especially in non-VRA areas. And so that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Right. Well, and it would be in the non-VRA areas, because we know that in the VRA areas, the VRA is a higher priority than the communities of interest.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so VRA, and I don't think it was noted, so also particularly, I think we have VRA in the Central Valley area. And then I guess, so my other priority would be for us, from a process commission standpoint in this area, is as we're discussing changes, if there is a known sticking point, we can perhaps name it and note it so that once we settle, we won't have so many surprises towards the end and have to continue to draw and redraw. So it's fine to have different perspectives, but if we know where the sticking points are going in, and maybe we can get through this a little bit more expeditiously than we have in the past.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Kitagawa?
Yeah, actually, Commissioner Turner just lifted it up. I think there's a lot of VRA districts in the Central Valley, and I'd like to suggest that we perhaps start there. I know that the Inland Empire also has VRA districts, but I think it's the Central Valley that has been the most vexing for us, I guess I'll say. And I think if we could try to get to a place that we feel comfortable, and to her, Commissioner Turner's point, we know some of the sticking points because we've been grappling with it with the congressional maps as well as with the assembly maps. I think if we could get that in place, then it would hopefully make a lot of the other, non-VRA districts, both to the north and to the south, a little bit easier. So I'd like to just suggest that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. Ms. McDonald, could I consult with you on that? The original idea was that we would start in Los Angeles County with the VRA areas in Los Angeles County, and perhaps move to non-VRA areas there, and then take up the VRA areas elsewhere in Southern California. Commissioners are suggesting that we just run all of the VRA districts before doing anything else, and Commissioner Kitagawa has just suggested that we start with the VRA areas in the Central Valley. So I wanted to get your thinking on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I suppose our recommendation would still be to start with Los Angeles and then work our way around. But if you would like to just start with the VRA areas everywhere, that's fine. That would work, we think. So we do still think that LA is probably a good starting point. It just generally lends itself for mapping a little bit better. And I think we've seen with our experience that when we start in LA, the rest of the state just flows a little bit better, irrespective of the fact that we do spend a lot of time in the Central Valley these days, in the beautiful Central Valley.
Okay, so could you describe for us what we might encounter if we did start in the Central Valley? What problems we might encounter as far as making the map whole?
Yeah, so I haven't honestly really thought this through perfectly, because we have been planning on starting in Los Angeles, but one thing is generally population bubbles, because if you're starting in the Central Valley, you're kind of you know, you're in that area where things are pushing up from the south and from the north also. So kind of working in the circle has been working pretty well, because you don't want to start in the Central Valley and then you land in Los Angeles, where obviously you have a lot of voting rights concerns and maybe not a lot of wiggle room in some of these areas, and also, you know, going into the Imperial Valley and so forth. And so I think generally the way that the population flows, it is a little, practically speaking, it's a little bit better to start either from LA and then just kind of work our way around in the circle.
Okay, and if we started in LA with the VRA districts and then went to Orange County, San Diego, Imperial, Riverside, San Bernardino, also VRA districts, then Central Valley VRA districts, then potentially Central Coast, and then went north from there, would that be a workable way forward?
Yeah, we think that will work. We just really need to stick with the circle.
Okay.
To actually really circle our way around so that we can keep track of the way that the populations are flowing.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I certainly see the idea of starting with the VRA in LA, because as I see it, there's so many VRA districts that will essentially be, it's a redraw in terms of, can you nest? I don't think you can at all, because you can't nest VRA districts. They just don't work that well. And then that destroys the areas around them. So in terms of nesting, I think kind of getting all that arranged, that entire area will give us a framework. Additionally, then I think once we have, okay, it looks like, right, we can have some little borders as we did before. You know, like we know where here's a line in Ventura. Here's kind of a line at maybe Kern or Inyo, around that area. Then I'd say we jump to the Central Valley, do those VRA districts, because you can't do anything up north until you really figure out, is San Benito crossing the Central Valley or not? And then you can actually, the north, you can do a fair amount of nesting. I would say clean up the assembly districts, because we made a lot of advances there. Quickly do that right, and then go nest around the Central VRA district. I think that'll all come together in that direction. I think that's essentially what Ms. McDonald was saying. Work out the Southern California, because that gives us our lines, and then the Central Valley, well, we can actually kind of work around the north. So, because I'm thinking we can actually, that's why I believe Commissioner Fernandez brought up the nesting, because the north area has a lot of non-VRA areas, and it lends itself to nesting. The south does not. It's that simple.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thanks. Just to weigh in on this conversation. Agreed. When Commissioner Fornashari and I put together the plan of starting in Los Angeles and working southward, there was a method to our madness. So when I recall a few moments ago, Commissioner Toledo had mentioned increasing the number of districts and ensuring that we are meeting our VRA requirements. In Los Angeles alone, there are 3 districts that are above 45% Latino CVAP. Those might be really areas that we would want to look at. In addition, there's a 4th in Orange County. So, you know, that alone, cleaning that up alone, could go a very long way to ensuring that we are meeting our obligations, which was really kind of the thought behind starting in Los Angeles and working that way. Certainly, we're going to have our work to do in the Central Valley. I'm not suggesting that we don't, but from that regard, I think it's cleanup as opposed to well, who knows, right? Who knows where we'll end up, but I'm hoping that it's cleanup as opposed to large structural changes. We have 2 fairly strong looking districts already there. As you recall, we had built 4 assembly VRA districts in the Central Valley, and I believe those were not entirely nested, but really built out of the logic of those assembly districts there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with Commissioner Sidwani and certainly starting with the VRA and starting in Los Angeles. I would also, I mean, if there's a way to ensure that our line drawers, because ultimately it's the bottleneck, right? We have each line drawer is assigned to a certain region, and so making sure that we're able to distribute the work in a way that that allows us to get through the whole map in an efficient manner, and sometimes that means going. Seeing a different part of the map to be able to get the work to the appropriate line drawers and be able to maximize our staff capacity, because that is a limitation. It's a restriction on us. And I mean, we have great line drawers, but there's only so many of them, and there's only so many hours in a day. So just making sure that we are able to maximize our ability to use our staff resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. I think Commissioner Furnishari and Commissioner Sadwani met with the line drawers and did a lot of thinking about our plans. We didn't quite necessarily follow their suggestions, the last two plans, and it didn't quite go the way we wanted it to. So maybe we should listen to their original plan and try it. Because we tend to go around and around and around and end up usually, I'd like to see us move. And I think whichever way we go is going to work well, but I do want to respect the thought and planning that went on behind the scenes before we started.
Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to my initial question regarding which maps, and I am glad that we're using the Senate, because we did spend a lot of time, and then I guess response to Commissioner Anderson is, even in the north, I don't necessarily think or believe that that's for a nesting as well, because when we did the assembly, we knew that there were certain areas we may be cutting off, and we thought, okay, maybe when we get to the Senate, we can accommodate some of these bigger communities of interest. So I am grateful that we're using the Senate maps, and that's what I was hoping, and I want to make sure that the public knew which maps we're looking at right now, or using. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Commissioner Fornashari and/or Commissioner Sadwani, do you want to just take a moment and remind us of your initial planning for this?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Sidwani kind of summed it up. We had planned on starting in LA, starting with VRA districts. Well, starting in Southeast LA, I guess, but probably that was more focused on the assembly. But in general, just start in LA, move down through Orange County into San Diego, and then around and finish up the Inland Empire was the direction we had thought we'd head. Did I capture that right, Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I think that's right. And, I mean, when we started that in the assembly, it became clear that, originally the intent was to work in one area for a day, send the mapper off with very specific guidance, and they could have a day to work on that and then come back. And I think we quickly devolved to, send the mapper off for an hour and hope that they come back an hour later and go work in another area of the state. And I think that it's become very difficult to post those iterations as well, which makes it complicated for the public to follow along. So I think last week we had attempted to provide a plan. We didn't present it, in which we would take 2 days in each area for Los Angeles and Southern California, for example. So because it was very clear that one day wasn't sufficient for the commission in any one area. And so, but again, I think we turn and move as is needed. And I think a part of this is the, best laid plans. We have to be nimble. We have to be able to move as is necessary. So, yeah, that was the initial thought process, was sticking to one area, trying to make as many changes as possible. And what we've seen, right, especially, working with Jamie in Los Angeles, and particularly the interconnection between various counties, the small little changes that folks want to see in one area then leads to larger changes elsewhere. So it does become complicated. I don't know if there's another way around that. But, yeah, however the chair would like to proceed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes, I really like that plan. The one addition that we learned from last week is when we're not getting a direction in an area, move to the next area and let commissioners really contemplate what they'd like to do. And that's why I like starting in Los Angeles. We sort of thought through some areas we'll see a lot. I think we can give some direction, and then we can possibly move to the Inland Empire, essentially Savon's area, with what Commissioner Toledo said, to be able to spread some of the work around. And our emphasis, we really need to make sure we're giving direction. We have a lot of thoughts, and yes, we want to know why, but remember, lead with that goal and how you think you get there, and then the why. Don't just lead with the why and never get to the goal or the directions. So I just want to really emphasize that, and we'll move through this rather quickly, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation, Commissioner Sadwani. And I see the logic in starting in LA now. So I think I was just kind of pulling from our experience last night, looking at the Central Valley VRA districts and thinking, oh my gosh, but I see the logic, and I appreciate and agree with it. I've been thinking about, I guess one thought that it's been kind of percolating for me, and now I think, given what you said, I'd like to make a suggestion for process, perhaps. And I'm very guilty of this, as I'm going to just say, perhaps all of us to some degree. We're trying to be responsive to public input, especially as it's coming in. I'm wondering if that has derailed us a little bit, and that perhaps we just need to allow our process to finish and not try to insert the public inputs that we're getting real time as it's being posted and as it's coming in. And perhaps we just need to take a pause and look through the entirety of all the public inputs that we give, so that then we do allow the plan as it's been laid out by Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Fornachari to come out, and then that way then the inputs will then be based on the collective set of all the changes that we're making. We allow the entire body of the public to make inputs on the same set of maps instead of continuously making these little changes. And then it might also make the time a little bit more efficient. So that's just a thought, that we just, look at everything all at once together once we're done.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Sinai, and then we are up against our break.
I definitely appreciate what Commissioner Kutagawa just said. And at the very beginning, we set up a process to be equal to all, and we created a process of how people could access us, and that was through our forms, our COI tools, and such. And some people have our emails, some people don't. Some people have our Twitter handles, some people don't. I would like us really to use the database, our Airtable, and so that way everybody has equal access at the equal time to all the commissioners, and that we read comments from there, along with the public call-ins. Going to our emails or going to Twitter or going to tweets or whatever it might be, I said that twice, sorry, is just not fair for the greater public. And so I just want It's late in the process, I know, so we may not be able to make that change, but that's something I believe in.
Very good. Thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai. Thank you, all of you, for those thoughtful comments. We will take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we will start working through VRA districts in Los Angeles County with Jamie. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our break. We are back, and we are ready to begin our review of VRA districts in Los Angeles. We will be stepping out for a few moments for a very quick closed session. I estimate that that's going to be on the order of 5 to 10 minutes. But before we get that, and while we're waiting for everyone to get back into place, Jamie, could you just go into a little more detail than the first time around and show us what we're looking at in LA, focusing primarily on the VRA areas?
Sorry, there's a little bit of background noise. So for specifically looking at the VRA areas in this, or the overview of the total?
Well, overview of Los Angeles County, but with most of the focus on the VRA areas.
Sure. Thank you for clarifying. So I'm going to start here in Antelope Valley and just kind of zoom out. Antelope Valley is with Victor Valley and areas in San Bernardino County and the very northern part of Upland and Rancho Cucamonga, as well as with San Antonio Heights along the 210 corridor. And then a bigger zoom out sort of with northern, very rural San Bernardino County high desert areas. Santa Clarita Valley is intact and is with areas in San Fernando Valley, the city of San Fernando, Somar, Pacoima, Mission Hills areas out to Reseda, and then here the boundary in Van Nuys is at Oxnard. In the rest of, much of the rest of San Fernando Valley is including sort of Granada Hills down to Woodland Hills and out to Studio City areas, is included with some communities in eastern Ventura County, including Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks. The Shoreline District for your Senate maps includes Malibu, Westlake Village, Agora Hills, Calabasas, Topanga, Palisades with Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Westwood, Santa Monica, Venice, Marina del Rey, El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, all of Torrance, southern areas in Gardena, Palos Verdes. Just going to head back north, west of 110. This includes Westlake, Pico Union, South Central, Central Alameda. Heading west and south a little bit includes Palms, Mar Vista, Del Rey, Westchester, LAX, and Inglewood. SPCC includes San Pedro, Carson and West Carson, Compton, Lenox, Hawthorne, Lawndale, northern parts of Gardena, Watts, and Westmont and some areas north of 105 along the 110. The district called 710 to Water. This includes Long Beach, Lakewood, following up the 710 to include some of the gateway cities, including Huntington Park, Walnut Park, most of Florence, Graham, and then Southgate and Linwood are whole. Looking at SD 60 X605, this includes Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, Whittier, La Mirada, Artesia, and Cerritos with Norwalk, Bellflower, and Downey. SD 10WE includes Azusa, Covina, West Covina, Baldwin Park, El Monte, Hole. Southern parts of Arcadia split along 210 and includes San Marino, San Gabriel, Alhambra, Monterey Park, Montebello, and Pico Rivera. The SD Nila district includes Bell, Maywood, Vernon, and Commerce, with East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, downtown LA, El Sereno, up to Highland Park, including Gliselle Park, out to Hollywood, West Hollywood, and East Hollywood, and includes Greater Wilshire and Koreatown. And finally, zooming out the map, the SD 210 includes much of this Angeles National Forest area. The boundary on the eastern side is at the county line. It includes Claremont, out to San Dimas and Glendora, Duarte, Monrovia, Pasadena and South Pasadena, Altadena, out to Glendale and Burbank. And this district includes some Lantahunga area, Hollywood Hills areas as well.
Very good. Thank you so much, Jamie. We are going into a brief closed session under the litigation exception. We anticipate being back at 1 o'clock. Commissioners, we will see you in the closed session. Thank you. Mhm. Very brief closed session, and we are ready to start with Jamie on our VRA districts in Los Angeles County.
Thank you. So the districts identified by your council as VRA districts are the ST10WE and SD60 by 605. I will read off the percent deviation and percent CVAP for all groups for both of these districts. For SD10WE, the percent deviation is 1.96%. Latino CVAP, 50.29%. Black CVAP, 2.16%. Asian CVAP, 33.05%. And white CVAP, 13.3%. For SD 60 by 605, a percent deviation for this district is negative 4.12%. Latino CVAP, 51.09%. Black CVAP, 4.34%. Asian CVAP, 22.93%. And white CVAP, 20.45%.
Okay. Do we have any requests for explorations in relation to either of these two districts? Are these districts that we are happy to support? Any questions? Shall we move on to the next districts? Commissioner Sinai.
Maybe we can look at all of them and then come back to think through what we learned in this process and see if there's different groupings we want to see or whatnot.
Okay. We will, for now, we will consider these as final. Jamie, are there other areas that we need to look at specifically, or shall we just start going clockwise or counterclockwise from here?
Thank you. So the last information that I have from your council is that these are the only two areas in which there are specifically, areas that would require your attention in terms of the Voting Rights Act, and otherwise we could go anywhere that you wish.
Okay. Then I would say let's go counterclockwise, because then we would end up at the Orange County line at the end of this tour, and then we can consider where we are.
The other counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Got it. So here we are at SD 210. The eastern boundary of this is between Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties on the county line. And then this district includes much of Angeles National Forest and spans across the 210 to Sunland Tahunga, and includes Burbank, Hollywood Hills areas.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai.
Can we just zoom in a little so we can see the details of who's in and who's been grouped with whom? Thanks.
I hope this is sufficient, Commissioner Sinai. If not, please let me know. So again, out from the eastern boundary of, or rather the boundary between Los Angeles County and San Bernardino County. This includes Claremont, Laverne, San Dimas, Monrovia, Pasadena and South Pasadena, Hollywood Hills, North Hollywood Neighborhood Council, Burbank, Sunland Tahunga, and Foothill Trails areas.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure. I mean, are we giving interest in changes at this point, or we're just
Yes.
taking a tour?
No, we've taken a tour. This is
Okay. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, in general, I'd be curious to hear from other commissioners. Definitely, we've heard, a little from the from communities in that Alhambra Monterey Park area wanting to be coupled with within that 210 corridor potentially. So I'd be curious, and which would have implications, of course, for how we approach our VRE district. So I just wanted to raise that and see where other commissioners are landing on those kinds of issues.
Any thoughts on that, Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, I was kind of in that same area. My thought was if we could put the assembly iteration map over this one, since we had so many conversations in this area, that might help us or it might confuse us. I know that two lines are tough, but I wanted to, because I agree that I think there's things we can do differently in the VRA district and still keep that community of interest together.
Do you have suggestions?
I'm still studying the map. Sorry.
Okay. Any other colleagues?
So in blue, again, is your assembly iteration, basically your working draft, right? Your most current assembly lines. So the northern boundary of that, the areas here in sort of in your assembly draft, the West San Gabriel Valley areas are included in this district as it's drawn right now. Main differences are that Glendora is not included, Almonte is whole, and then Pico Rivera and Montebello are with this district, whereas in assembly they are not.
Commissioner Vasquez, followed by Commissioner Fornashari.
So sorry. I'm wondering if Commissioner Sadwani could repeat what she's looking for here.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, in most of our other maps, and that's not to say we necessarily have to do it here, but especially in our assembly map, we actually have an Asian American VRA district. In our congressional map, that same region is actually coupled with the 210 kind of corridor. Here we have it as a part of a as a part of a VRA district for in which the protected community is Latinos. So I'm trying to gauge the interest to take that portion out, put it into 210, and reshape and reconfigure our obligations for the VRA district.
And just if you could specify which areas you're referring to as.
Yeah, sure. Monterey Park, Alhambra, East San Gabriel, Temple City, El Monte potentially, or El Monte might be able to be in there too, in the VRA district.
Okay, and if you pull those out, what would your thinking be as far as what population to pull in?
Well, I mean, potentially, I think there's a couple different ways to look at it, right? I mean, so we have on the other side the POF district, so it could be going further east out to Pomona, that direction. It could be, connecting through El Monte down to Montebello and Pico Rivera. It would be a fairly sizable architectural shift there, but I think that there's options in which way we want to go.
Okay. Jamie, do you have any sense of whether we would be able to maintain the CVAP figures if we moved, if we shifted that district to the east?
So as it is configured right now, it's 50.29% Latino CVAP. Shifting this to the east, I think it depends on how far east we're talking. And also this would be getting into areas where there are VRA considerations in Western San Bernardino County. And it's sort of coming up on like a cluster of area, an area where there's sort of a cluster of VRA consideration areas. So it is difficult to say the overall impact, not only to this district specifically, but also like the total VRA area, or the total number of districts, I guess, in which there are VRA considerations.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fornashari, and then Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking of exploring the same thing that Commissioner Sadwani brought up. So can you do me a favor, Jamie, please, and just turn off the Senate districts and turn on the Assembly districts so we can see where our VRA districts are. So East SGV is the West San Gabriel Valley was the Asian VRA district, right? And then going down the 85 corridor was a VRA district. And that was another VRA district? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the question I have with how we're going already in wanting to just kind of switch, move areas, and I understand the why. I'm not against any of that. I'm just wondering, with the assembly work that we did, we worked also in Senate for drafts. With the assembly work we did, it was grueling, trying really hard to respect COIs and honor public comment, et cetera. We landed in like areas that we believe would have best representation. So the question is do we actually, is it going to work out at some point for the Senate maps that we're actually going to choose something different than we chose in assembly? it feels like we're taking what we have and going to start trying to force fit it, or at least not force fit it, maneuver it to make it look like assembly, our current assembly, instead of starting with assembly. I don't know how different to say it, Chair. I don't know how you can answer that. For me, it just feels like we're going to go through a process to try to get it, to a process to get to the point where we like it as well as we did with our last iteration of the assembly maps based on all of the conversation and testimony we had. And it seems like it's going to be a longer way to go around it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, my sense of what Commissioner Sadwani is raising is the possibility of conceptually shifting the Senate district so that instead of the West San Gabriel Valley Assembly District being combined with, major parts of the East San Gabriel Valley Assembly Districts, that it would kind of shift over east by one assembly district. I mean, obviously not obviously, but at this point, not necessarily being perfectly nested, but at least conceptually moving the center of population of that Senate district, one assembly district to the east.
Yeah, and so, and that makes sense, and I agree with that. And it's because looking at it now, based on what we did before in the Senate, after all of the conversation, it looks like it should go this way instead of the other way. And I'm just wondering if we have a sense of if that's going to be repeated, where we continue to move to look like the old, which then might suggest we start a different direction instead of reshifting all of them. I'll stop there.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Commissioner Turner is right in that the Senate maps represent a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of thought that went into them. And, I'm certainly happy to entertain suggestions for shifting things, but we should keep in mind how much thought went into creating these in the first place. And if there's good reason to change them, then we can look at changing them. But let's make sure that we have a fairly well-developed sense of where we want to go with any changes so that we can use the time as efficiently as possible. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I think I'm in support of what Commissioner Turner was saying. I mean, I look at these at this particular district, and there's a lot of time and energy that went into developing this district and keeping some of the Kois here together. And so, I mean, I think I'm not opposed to exploring, but I think this is also a very, as we've seen through all our maps, this is a very complex, as is all parts of California, complex area with many overlapping Kois, and I mean, this district doesn't look. I mean, I think it does a good job of balancing the interests at this point. But of course, I'm not opposed to exploring if there's a way to maintain the balance that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. I tend to be agree with Commissioner Turner, and part of it is we put a lot of work into the Senate map, but I feel like we've gone through master classes since December 10th when we approved the Senate maps, and we've gotten so much more information that maybe there's a way to start at the assembly map and think through, okay, what do we want to see in the Senate, and then go to the Senate and know where to change it. But I'd rather us be more concrete and say, what we did right, what we liked here and what we'd like to see in the Senate is these parts of these two districts together, because we've done so much thinking, especially when it comes to all of it. I mean, VRA and others. I feel like going back to the Senate maps is reminding me, you can write a book report on Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe in 6th grade, and that's going to be very different than a book report that you write in college. You get different understandings, and we really have gotten a lot of input, a lot of thinking, and a lot of analysis on all of our parts. And I would like to start from the Assembly and build the Senate. And I don't think we're going to be throwing out what we learned, because all the way through we keep going back to what we've learned and what we've seen.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said lately. And just as an exercise, I propose that we look at the Assembly maps and we just as an exercise, combine them. Like, quote, do a little like, oh, I'm going to put those two together and those together and those together. And then take a picture of that and compare that to this Senate map. I think it might show us areas that we might want to add here, delete there, and maybe not. But it might give us the area, it might really show us, because if we look at assemblies right now, there's so many lines, we're getting a little confused. So I'd propose that. Or as we're looking at one district, turn the assembly lines on, and if to the best of our ability, only look at those lines, which I think that might be a little harder. But yeah, because we did a lot of rethinking as in the assembly from what matched this, from the November 10. Just an idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Forashari.
Yeah, I'm kind of going along those lines too. Yeah, we put a lot of work into the Senate map, but we've also spent a lot of time on those Assembly maps and learned a lot and thought about how we could group them, and that's why I wanted to, turn the Assembly maps on, and I guess I'm going to throw something out there. Does it make sense to think about loosely nesting, the West Covina, Baldwin Park, Irwindale district with the district below it, and then the kind of Norwalk, La Mirada, La Habra district with the district to the west of it, in the Senate, and get potentially stronger districts that way.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. And I'm not being too much additive, but I do want to respectfully disagree that we did not spend a lot of time on the Senate maps. On the visualizations, so every week we had, or every 2 weeks, I can't remember now, we had different visualizations. They were always different. And then the last week before we approved our drafts, that was the first week of live line drawing. And like we normally do, we ran out of time. However, we have spent a lot of time on the Assembly, so it would make sense to look at the Assembly, as my fellow commissioners have said. But I just want to say out loud that we did not spend a lot of time on the Senate maps, and we intentionally said we'll go back to it.
Okay. And as Jamie has demonstrated, she's able to turn lines on, lines off as we wish. So, let's be ready to tell her to switch back and forth or overlay whatever is going to work best for you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And so, Chair, in thinking it through a little bit more, what I think I'm at least want to do at the very least is for us to see if we cannot come to some agreement of our approach that we're trying to take, because it will make a difference and will seem like we're pulling together in the same direction instead of conflict. So are we trying to utilize the Assembly maps, whether regardless if we've named it or not as individuals, is that what we're trying to do, or are we trying to stick with the work that was done in the Senate? And I think if we start from kind of consensus there, an agreed upon place, at least we'll know what we're working towards instead of looking at the map saying, oh, yes, I remember we did this area in the Senate and felt good about the, whether it was long term or short term, felt good about it. And then someone else says, but let's change this, let's change this. Like, what are you trying to get at? Well, what I really want to get at is getting a different shape based on the last assembly maps that we've done. And so let's just know what we're trying to do, and then we can do it together.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, so I agree with everything everyone said, right? Like, we have Senate districts. We also put all this work into the assembly map already. We've been thinking about the COIs. I agree with you, Commissioner Fernandez. I actually don't think that we've put in tons and tons of work on the Senate map. I think that there's definitely work to be done here. So just in terms of process, right? Initially, the thought was we can do a little live line drawing, but if there's big architectural things, then we need to name it, hopefully write it down ourselves, agree to it, have some general consensus that everyone likes that direction. And then we can ask, Jamie or the other mappers, can you go back and work on this? When I'm seeing this map, I'm thinking, ooh, there's a lot of things I would like to change that are kind of big. But before I say them, I kind of want to talk about it with everyone because we haven't really had that chance yet. So I'm wondering if Jamie maybe would be able or willing to weigh in here as well, or Karin. Does that sound like kind of reasonable, in which we can toggle back and forth between these districts as well as our assembly districts, hopefully be very specific, and that requires all of us being very specific and clear about what that direction is, what we want to see. So for example, here, perhaps it's nesting what was that assembly district, more so with the 210 district as opposed to the West San Gabriel Valley, closer with the 210 district as opposed to the East San Gabriel Valley. That in and of itself is a massive change, right? Probably not something we're going to do here live right now. So instead, that's something, if everyone is in agreement, we can kind of bullet point and, could come back to us in a day with with changes. And so I'd love to just hear Jamie and Karin weigh in on that and see if that's a reasonable way to proceed so that we can toggle back and forth between what we have and those assembly districts that we've spent a lot of time working on.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Jamie, Karin?
Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Sadwani. I think considering that it is 12:14, and I think you are planning on being done with these maps in, I believe, 3 days, big architectural changes and things that can be done offline and then reevaluated would most certainly have to really be agreed upon, I would say, by the commission, because while Jamie is working on those, or while somebody else is working on them, they are not live mapping with you. So, I think we have to be very careful in looking at the timeline and the fact that you presumably want to be done sometime in the next few days with this. So that will be my input on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, so generally agreeing with everyone, especially the observation of how much we've changed and learned and grown since putting together this draft Senate map. The big variable is the VRA districts. If pairing assembly VRA districts yield VRA Senate districts, we're happy with. And so if we go down that route, and I think it is worth trying, I think we should really focus on the resulting VRA districts and really decide, pretty quickly and pretty certainly how happy we are with them. And if that's looking promising, go forward from there. But if not, to abandon that pretty quickly and go back to plan A.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Okutagawa?
I agree with what Commissioner Yee just said. I guess for me, I thought we were just going to start on the VRA districts and try to get those in a good place that we want, because obviously it impacts everything else around it. Just on the larger process question, I guess I'm still trying to understand what what the goal is that we're trying to achieve by making these changes, and I think that would be helpful. And we've said that multiple times before, and then we kind of forget and we just go to the changes. So I think it would just be helpful, I think, to Commissioner Turner's point about being able to pull in the same direction. If we all understand what the goal is and we're in agreement with it, then I think it makes all of our comments a little bit more additive than perhaps not conflicting, but perhaps we might think this is the direction which we're trying to go, but it may not actually be that, and therefore it may end up being more confusing and conflicting in terms of the direction that we give to the line drawers. And I think as we get closer, I'm also becoming much more conscious of our shortening time frame, and so I think we just don't have as much time as we did with both the Assembly and the Congressional. And not that we want to shortchange the Senate, but I think we just need to be much more focused now, and especially given our experience that we've had, we can hopefully bring that to this process so that we can be more focused. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are looking at a VRA district or a cluster of VRA districts or districts that we might somehow improve, or we're trying not to lose where we've achieved that. And Commissioner Sadwani has proposed a general direction for this particular district, that we might look at combining the West San Gabriel Valley district with the 210 district and the East San Gabriel Valley area with an area to the east. Again, that sets off a whole series of changes that we need to think through and determine whether it is something to be pursued, because it is going to take a good bit of time. And even if it's done offline, it's going to take a good bit of time. I think we're at a point where we need to be very specific about changes and reasons for changes. A general sense of, well, we've learned from the Assembly districts. The only option that I see there is just almost ignoring the Senate maps and saying we start with the Assembly maps, we go these two, and make modifications from there. But is that our best way forward? Commissioner Toledo.
I mean, I think we have we have strong draft maps, I think, in this area at least. But what I was going to say was that if we're going to make changes, we should align them with our goals. So, what are our goals in this area, and making sure that we're not inadvertently having, not reaching our goal by making changes. And so maybe we just need clarification on our goals for this area in terms of districts we want to unify, or communities of interest we may want to unify, majority minority seats, whatever the goals are, right? And then work with that in mind, because otherwise we may be disrupting our COIs, which we put together very carefully, and it did take us quite a bit of time to get here. So those are just my thoughts.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
I would love to pick these two, as far as Assembly. But in addition to some of the areas, some of the COI testimonies that we tried to accomplish in Assembly and just didn't work out there. And so where we come across those areas, perhaps making some changes, if we can, for the Senate that we couldn't for Assembly. So I don't know, I think, and then once we do that, that seems to be a quicker process, not that that's the way to go, but it'll let us know where all of the problem areas are and why are that, maybe there's some natural fits. And we can then count that area accomplished and then move to areas that, we're having a little bit more difficulty in.
Okay. Let me offer a suggestion that we do a pilot, that we take Los Angeles County, that we start from the assembly districts, that we look at which assembly districts to pair. We see, this is a relatively finite number of districts. We see how that goes for us, and we determine whether that's an approach that we want to continue with through the rest of the state. Commissioner Toledo.
I mean, my major concern is with that is around the VRA districts, right? The VRA district, you can't put two VRA districts together, and I mean, they'll all have to be crafted to ensure their effectiveness, and that may mean that they may have to look. So that's just my concern, and I mean, I'm not opposed to moving in that direction or doing that. I just think with the VRA districts, we just have to think differently than maybe other non-VRA areas. Thank you.
Right. Right, and nothing is saying that this is that the goal here is 100% nesting. The goal is to build areas that we are comfortable with and then massage them to where they work, including making sure that we are meeting our VRA obligations to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, because that's exactly what I proposed. But I did want to make sure that I was indeed talking about looking at the assembly map, looking at any of the districts that we consider already VRA or are close to our VRA districts, like close to the VRA area. Look at those. Don't worry about all the rest of it out and around, but look at those. And go, okay, I'd kind of like that together and that together, create a quote Senate map and compare it and see, do we like that? Because I think we're going to, even when we do that, like Commissioner Sadwani, well, I kind of want this one going up, and then modify those, fix those. And then we'll actually have a VRA for the Senate, and we can adjust, and this is something that Jamie could certainly do, then make suggestions to create the kind of rob from here and put around here to fill out LA County. And I think that's a very doable thing. I think that's going to be, it might actually be the fastest thing we could possibly do. But I would like to hear Jamie's comments on these couple of suggestions.
Yep. Okay. Jamie or Karin, either one.
Go for it. Hello. So the proposal is to just start nesting?
The proposal is to start nesting within Los Angeles County. We're going to do Los Angeles County as a pilot, and see how this goes for us. See if we like the results when we compare it to the existing Senate drafts. And then we make a determination at that point if that is a course we want to follow for the rest of the state.
Thank you. Before we begin, I will save a snapshot of where we're at now. So just one moment, please.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, that I'm not saying nest everything. I'm actually saying, because we need to do the VRA first, and I think we should concentrate on, see if we quote nest those, any of the, like I'm looking at this one, the assembly, anything within assembly districts within the areas that would be VRA consideration. Look at those. So here we go, the SGV, West SGV, those areas, and include the ones,
not nested.
so just the VRA districts. And look at and see if we like those, nest that area. That's what I'm proposing, because then that's the area that we have to work out. And then we could see now what other, and Jamie could, because looking at this all the time, she could say, now you're going to run into trouble here or there on the outer edge of that. Not just start like in the corner and work in.
No. We're gonna start with VRA areas. Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Anderson here. When I look at the map, when we pull out, it's not just about Los Angeles County, right? Like the VRA areas are very much connected from the eastern portions of Los Angeles County into into San Bernardino and Riverside counties. No, we cannot completely nest, but can some of the logic of our assembly districts be used to help us build? So for example, if we were to decouple what is in our assembly district, the Western San Gabriel Valley from the Eastern San Gabriel Valley, more so with AD 53 PCO, is that what that is? Yes, right? Clearly, you're gonna have to take more San Dimas. This is not a complete nest, right? There's gonna need to be some changes there. But perhaps like that would be a general direction that I would be really curious to see. And then I know that a lot of those assembly districts in Riverside and San Bernardino are also VRA districts. I'd like to see some combination of them. I don't even know to what extent that even aligns with what we have in our current Senate draft for the Inland Empire, but we know that we did a lot of work on the COIs throughout there. And so I'd like to see where that puts us. That's not to say that that's going to be our final district, because we'll have to make sure we're hitting the CVAPs, that it would be able to perform, that the protected the communities we're trying to protect can actually elect candidates of their choice. But to me, that would be kind of the general direction I'd like to see our Senate map move in, and then kind of come back and clean up. I think we can clean up a lot within the Los Angeles area once we have those VRA areas locked in.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I would want legal to weigh in on this approach, just to apprise us of any potential risks that we might encounter along the way. I mean, I'm also thinking, right, because VRA really is about people, not geographical locations, and as we start moving the lines, we potentially could be shifting the VRA districts and putting in, just like we did in the assembly, putting in non-VRA areas with VRA areas makes it a brand new VRA district, and so potentially does. And it could be. I would just want some advice on that and some clarifications. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, you're back with us, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm going to need, I literally came back on as Commissioner Toledo was just speaking, so someone's going to need to summarize the process that is at issue, because I had to hop off for about 15 minutes.
Okay, so the idea is that we take our assembly districts, which represent a lot that we learned in the process of developing those assembly districts, and we look at combining assembly districts to give us a general concept of what a potential Senate district might be, that we look at that potential Senate district and make whatever modifications to it we believe are important to make, and we can compare that to what we have in the current Senate plan. But the idea is that if we do this, if we go through this process focusing on Los Angeles County, and that doesn't mean that we can't cross county lines at all. I think that we would want to limit crossing county lines to districts that have a presence in Los Angeles County, just so this doesn't get out of hand as far as the scope of it. But if we see that approach works for us in Los Angeles County, that we could then generalize it to the rest of the state.
So my thoughts are primarily process oriented and not necessarily legal. There's no legal reason you couldn't do that, but I will say, and I defer to the line drawers on this as well. I heard Karen McDonald make this point. You're 13 days away from the deadline, the legal deadline, and less than that with regard to the target deadline. If you're to do that, it's likely that it could have a rippling effect with regard to populations and already considered inclusion of communities of interest and other aspects that came into the drawing of both these lines and the Senate lines. I'd also say that, generally when nesting is a higher criteria, there are states like that, Alaska, for instance, where nesting is a higher criteria and they nest by definition their House districts within their Senate districts. They start drawing the House districts with the idea that they are going to nest. That has not been done here, I don't believe. And so you could end up with a very significant domino effect that would cause the reconsideration of a variety of lines that you've already drawn. So that's my advice. Again, it's process oriented. There's no legal reason you can't do that, but I think it might create significant problems and considerations with regard to why the maps were drafted the way they were in the first place.
Could you elaborate on that last point?
Well, you authored, you put out some draft Senate maps for public comment. You gave 2 weeks for public comment. This is a major change from that. Those Senate maps did reflect considerable consideration of criteria that are above the nesting criteria: communities of interest, political geography, equal population, VRA, et cetera. It is, I think there's some pros and cons of nesting. Again, this is a process type of point I want to make. There are pros and cons of nesting. It is in there as the least important criteria in California. But generally, if you're going to nest, it's something you need to consider very early on so that you can draw the lines knowing that you intend to nest rather than put out draft maps that are not nested for public comment and then go back to a very, very low rated criteria later on. That's basically what I mean by that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner, did you have a further point?
I did. Two things. Number one, I wanted to be clear that from my perspective, nesting is not the point. From my perspective, we worked hard on various communities of interest, and we made adjustments as we went along in the assembly to ensure we were incorporating all of the public comment that we're giving. No move further to the east, west, south, and north, et cetera. And so I think they reflect what we intended to be kept together. And so not just for the sake of nesting, because of the work that was already done, that was very different than some of the work that we did in Senate. Number one. The other piece is I wanted to understand, I think Commissioner Toledo said, you mentioned something about it being a problem for putting two VRA districts together, and I totally don't understand what that problem would be. For sure, if that's a direction we went in, we would, if it was in a VRA area, it'd be looking at the CVAP numbers and, adding and taking away population so that we can keep it, high or whatever. But it seemed like you were indicating that there was a problem just in combining the two. And if that's the case, I want to understand that.
Commissioner Toledo, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to VRA, it's not necessarily geographical standpoint. People are maybe in like 3 districts rather than 2 districts. Because in order to maximize the opportunity for, maybe maximize is the wrong word. In order to ensure that the protected class has the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. So you're really looking at it just nests. And maybe it's because we're using the word nesting, and maybe that's the issue. But by combining two VRA districts don't necessarily create two assembly VRA districts don't necessarily create, in my opinion, a Senate district that it may be adequate to meet the needs of. Just because every area is so different, so you have to look at them individually as opposed to. So that was my take, but I'd appreciate legal to weigh in on this as well.
Mr. Becker?
So it's just unclear. I mean, just because you have two assembly VRA districts doesn't mean you have you've created a proper Senate VRA district by combining the two of them. The electoral dynamics might be different. There might be packing in districts or not, which is not to say it can't be okay. It can be okay. It's just, it's not automatically okay. That's basically what I'm saying. So we'd need to be, I mean, it's not that combining the two of them automatically raises VRA concerns. It also isn't that combining the two of them automatically satisfies the VRA. We'd have to consider them all fresh and new. And then you have the other variable of what if you combine a VRA district with a non-VRA district, which could be done, and there are areas where there are significant minority populations, and whether that comprises a VRA, a compliant area. These are all, we can't answer these questions in hypotheticals. They'd have to be done, but on the other hand, it would also be starting basically an entirely new plan for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Anything further, Commissioner Turner?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thanks. And sorry, my Wi-Fi has been a little unstable today, which is why I'm keeping my camera off a little bit more here. I appreciate all of this conversation about process, and I agree with the first point Commissioner Turner made was, we're not talking about necessarily nesting in the traditional sense, but how do we build on the work that we've done? Yes, the process piece. I'll just go back to the first thing that I raised. In our current Senate map, we have roughly what we've developed in our assembly map as the West San Gabriel Valley with the East San Gabriel Valley. My general direction then would be to remove that portion of that is the West San Gabriel Valley. In that district, which we've identified has a VRA obligation, we're only at 50% Latino CVAP. So by removing it and rethinking our approach in that area, which yes, would go eastward and would set off some additional changes in our Senate map, would improve the CVAP. So that's for me the goal. We don't need to necessarily do actually the rest of the LA map. To me, for me personally, and we haven't really talked about it, it's about some minor tweaks around the edges actually. So I don't necessarily need to start with the full assembly review necessarily, but that one change alone, if we wanted to do it, and we haven't arrived at whether or not that is something that the full commission wants to do or not, would set off additional changes to the rest of our VRA districts. And that's why I raised it, right? I think we could take any number of approaches to get there. But that's my concern, is that we have a VRA district that actually, when you look at it, it's two different VRA districts that we've created in the assembly for two different communities. Is there a better approach to doing that? That's ultimately what my concern was.
Okay. I guess my question at this point would be, didn't we try to create a better one when we were developing the Senate map?
I think we only spent a day on the Senate map, so I'm not so sure.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, Commissioner Turner said exactly the right thing. This was not to nest. This was to look at a comparison and realize that it was to give everyone a framework to try to move forward. If this is, it's just nope, that doesn't work, drop that idea. Look at our Senate map and bounce back to these and go, yeah, and move one out, put the other one over, because we need to move along now. And I think we all have the good idea of, we really want to make tweaks to the Senate map. We want to absorb what we learned from the Assembly map, because we did. We actually made a lot of changes. But we've also done a few other things now, because we worked on the congressional map. So I don't believe that if we just went and tried to put these Assembly maps together into Senate maps, we would want to tweak that as well. So let's not do this step of, let's just do the comparison. Have Jamie bring up the lines. I think that's going to be probably the easiest way for us to move forward. Because talk and say, yes, I'm thinking about removing, Alhambra, putting it up here, grabbing Pomona, such and such and such. Let's verbalize what we actually are thinking, so we can say, yep, don't like that idea. I like adding Pico Rivera to Whittier, something like that. So we can get some direction and move forward. Okay, so I think I would say, let's look at our Senate maps, hold the assembly maps underneath them and say, this is what I'm thinking. And if people think, yes, I like that, say, yes, I don't, or then suggest the next thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Ms. Clark?
Thank you so much. If this is a direction that the commission overall would like to go in, this is just a suggestion on how to do this as quickly as possible. And it would potentially be, some online work and then some offline work. So I can't, right now what's on the map is the assembly districts. And the commission could discuss which districts they would generally like to pair. I could fill those in with, so say that you wanted to put the East San Gabriel Valley district with PCO. I could fill both of those in red, for example, and then move on. And the commission could sort of look at what the pairings could be, assuming or maybe knowing that there would definitely be adjustments just based on, moving half of a district out of one of the districts, or roughly the population of half the district out of any of the districts, will definitely cause big changes throughout this area. So then the commission could kind of look at what pairings could occur, and then also give direction on what, see if that's even something that you are interested in doing after, looking like really in terms of pairing districts. And then also if that's something that you even like, then giving direction on, what to remove or what not to remove. Knowing, for example, I'm just going to use El Monte as an example. In your assembly draft, it is split, whereas in the Senate map, it's not split. And, looking at the pairings that have been discussed so far, it's replicating that split potentially unnecessarily or in a way that the commission doesn't want to replicate. And that would be true across the map, across the state. So that's just a suggestion for moving forward and thinking about your deadline, thinking about time right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
I was thinking about, so I'm trying to understand the conversation a little bit, because I'm hearing two different things. One is, I believe what my understanding, and Commissioner Anderson can correct me if I'm wrong, or others can, is that we would be nesting so that we can evaluate the maps that we have. So it's more an evaluation, trying to compare our maps, the draft maps that we have now to nest, for lack of a better word, the grouping of two assembly seats, and trying to find opportunities for improving our draft maps. So it's more of an evaluation tool rather than a reworking of the districts. And I don't know if that's what I'm understanding or if I got it all wrong, but I'm just trying to understand at this point. Thank you.
Can I answer that one?
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Put them together and then put them up underneath it. I think that that's going to be more complicated than. I don't really recommend doing that. I like the idea of putting it up underneath it. I think that might help the group move forward faster. I think if we do this step, it might get confusing, and it'd be like a whole nother step involved. And so I'm trying to get the group to move forward. And I believe Commissioner Sadwani had an idea of, let's look at what we have. And, she's saying, let's take Alhambra out. We're actually going to sort of shift this over a little bit. And I think going back and forth between our assembly districts with our Senate map might move us along the fastest.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Can we pull up the Senate map? This is just for an example. Sorry, the Senate draft. So if we look at the Senate district that has Long Beach in it, right away, I'm sure all of us were like, ooh, because we did so much talking about it in the Assembly District. And so what we could, for me, I just kind of looked at that one and said, okay, I know we wanted to, if we can, Long Beach, shouldn't be in this one, and we can move it. We learned from just a day or two ago what might work in this area. I've got 2 screens up, and I've got the Assembly and the Senate map, and I think as much as we can have 2 screens or 2 tabs, a tab open to look at them. But I think we're ready. We've had enough conversations, and I think we've landed on we need to start with the Senate drafts as the base, but looking at our Assembly and saying what we liked about the Assembly maps that we'd like to see in the Senate maps. And how we do that, having both sets of lines gets confusing, but if that's how people want to go, we could go that way. But I think we're all agreeing at this point.
Okay, so let us, Jamie, if you can back out just a little bit. Okay, so Commissioner Sadwani, you would like to remove Alhambra and I forgot what the other one, Monterey Park from here.
I would actually say Arcadia, Temple City, East San Gabriel, Rosemead, South San Gabriel, San Marino, Alhambra, Monterey Park.
Okay.
Even El Monte, South El Monte.
To the SD 210.
Yes.
Okay.
And I recognize that's going to throw off our deviations just a little bit. We're going to need a plan. But I think shifting, this is a VRA district. It is meant to be a VRA district, and we're currently at 50% Latino CVAC. So finding ways to boost it by going further eastward, to me, seems like a pretty good idea. That could long-term mean that Montebello, Pico Rivera go elsewhere. We can figure that out as we go.
Right. Okay. But we're going to include Montebello and Pico Rivera in what we're moving out right now.
I would actually keep it in for now.
Keep it in for now. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it could be the case that maybe it from a compactness standpoint, maybe it goes better with either to the east or to the west or something as we continue to rearrange.
Okay, so the area in red is the area that you're proposing to shift to the SD 210.
Yeah.
Okay. Jamie, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so now we need population. Commissioner Sadwani, go ahead and talk us through where you'd like to see the population coming from.
Minimally, we're going to need San Dimas to connect us to Pomona. And then here again, and this is a question for mappers. What is the best way to proceed here? And I think pulling out and including Ontario and Chino. Certainly, those are areas that we have covered in other VRA districts. And Montclair would have to be in there too.
Okay, and this is being moved into SD 10 West, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so that
Just a note is that the deviation of SD 10 WE would be 15% overpopulated, so not all of this area could be included.
understood. Understood.
Yeah, and that's where, to me, starting in El Monte going east, becomes more of a, semi-suburban sort of area, which is where I'm kind of left wondering if Montebello and Pico Rivera end up going elsewhere. But a part of answering that question, we can, again, a question for mappers, how do you want to proceed? We could take them out and leave them hanging. We could keep them in and cut back Ontario, Certainly, SD 210 is way overpopulated, so we're going to need to have shifts in this population moving through the map, in which, Montebello, Pico Rivera might come back into play.
Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Well, this might help minimally, but I noticed that North El Monte was also taken, or I think taken out or left in, I don't know, I think taken out of this current district. So you might want to put it in just so that all the El Montes will stay together. So that might be small, yeah. Also, I would agree, Montebello and Pico Rivera may be better going, if we're going to do this, I think that it'd be better going with some of the gateway cities, I think, or at least with Whittier and, Downey and all those cities. So that may also be a way to ensure that some of the, I guess in this case, either Chino or Ontario can possibly stay a little bit more whole.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani, do you want to propose removing something from the selected area before we make this change to get the deviation down from where it is?
Well, not from the selected area. I agree
Okay.
with Commissioner Kutagawa, and I think by taking Montebello, Pico Rivera out, there were districts not far from there that, while they may not have been VRA districts necessarily, for example, I'm looking at NELA, right? What happens to that NELA district if we start putting in Montebello, Pico Rivera, and potentially, do we have West Hollywood in there? Right? I mean,
Yes.
I think that these are some of the kinds of shifts that I'm talking about within the LA map that could lead to some more natural pairings of communities. And however the line drawers want to work through this, if we want to do it live, if we want to give general direction, I'm fine either way.
Okay.
But I would say commit this, and I know we'll be overpopulated, and our Latino CVAP is now quite high, right? But I think that's going to change once we take out Montebello and Pico Rivera.
Okay, so let's go ahead and Jamie.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that these are going to result in such big changes to the map overall that I think it is something that probably is in the commission's best interest to make these changes live. So then you understand I guess, the trade-offs, the implications of making these changes. And I'm going to commit this change right now.
Yes, please. And then, as Commissioner Sadwani had suggested, let's move Montebello and Pico Rivera to the NELA district for now. They may go elsewhere eventually, but let's look at what that does for us. Okay. Thank you. So if we pull out, and let's look at where we are on deviations right now.
So the deviation of the SD, the 10 district, that would become 3%, and the Latino CVAP would be 58.84%.
Okay.
And of course, the NELA district would be overpopulated. That would be 17% deviation.
Okay. And where do we need the population right now? Do we need that in 210, or where do we need it?
So yeah, eventually, well, 210 is also overpopulated. So we need population for the rest of this, district. It's called POF. This is with Jurupa Valley, Fontana, parts of Rancho Cucamonga. That's negative 47% deviation right now. And yeah.
Okay, so it would involve or could involve shifting population through SD 210 to that. Can we?
Well, this is also an area where I believe where there are VRA considerations. So I don't know that it would be possible to maintain or to meet your VRA obligations through moving population either through 210 or through what now is Antelope Valley and Victor Valley together. I think you would maybe have to go through, I'm just kind of gonna zoom out a little bit. I think you would have to go through parts of San Bernardino County, Riverside County, and then through Orange County, and then this more like central part of LA. And essentially it's moving about half of an assembly, or excuse me, half of a Senate district at a time. So about 500,000 people shifting throughout.
Okay. Let me pause a minute and call on Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie, for that description. And Commissioner Sadwani, I really like where you're headed here and how you're headed. I see a couple of things that would help us here is maybe if we put that, the jingles, the 3-condition map that shows the entire area that we're looking at, just reflect quickly over that to say what areas what areas are we looking at that we need to cover, which might give us a limit in terms of how far we can push to one area without losing it. But I also like the idea is when you're grabbing an area, you'd like to move that just to have kind of consensus over does anyone else have, oh no, I really want that area in, because then we won't have to revisit. We can sort of do this as we go and do it all together as a group. I think that might, we don't want to get into the just one person doing things, which I don't think was going on, but just a little bit of facilitation there, I think might really create this a little more quickly, because I did see other commissioners have their hands, and this is an area where a lot of people have worked on this quite a bit. So it just might help a little bit if we did those two things, kind of did the overlays, we know how far out we don't want to go beyond, and what areas we have to make sure we include. So if we could maybe pull that map up, I don't know if other people think that's a good idea, but I think it would certainly help me know what areas we don't want to leave out.
Right. Jamie, do you have that as a layer? No. Okay.
No, I do not.
Mr. Becker.
Go. I've got the map, and I can show it. It's not very granular. I don't think it's going to be necessarily. It's not zoomed in. It's not going to necessarily help that much. What I can do is, whether it's appropriate to do an open session or closed session, I can advise you on areas where VRA concerns are relevant. I think we've had a lot of discussions along those lines already, so that should be fresh in your mind. And we can certainly, if you draw certain lines and there are legal concerns, we can discuss them in either open or closed session, whichever is appropriate at the time, given kind of a non-hypothetical boundary, but an actual boundary.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, and then it will be time for our lunch break.
Yeah, I think just going back to the wisdom that Commissioner Turner lifted earlier, especially in this area, and I know that Commissioner Vasquez had to step away. We spent actually a lot of time redoing this area in the assembly maps. And again, not a straight nest, of course, but it might be helpful just to remind ourselves what we did. We had a long conversation about Rancho Cucamonga, about Fontana being paired with Rialto, about the value of keeping redlands or not keeping redlands, or portions of redlands of Grand Terrace, and some of the portions that are currently underneath the data view box that I can't exactly see. But I'm pretty sure if we started pulling in some of those areas, again, not a complete nest, but we could build off of that to build out this VRA district that clearly needs to be built in this area, and beginning to equalize the population here. right? I mean, we have a clear sense of where the VRA obligations are going to be. There's going to be one in the San Bernardino area, one in the Riverside area, and we have those as at least a guidepost to start building them off of and readjusting some of these, right? And I think that the positive of this is now we do have this VRA district in the eastern San Gabriel Valley spanning out into San Bernardino that is at a higher CVAP.
Okay, so please be thinking of how to build out and balance these districts during lunch, and we will be back at 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our meal break. We are back with you. We are currently exploring ways that we might strengthen our Senate plan beginning in Los Angeles County. Commissioner Sadwani had initiated an exploration of doing some recombining of elements from our latest assembly districts, and so we are currently looking at what our next step is. So, Commissioner Sadwani, do you have a suggestion of where you would like to go next with this exploration?
Well, I guess the question that I have is, one, are we all in agreement in making these changes, right? I mean, I think the real focus here that we said going into this is strengthening our VRA districts. And at minimum, taking out this region in a VRA district and extending it eastward has done that. Certainly, I see a path forward to continuing that work in the Inland Empire. That being said, and right now, the changes that we've made are leaving a lot of population hanging around, right? Like we're over in the 210, we're under in the POF, et cetera. So my question to Jamie is, Jamie is focused in the Los Angeles area. Do we leave what we've have done here and start looking at the other VRA districts in LA so that we can rework the Inland Empire with Sivan? Or do we continue on? So that's a question for Jamie. And for the full commission, I mean, I'm not hearing anyone's response on these changes. So I think I just need some confirmation if this is definitely the direction folks want to go. And I think the focus for me is how do we improve and strengthen our VRA districts? I see this, the removal of this Asian American COI that we've heard a lot about that makes up or comprises an Asian VRA district in our assembly maps. I see that reflected in almost all of the public testimony that we've received, but I'm not hearing a lot from other commissioners. So if this isn't the full direction that the commission wants to go in, then we should probably pull back, right? Because no point in continuing to explore if this isn't what everybody else is actually wanting to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sinai.
Huge apologies because I had to step away for the entire process of getting from there to here. So acknowledging that, on its face, I am not terribly thrilled with the district as visualized right now, particularly the huge portions of the Inland Empire that are now paired with the East San Gabriel Valley. I can envision me getting comfortable with that. Again, I wasn't part of the conversation, so someone could walk me through sort of that. I can see me getting there. I do think Pomona is probably like that transition point between the two areas, where Pomona is definitely has, I think, shared interest with both the East San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire. So again, I can see a world where this makes sense, but just sort of on its face, not super thrilled by this. I am in agreement for sure to keep sort of the West San Gabriel Valley sort of to whole and together, and strengthening the East San Gabriel Valley's VRA commitments. I just don't know that I'm sold that this is the way to do this.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm in support of strengthening the VRA districts up in Los Angeles, and one way to do that, and I think it probably given when I zoom out and look at where the population is that we can draw it in while maintaining the VRA districts, it's really from the Inland Empire, because that's where much of the population growth has occurred, and then rotating it through over the northern parts of Los Angeles and into more of the rest of Los Angeles to populate our VRA districts that are on the lower end of the CVEPs. So if there's, I think we tried this also in the assembly, and it was just difficult to do because it is a complex rotation of population through these districts. However, so I'm VRA comes first, and I think we have to solidify these districts before we start shifting the other districts, and I think that's the concern I have is how much time will this take? I mean, of course, we want to get our VRA right, and we have to solidify that, and so I'm trying to process how to do this in the most efficient manner possible. Thank you.
Right. I mean, the time question has to be paramount because, from my perspective, above the VRA, above the equal population is finishing these maps on time. Everything will have been for naught if we are not able to complete this task in a timely manner. So my question is to commissioners is, do we believe that we can make changes this extensive potentially throughout Southern California and the Central Valley, recognizing that there aren't VRA concerns in large portions of the state, but there certainly are in this portion of the state? Or are we better off trying to make the best changes that we can, but more of a marginal nature without major architectural changes? So I just wanted to put that question out. Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, and I hear you, and I think that that's something that goes in our heads. And every time we say, okay, let's just move forward, then something nudges us because we didn't make what was good better or what was better best. So when it comes to VRA districts, I just think they do need to be the best. It's for 10 years, and they're really critical for those communities. I also believe that things take a while, the taking things apart and putting things apart take a while, but all of a sudden, in 5 minutes, we may have 4 districts. I'm a firm believer, because I'm a facilitator and all that you have to trust the process, and you rush us, but trust the process, and not rush us, but nudge us, but we will get there, and we will get to best.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, sure. I know in the congressional maps, we took some time to review some of the testimony that we had received. We had specifically looked at maps from the Black Hub, from MALDA, from Advancing Justice, Equality California, et cetera, many of these groups that have submitted full map plans. I'm just wondering, Chair, if it might make sense to just take a look at how some of these other groups might be visualizing some of these areas. I think many of them were certainly cognizant of VRA obligations and perhaps advocating for the strongest possible VRA districts, and perhaps that could help as a guide. Not to say that we would adopt any one version of those, but perhaps just taking a moment to reflect on what we have seen, and certainly coupling that with all of the community testimony that we have received. I don't know if Jamie has any of that loaded, but if it's reasonable to you, Chair, it might make sense and maybe can help us answer just how doable this work is, and if we actually want to go down such a path.
Very good. Thank you. Jamie, do you have any of those available to us?
I have Senate submissions loaded in for advancing justice in MALDEF, and I just received shape files from Black Census and Redistricting Hub. They're not loaded into my map yet, but it would take just a few moments to load them.
Okay. Would you like to load them while we discuss a little bit further?
Certainly.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, definitely our VRAs need to be strong. And I guess I just caution, we have VRA districts and then we keep trying to get them stronger and stronger and stronger. So I think we need to get to a point where we just have to cut it off, because then we're just spinning our wheels. And at the point where our VRA attorney is comfortable with it, and then maybe at that point we need to move on. Just because we do seem to be going back to the VRA districts and changing them, and as we've seen, then they have the ripple effects to other districts that we've already somewhat finalized, but no longer are finalized because of the ripple effect.
Okay. My sense, and I lost track of whether Mr. Becker is with us right now or not, is
I am.
that you are. Okay. Do you have a general sense of being okay with where the Senate maps are before any changes, or?
A patient whose relatives had honeybee hives that give me a huge jar of honeybee.
We've got background from someone. Commissioner Yee, is that your mic, or I don't know who's?
All right.
Thank you.
So I think we've already been over my judgment on some of these districts in the LA area, so I'm not going to rehash that. I don't know if you're asking for what my view of SD10WE is under the adjusted configuration.
No,
I don't think there are any VRA concerns about it. Okay.
No. Okay. Someone's hand had gone up. Can we scroll back to the top of the? Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just have a question. I guess since we're starting now from, in a sense, I don't want to say from scratch, but if we're going to be, readjusting these VRA districts, I know that there's been an effort to try to keep the changes localized, but I think my concern with this kind of large change is that we have to, if we're going to do this, we just have to be open to all of it, because I think there's going to be ripple effects to the Inland Empire, which then ripples to San Diego, I guess, or if we're going to go up towards Central Valley, I'm not sure which way once we get into the Inland Empire, if we're going to go left or we're going to go right, I guess, in a way. So I think if we do this, I just want to say, I think, we just got to not try to keep it localized. I think we just got to let the ripples kind of work itself out and see what happens. I know there are probably people that are probably just thinking, it's like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? But I think if the goal is to create, stronger VRA districts, if through this exercise, clearly, there's some dissatisfaction, or perhaps more of a desire to do better, not dissatisfaction, but a desire to do better, then if that's the case, then, I think we just need to try to see what that's going to mean for the other districts and not try to constrain ourselves to just like, let's just keep it to LA County, because that may not be workable. So, I mean, if we're going to do it, let's do it right at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. So, Jamie.
Hello.
Hi.
I was able to load the Black Hub's proposal into the map. I am happy to just kind of look at all of these together. I have not had a chance to assess or evaluate any of these really. So one moment, I'm gonna turn off the commission's districts and turn on, who would you like to see first? I have MALDEF, Advancing Justice, and Black Census and Redistricting Hub.
I think given what we're working on, let's look at MALDEF first.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Let's look at MALDEF first.
Okay, so their lines are here in purple. I'm just gonna zoom out. So I think essentially what it would do is redraw a lot of your, redraw a lot of the area. So I think that would just would be something that commission would have to be comfortable with if you were going to move in a path forward. So they do include some of these areas in the Inland Empire with the East San Gabriel Valley areas. And see, just looking around at everything. It looks like they have Long Beach in 3 districts, and they also have Long Beach with some of the gateway cities. And then I'll turn on the commission's lines again, just to see some of these differences here. It looks like some significant maybe differences in sort of Riverside and San Bernardino counties. And they have the Victor Valley and Antelope Valley separate from each other. Would you like me to move on to a different plan?
Yes, if you could go to the Black Hubs maps.
Okay, so here their lines are in red. It looks like in more of like the city of Los Angeles and, southern and central Los Angeles, pretty similar to the commission's current maps. Here they have Long Beach in one district with gateway cities and have the ports separate and including some of these cities like Hawthorne, northern part of Gardena, Compton, et cetera, with San Pedro. It looks like they have some differences here in the Santa Ana area. They include La Habra, and it looks like at least part of La Mirada with Santa Ana and this western portion of Anaheim. They also include Pomona, Ontario, Chino with some of these eastern San Gabriel Valley cities. They have part of Victor Valley with Antelope Valley. And additionally, it looks like there's a split here in Santa Clarita. And then in Riverside and San Bernardino, I'll turn on the commission's maps. So also sort of, yeah, there's differences here too.
Okay. I'll just observe that I see that they have gone over into San Bernardino County as we are looking at doing. They then are able to have a San Bernardino-based district and a Riverside-based district without combining those two. And I certainly see a lot of positive in that. The district wrapping around from Cabazon, Banning, Beaumont, around to Norco, I can see that making a fair amount of sense. I can see, I mean, the Sika district looks very similar to what we currently have. The configuration of the we'll say the Central Desert District, including Coachella Valley, Joshua Tree National Park, 29 Palms Marine Base, etc. I can see some sense in that. One of my concerns in this would be trying to better balance population between the Victor Valley and the Antelope Valley. If we are going to cross that line, I've consistently said I would like to see population as balanced as possible between the two elements of a district that crosses that line in that area. Just some of my thoughts. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. This was helpful. Still not super thrilled. I don't think this composition makes as much sense in terms of putting like communities together as what we have drawn. That being said, if the rest of the commission is interested in pursuing this, I think that I am happy to go that way. For me, a priority then, if we're going to make major changes, is in the Senate map. I would very much like to see us keep the Antelope Valley and the Victor Valleys whole and separate. Since we had to combine them in the assembly, I would prioritize keeping those separate. More like, I think, the MALDEF plan that we just saw.
Okay, thank you. And so, Jamie, can we see that third plan that you have available?
This is the Advancing Justice plan. So just a quick overview is, again, sort of in like southern LA County and eastern LA County, pretty similar to Commission's Senate plan. And then moving here towards San Gabriel Valley, some of the differences the commission is discussing right now as well. Moving into Pomona, Ontario, Chino here in this district with East San Gabriel Valley. This looks similar to Black Hubs, and it looks like an identical, potentially sort of split with Black Hub, which is having Victor Valley split with Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita split, and then having some of the San Fernando Valley areas and areas along 210 included with this Antelope Valley district. I'm going to turn on Black Hubs as well. And yeah, it looks like it's the same submission.
Okay.
In terms of shape.
Right, okay. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Jamie, for showing us that. I really appreciate it. And I hope folks see where I was coming from in trying to remove the Asian American koi that we've heard a whole lot from. It is reflected in all three of these maps as not being a part of a VRA district, a strong VRA district that it can perform for the Latino community, who is the protected community in this district. And I definitely understand the concern of putting together communities that aren't similar. We've talked about this before in the Senate map, we're putting together 1 million people. So it's gonna happen that there's gonna be pairings that are people that are different, right? I mean, that's the nature of a humongous districts that are like this. And, we can debate whether or not there should be such large districts, but nevertheless, that's the job that's in front of us. Again, I'll just pose the question, is this the direction that the commission wants to move in? And if not, we can revert and just accept what we've got.
Okay. My sense is that for this, for improving representation in this VRA area specifically, I am happy to continue along this line. I would think that we would generally try to limit the ripples to a reasonable extent. I mean, if we completely obliterate the map, we're starting over, and I really don't think that's the best way to go on this.
If I may, I
Yes,
agree with
please.
you completely. To me, and that's from the get-go, I've kind of said, to me, a lot of the stuff happening in LA is generally good. And it's like moving around this one district does set off a lot of ripples that will then have to work out. It will allow us to make some of the changes in LA to meet some of our other goals, right? We talked about earlier, Commissioner Toledo had mentioned, the number of districts that center around working class Latino communities. I know that was an interest for some. I think some of these changes can allow us to get to that place. But yes, it will have ripples. And I think a lot of those ripples are going to be in the Inland Empire and further down the map. But as we see from a lot of these other maps from community groups, our LA maps are fairly similar actually to what other folks are drawing. I think the key piece for me was that we had that Asian American koi that we've heard a whole lot of testimony from paired within one of these VRA districts. And so pulling that out was a priority that I wanted to raise.
Right. Okay. I thought there was another hand, but maybe that was your hand earlier.
I think it was Commissioner Turner.
Oh, it was Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. So we saw the 3 maps. Thank you, Jamie, just now. I think there are other maps that's coming in as well that I just don't know if we're resistant to starting there and lining up or taking hours and lining. I'm looking for shortcuts that still accomplishes everything. And so I'm not supportive of starting from scratch. I'm not locked into our map versus their map. We know a lot more today than we did a couple of weeks back. I really do want to say if there is any iteration that we've seen, and I really don't care who sent it, if there's any iteration that we've seen that gets closest to what we're trying to accomplish, I would love for us to start there and then make our adjustments based on what we've heard.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Jamie, do you recall having seen anything that goes in this general direction? Do we have any previous iterations of Senate maps, for example, that do what we're trying to do?
The commission had never requested seeing these areas paired together. Like having Pomona and Ontario, for example, paired with East San Gabriel Valley. So if that is sort of the basis, or I guess like a pivot point for the commission, then no, we don't. We haven't, none of the commission's iterations have grouped these cities together in a Senate plan.
Okay. Excuse me, Commissioner Toledo.
I guess the question would be also, like, what are we trying to do? I mean, yes, we're trying to raise the CVAPs in certain, in the Los Angeles region, put these and solidify our VRA maps is right, to really solidify the VRA maps and increase the CVAPs, potentially increase the number of Latino majority seats. It's the only population that can rise to that level of 1 million people or more. And so those would be I think the 3 criteria that we're looking to while trying to solidify the VRA maps. And so as we look at the community maps, I don't know if Jamie has an assessment of which ones go in that direction, right? Or actually meeting all three or most of the three requirements.
Commissioner Turner and then Jamie.
So we have on the screen now this proposed shift that we seem to like, but the concern is this may take a long time and shake a lot up. What I'm asking is, Jamie, of all of the maps that we've seen and ones that's coming in right now, do we have any that has this direction that we can now say, and this is what else they have that we can move in? So it does not line up with, because we had a different direction. We had something, the map kind of going in a different way earlier, but based on what we want to do now, what can give us a good start?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just kind of show the three maps again. And actually I'll put these on top of each other. So there are some differences between what MALDEF has submitted and what Advancing Justice and Black Hub have submitted. These, I think, would be more minor changes overall than compared to the commission's map, right? So these are more similar to each other than either of them are to the commission's map. Back to Commissioner Toledo's question is if I have an assessment of accomplishing these in the VRA areas. I have spent about as much time with them as the commission has at this point. So I don't have, and I think that would also maybe be a question for legal.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you for all this. It's very helpful. Would it be helpful to say, to proceed as here, Commissioner Sadwani said, okay, I want these together. I'm thinking, well, why don't we go this direction? Then say, and someone can take notes on this. Say, I'd like to see, Chino Hills with the La Brea, such that, I'd like to see and then say, well, I want Vernon and Commerce and whatever they are. Say some combinations like that, so we can kind of have a grasp of, oh, okay, if it takes us a while to move things and we stop and we talk about it, why don't we kind of spin a few scenarios? Someone write them down and go, oh, I like that scenario, and then go with it. Commissioner Sadwani was doing a great job here, going, okay, here and here, realizing that, okay, what about these other areas? And then if someone else could say, well, I don't want to take all that out. I'd like to see, keep this area, keep whatever's northwest of the red drawing we have right now. I want to see that still in there, but I'd like to see the areas down, Downey, Norwalk, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to see all of those together. And then maybe we can spin a couple of scenarios. So we have, we know how many, are we doing 3? Are we doing 4 in this area? And then create them and then draw them. Would that help? Because people, I think Commissioner Sadwani clearly has an idea, and now she wants someone else to kind of pick up the ball and run with it a little bit more, I'm feeling. And someone else say, well, I really want to see this, this, and this. And if we just write that down, we can try it. Because I think we saw a bunch of different ideas here. Now let's spin some scenarios and go.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, so one more. So a new comment that's come in. And I want to say this particular one, there again, maps of, the areas, potential nesting, Southern California, et cetera. But the point I want to get to in this public comment, it says, this proposal was created in 3 steps. It used our initial nesting of 12.8 CRC assembly iteration. There was an adjustment for contiguity and then adjustment for Voting Rights Act. And it talks about the resulting plan that creates 23 Senate districts, of which 10 are 100% nested, so forth and so on, et cetera. It talks about it increases the Latino majority Senate districts, et cetera. This is a 4th kind of way to think about it. And if it's utilizing our iterations that we started with, and then just being able to make some suggestions. Again, for me, looking to see what can we do instead of recreating or starting over, it seemed like it would be, to me, a good place to start.
It does seem to be a good place to start. It is starting with the assembly map, not our Senate map, just so we're all clear on that. But yes, that does sound like a useful starting point. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I'm at a loss here. Honestly, I think, I mean, do we want to do this or not, right? I think I'm still waiting I think I'm hearing people say yes. And then if yes, then how, right? So we can work on it now. We could give some general direction. And as we've done in other maps, we could work offline. I'm happy to volunteer to help with that if it's helpful. Happy to let someone else do it. Doesn't really matter. But I think it doesn't sound like we're landing anywhere as a commission in terms of, do we want to move in this direction? And if so, how? I think Commissioner Kennedy, when you were looking at one of the maps, it was really helpful because you identified there is a VRA district that spans from eastern Los Angeles into San Bernardino. There's one San Bernardino based one. There's one Riverside based one. I mean, maybe some general guidance like that, if we all can agree upon it, could then.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Sinai, while we're waiting for Commissioner Sadwani's internet to catch up.
Answering Commissioner Sanwani's is yes. I would like to move forward with this in LA. I thought we were piloting LA, seeing if it worked, and then we might look into other ways of doing it. But like everyone else, I'm nervous about wasting valuable time, and I thought we had already landed on let's pilot this here in LA, and as we learn, we may bring in other things.
Okay.
Other
Thank you.
methods.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
I think I'm hearing that there's a willingness to explore, but to do it. But it's the process that I think we're needing to figure out how to do it in a constrained manner so that we are able to finish our job in a timely manner. And so it's I think it's more of the process and time management and how we go about doing it, and do it in live session during our public meeting. Do we work some of this? Do we shift some of this offline? I mean, at the end of the day, we have to solidify our VRA map. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Fernandez. Once we set our goals are based on VRA council advice, and we were able to get them to that amount, then we finalize those and then we work around them. But that will take a little bit of time to get them to be able to get them to that amount. So potentially, or unless they already are there, and I'm not 100% sure they are. So it's the process I think that we need to just clarify a little bit more and think about a little bit more.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I had taken my hand down, but I'll go ahead and give my comment. I'm willing to go forward with it, but I think we need to agree upon what the base is, like what the first district's going to look like, right? Because that's going to impact everything else. So I think once we have that, I also think that this is going to take a few hours to do because it's going to impact so many other districts, and then it's going to impact other VRA districts too. So we might be able to start the live line drawing here, and then at some point may need to cut it off and provide direction. But I think it's good to start with a base and maybe have a district that everyone kind of agrees with, and then go from there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So then along those lines, and thinking about what Commissioner Sadwani had mentioned earlier as far as my response to one of the maps from stakeholder groups. Could we then try to solidify this one district, the SD 10WE, so we have approximately 16% overpopulated at this point. If we can go ahead and finish this and then talk through general direction for the rest of this area, then we could allow Jamie to take off and work on something to come back to us with, and we could start working with Sivan on Orange County and San Diego. Commissioner Fornaciari.
So let's see. It looks like based on what we're looking at here, we need Montebello and Pico Rivera to go. I'm just sort of generic saying what I think needs to happen here. Montebello, Pico Rivera go south. Jamie, if you can zoom out a little bit. Then SD, whatever. SD 60 is going to be overpopulated, so we're going to need, but it should be a strong VRA district, but we're going to need to move some folks out. I would propose probably south into IOC and then move that population to the east and around to meet up with the other population, so we don't have to go through LA. But, you know, I have no idea what that's going to look like and what the gory details are until we get into it. But roughly, I mean, you've got roughly 150,000 people. You're going to have to march around. Then we have the POF district. Somehow that district probably gets combined with the Rialto San Bernardino district to make another VRA district there. Looks like the SBRC is already pretty strong, but you know, we spend a lot of time. I mean, if we do something like that, then Fontana, Rialto, San Bernardino will be together, which is what we wanted before. Maybe we can unsplit Rancho Cucamonga. We've heard a lot about that. That would be good. But then, you know, then there's just this marching this population around to zero it out. Am I on the track? I mean, so I was just trying to, what's the big picture of what's going to happen here? But where would we wind up? We'd wind up with this 6 SD10 WE being, you know, probably, we hope, a stronger VRA district. SD60 being a stronger VRA district. This POF and SBRC. So we'd have 4 VRA Senate districts, you know, between the LA and in Inland Empires. I mean, is that what our goal is? So.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. I think that looks good. Colleagues can chip in if they see other areas. I think if we go ahead and move Montebello and Pico Rivera south for now, then we do in fact have SD10WE within deviation. Yeah, can you highlight SD10WE instead of SD60? The statistics are on SD60.
Maptitude didn't like that direction. There you go.
Okay, so we're at 3.09. We have a Latino CVAP of almost 59%. And I think that's a good starting point. I agree with Commissioner Fornaciari that POF at this point would probably mostly go into the San Bernardino district. Some might go into the Riverside district. I had indicated before an interest in seeing if we could achieve separation between a San Bernardino-based district and a Riverside-based district. So I would give that as general direction, and then we'd be looking at how to balance out population. We have overpopulation in SD 210 right now. We'd be looking at making Rancho Cucamonga whole. So let's take a few more steps. So Jamie, can you take the population currently in POF and put most of it with San Bernardino? Jurupa Valley would go with Riverside, and then let's see what we need to balance. Okay, Commissioner Toledo, and then Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Fornashari.
Thank you. I'm in support of these the changes and where the direction. I also just wanted, because we were talking about regional impact, the Santa Ana district seems to be needing population. So if we can figure out how to move some of the excess population in San Diego down to the Santa Ana VRA district, that might also help, because I think there's very few places to get population to that area at this point. But we'll do one step at a time.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. Yes. Jamie, could you just confirm for our current Senate versions, is the Antelope Valley whole, or did we end up?
In the commission's Senate map, I'm going to zoom to this area, which we haven't made any changes to today. The Antelope Valley is whole, and it's with the Victor Valley whole.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
So what is highlighted on the map is everything in SBRC that is in San Bernardino County. Combining it with POF would make the percent deviation of POF to negative 12.51%, and the Latino CBAP would be 56.33%.
Okay, that sounds like progress. Commissioner Anderson.
I was just going to say, would having the heat map help at all in these situations?
Jamie, would that be helpful to you?
Well,
I think right now, the most, I think right now, understanding what areas the commission wants to be together would be the most helpful. And then, then I think fine tuning, understanding, okay, what areas have VRA concerns, and then being able to adjust CVAP as needed, if needed, for those once these big changes have kind of been made.
Right, okay.
I was saying,
Go ahead,
Commissioner,
Commissioner
sorry,
Anderson.
Chair, I was saying that for when we're giving direction to say, can you put these or those areas, it might help in terms of cities or something that commissioners might pick. It was not for Jamie's benefit. I have full confidence in her. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, a couple of things. I mean, so as we're doing this, I completely support this change. We've definitely received testimony to take in more of Rancho Cucamonga. And then this is again where I feel like we could go back and just take a peek at our assembly lines. We had worked, I know Commissioner Vasquez had gone through a lot of the COIs in this area. And maybe it makes sense to pick up some of that. Maybe not, right? But it could help to just be a guide as we continue to flesh out this district and get it closer to equal population or within the range.
Okay, great. So, Jamie, if we could go ahead and make this change, moving that population into POF, and then we'd be looking at expanding POF to take in the rest of Rancho Cucamonga, as well as the northern part of Upland and San Antonio Heights.
Chair, could I say something
Yes.
about Rancho Cucamonga? The reason why we drew it like that in the first place, early on, we got a lot of comments to say there's a north section of Rancho Cucamonga that wants to be with the forest, and they're different than the rest of Rancho Cucamonga. And that's why it was originally drawn that way. Now, since then, and recently, we've been getting, all of Rancho Cucamonga needs to be together. But there was that portion, and it was that, I think our assembly district was leaving that northwest portion with the forest. So that was why we originally drew it that way.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sadwani.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had my hand up, but I was just going to say, I think adding all of these areas might actually lower the Latino CVAP is what it is, if I'm looking at that correctly. It may be, and I don't know if Commissioner Vasquez is still on, that we pull in some of the COIs that we had brought in the assembly districts on the eastern edge. That top part, I remember we had looked at the top part of Redlands and I think a portion of Loma Linda, that might be, maybe it's some of this area, but not all of it, and as well as more on the eastern edge as well to maintain the that range for this district.
Okay, so instead of making this change, the suggestion is that we look towards Highland and Redlands, at least part of Redlands, so that we don't strand Loma Linda. Right. So if we took in that portion of Redlands that's in the assembly district, the northern part up against Highland, and then portions of Highland. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, some of this area was a bit of a compromise just based on population, et cetera. So I would start with Redlands, and then I would just start with Redlands, then I would move to Highland, then I would move to Mentone. That would be my order of operations in terms of grabbing population, but definitely would stay certainly south of the 10 in order to keep the VRA numbers, or sorry, north of the 10 to keep the VRA numbers appropriate.
Right. So, and right now we're just a bit over. Sorry, no, we're at 8.35 under still in POF. So our next move would be to incorporate portions, significant portions of Highland.
Yes, correct.
Okay, let's go with that. Okay, so we are now at negative 2.57. Commissioner Vasquez, thoughts on this?
I personally feel like keeping Highland more whole rather than a more probably more of a 50-50 split is probably better. So
Okay. Done.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, now all of Highland would be included.
And so, Jamie, the pink between Mentone and Highland, is that Ukaipa?
It looks like this is a non-contiguous
that's
piece
Redlands.
of Redlands. Would you like me to add this?
Yes.
We call that portion Mentone anyway.
Okay, as well as those two unincorporated sections.
One moment, please.
Right.
And it looks like there's also some non-contiguous little census blocks in Mentone, that are part of Redlands, and I can just remove those. So just so the commission's aware, this is a city split because of these little tiny non-contiguous pieces of Redlands.
So I might actually suggest, so two things, and I'm open to neither. Potentially bringing in more of Rancho Cucamonga, so raising the line, I think, to the 210, based on community of interest testimony for this area. And I would walk back some of that, the Redlands edition, that Redlandsers consider Mentone anyway. I would walk that back and maybe try to get more of Rancho Cucamonga.
And Commissioner Vasquez, you had also said keeping the Redlands changes north of the 10?
Correct.
So we would first drop that section of Redlands that's south of the 10.
And I think we can grab the south of the 10 if we need it for population, but may want to leave it out for now. This makes sense to me. Thanks, Jamie.
So then to remove this area south of the 10 from Redlands, is that correct?
I think so. Yes. Let's remove it, and then I think my priority would be to try to get more of Rancho Cucamonga in.
Census blocks may not cooperate, and Jamie, some of the census block issues can be handled offline. We're trying to look at the big picture here. Okay, so now let's look at what we could bring in from Rancho Cucamonga, and that is the 210. Yeah, so south of the 210 in Rancho Cucamonga, if we could look at bringing that in. Commissioner Fornashari, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say we were above 54 until we grabbed that part below the 10, and then it plummeted. We could also maybe consider going back and grabbing that other piece of Redlands. What happened is when it got grabbed, we grabbed below the 210, and that really knocked the CVAP down.
Below the 210 or the 10? I
10,
thought
below
when,
the 10, sorry.
I thought that was raising the CVAP. I thought it went from 53 something to 54 something.
No, it went from 54 to 50. Well, it's 54 now. When we grabbed below the 10, it went down to 53.
Okay. And Mr. Becker is away for the next hour. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, just as we continue to explore here, I support this change of bringing more of this, just the Rancho Cucamonga up to the 210 in. I believe when we worked on this in the assembly, we had included Loma Linda in a VRA district. So I just wanted to offer that as a possible area as well, because I agree with Commissioner Fornashari that additional part of Redlands, it seemed to dropped the CVAP. So I'd be curious what happens if we tried Loma Linda.
Okay. So right now in POF, we are at 1.72% deviation with a Hispanic CVAP of 53.53.
Does that include the Rancho Cucamonga change? Yes, okay.
Okay. So Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm open to trying to see if we can add Loma Linda. My guess is that might lower the CVAP. But I do, if it doesn't lower the CVAP, I guess just, yeah. There may be portions of it, although I imagine not much. But I do think Loma Linda has, to our conversation this morning, has an incredible asset of Loma Linda University Hospital. Loma Linda is also a blue zone, which is like a health, a World Health Organization, I think, designation for being like one of the healthiest areas in the world. And so I just think it's a really great asset to include in this VRA district if possible.
Okay, so including that much of Loma Linda, our deviation is up to 4.36 and the Hispanic CVAP is down to 52.79. Do we want to reconsider bringing in that portion of Rancho Cucamonga so as to bring in more of Redlands? Commissioner Vasquez.
I think we could, as you go toward the hills, as in many communities, you sort of shift the demographics. So maybe that eastern portion of Highland, Highland's sort of a bifurcated city like Redlands, in that you have sort of folks in the center, which are more like working class immigrants, et cetera. And then as you get toward the hills, you get sort of wealthier areas.
So, for example, we might continue that line coming up from the western boundary of Menifee and divide there. Okay, let's try that.
I will try that. And just a note, because the commission was discussing it, I removed that area of Rancho Cucamonga and Loma Linda is whole. So as is Highland. And so with this, the deviation would be negative 0.17% and the Latino CVAP would be 53.8. And I will look into removing this area of Highland now.
Okay, and then after that, my understanding is that we would be looking at adding back in as much of that area of Redlands south of the 10 as possible.
I'll just keep clicking on some of the census tracts here. Just let me know when to stop.
Okay.
Sorry, is this still including that extra portion of Rancho Cucamonga?
No, that was removed.
I think I would like to include that, potentially even at the expense of Loma Linda.
Is that that
Yes.
portion of Rancho Cucamonga is more similar to the area south of that?
Correct.
Okay. And our CVAP numbers were headed downwards as we added portions of Redlands.
Yes.
Okay, so now we are almost 7% overpopulated.
Right, and then I would remove all of that Redlands portion from south of the 10.
And keep Loma Linda?
And keep Loma Linda.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So this is generally the area. For the sake of time, maybe this is something that we could,
Right.
Simon and I could work on to smooth out.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could just give additional direction, Jamie, that portion of south of Mento, that portion of Redlands, I believe, south of Mentone, could also, I think, potentially be removed. That might, it did help the CVAP a little bit. So yeah, this feels like it's moving in the right direction. I think we probably need to keep an eye on that CVAP and maybe remove more of North Highland. I'd probably feel most comfortable with a higher CVAP.
Yeah, we did have it. It was at 54 something at one point during this exploration.
Yeah, I think the Loma Linda piece might be challenging.
Highland doesn't seem to be affecting it much.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, I think when it was highest was when Highland was whole and that part of Rancho Cucamonga was not included.
Okay. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that maybe we can work these details offline, but because I think there's going to be some overall major architectural shifts that we all would want to just kind of roughly see the major architectural shifts and see if we're all comfortable with going that way.
Right. So at this point, for purposes of pulling back and seeing where we go next, let's go ahead and commit these, and we can come back and undo them later. But let's go ahead and commit them and pull the map back and see where we are.
Absolutely. And really quickly wanted to note that this little portion of Eastvale is split from Eastvale and is still assigned, I think, to POF. So wondering if you would like Eastvale to be whole or if I should move that little area in with Harupa Valley.
I don't know, Commissioner Vasquez, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The small portion of East Vale along the western edge of Harupa Valley is still assigned to the POF, so it's non-contiguous. So do we want it with Harupa Valley or with the rest of East Vale? It's west of the 15.
Yeah, I would put it with Eastvale just because again, freeways really do mark bright lines in communities. So I would put it with Eastvale.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Agree. That's what I was going to say. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, so let's pull back and recap where we are on deviations, and we can.
Yep. So SBRC is now negative 35% deviation. MCV is negative 12%.
Right.
SD 210 is 30.38%. And then the SD 60 is 8.68%. So, yeah, those are the districts now that are not within the plus or minus 5% deviation.
Right. Okay. So the next step in my mind would be looking at the Victor Valley and seeing what population we could pass through there from SD 210 into MCV and eventually SBRC. Does that make sense, Jamie?
If I may,
yes.
I think that would depend on whether the commission wants some of these areas in LA County along the 210 to be included with either Antelope Valley or Victor Valley or either of those areas. If not, then I would maybe suggest passing population through San Fernando Valley to be able to balance that a little bit better. And again, that's completely up to the commission. Some of the submissions that we just looked at did have areas like La Crescenta and parts of Pasadena. I think with some of these areas north of the forest, that it just depends on the wishes of the commission. Okay.
Commissioner Sadwani, could I ask if we were to move population out of SD 210, where do you see that population coming from? Where would you recommend it come from?
Yeah, I would see, as Jamie recommended, shifting it through the San Fernando Valley out that way.
Right. And so we're talking Sunland area, that area west of Glendale?
Correct.
Okay. Jamie?
Yeah, and I would imagine it's going to be more than just that area. It's 30% overpopulated, so it's a significant amount of population, and we could just go for it and see how much we need.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we recall in our assembly maps, we had Glendale, Burbank, and that whole area paired with the San Fernando Valley in general. So I don't think it's unnatural to pair them necessarily. I think it could work.
Okay, so now SD 210 is at 1.35%. And we would move this, we would shift this into SCSCV and then continue balancing from there.
Yeah, that's correct.
Jamie, did we? Okay, so we've taken a chunk of Glendale there, above is that the 134?
This is the 210. Oh yeah, and this is the 134. So I'll remove all of the areas of Glendale. We can see we would still need to remove some. It's
Right.
7. So, and that was just grabbing a big chunk with the census tract. So happy to look at a more sensical or more intentional split in Glendale. Or, again, that's something that the commission could sort of iron out after making these big structural changes.
Okay. So, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, am I seeing further down that the SD 210 includes Los Feliz and Hollywood Hills and Atwater Village?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, those are areas that I feel like potentially we could be working down into the map as well, rather than into the San Fernando Valley as we move forward.
I just from like a logistical perspective, I would suggest just making these big changes. And then, because this is a Senate district, it's almost 1 million people. That type of change is so much less significant just in terms of population swaps, that maybe just kind of nailing down the general structure first and then making more of like the smaller changes once population is relatively more balanced.
Mm-hmm. I hear that. So what are you suggesting?
Well,
like put those areas with San Fernando Valley right now?
I would suggest just getting SD 210 to within plus or minus 5%. That could include those areas, or it could include, some kind of split in Glendale. Knowing that for all of this, the commission will be able to come back and give more like fine-tuned direction once things are just balanced, period.
Yeah, and I guess my question would be, what is the population of those two? Because I'm noticing the Shoreline district next door is underpopulated. And to me, it would just make sense that those generally stay within the Los Angeles area, as opposed to they are a part of the city of Los Angeles, as opposed to going into the San Fernando Valley. So that's what I was wondering, if rather than sending them to the San Fernando Valley, we can get closer to balancing SD 210 by putting them in, perhaps in Shoreline for now.
Okay, yeah, so those were like 2% of a district, so they could go either way. I didn't have them included before in moving into San Fernando Valley. If you wanted to move them there for now, then SD 210 would still be overpopulated. So at this point, it looks like there does need to be a split in Glendale somewhere.
Sure.
So given what you just said about not having these with San Fernando Valley, I'm just going to remove those areas again, and then we should look at a split in Glendale.
Well, maybe I'm confused. I was saying commit this change and see if it got us to 5.12%. So we weren't too far. There's another little portion of the city of Los Angeles there, right next to Glendale. And that was what I was wondering, if that together would get us to closer to 5%. That one right there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I could add all of this to Shoreline. This is part of Legion Park, I think, and moving, like, this is Hollywood Hills areas, moving that with Shoreline for now. Is that what you would wish?
Yeah, that was my thought, because that gets us to like 4.38 in the SD 210. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay, so I'll commit this change, and then we can look at continuing to move this population that's in the really overpopulated district in San Fernando Valley.
While we're at this, would we be looking at shifting the excess population from Nila District south? Do we need it to the south? Oh, we could leave it as
Chair,
it is. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't, I apologize, Chair Kennedy, I didn't understand the question.
Never mind.
Okay, okay. Let's keep working here in SCSFV. Just looking at the geography of this district right now, I think makes sense to move some sort of Santa Clarita Valley in with the Antelope Valley. Is that the direction the commission would want to go?
I'm happy with that. Any objections? No, so please proceed. Okay. Yeah, if you can back off that last one.
So
Okay,
I'm
so
going to
we're
back out the map, and this change of moving the Santa Clarita Valley out of this district would leave the rest of the district at a negative 4.6% deviation.
right. So, any objection, Commissioner Sadwani?
I don't object yet, but I don't have a plan as to how we will balance things out of above. I will be honest there.
Okay. So please go ahead with this.
Yeah, and then just kind of looking at where we still need to balance. So we just moved that population instead of combining areas in SD 210 directly with Antelope Valley or Victor Valley. We moved the population through San Fernando Valley. So now this Antelope Valley and Victor Valley base district is again overpopulated. We need to balance between the Antelope Victor Valley district, which is almost 25% overpopulated. We need to increase the population in MCV, which is negative 12, almost negative 13% deviation. We need to increase the population in SBRC, which is negative 35% deviation. And we still need to deal with this 8% deviation in SD60. So
Okay,
those are the areas that still need to be, yeah.
The SD60 could conceivably balance with what we were looking at earlier, what Commissioner Toledo called our attention to, is the negative deviation. Yes, they're in SAA.
Yes, and if I could add to that, please.
Yes.
So right now, the ones that are overpopulated, so it's like the Antelope and Victor Valley one, MCV and SBRC. Those, I guess like right now, kind of it could look like MCV almost being absorbed into these, or no, not being absorbed, picking up some of this and then shedding population in Riverside County, joining with SBRC, and then potentially, yeah, those could be combined or somewhere else. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let's look at Commissioner Vasquez and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, thank you. Here's for me where my my priority is and has been really since the start of this is I would really like to keep the Antelope Valley whole and contained the district it's in, contained within LA County. So agree with sort of the general direction that Jamie pointed out of sort of shifting population clockwise. But I disagree with a couple of our submitted and reviewed maps that I don't think we should take a portion of the Victor Valley into the Antelope Valley. And I'd like to follow more closely with the MALDEF lines.
Right. So if Jamie, if we could look at what is the population of the Victor Valley, looking to move it into MCV.
Absolutely. So if it would be helpful, I could even just look at what the percent deviation would be if we added all of San Bernardino County that's in the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley based district into MCV. And then that I think will bring these two districts that need to be kind of consolidated and move population. They'll be right next to each other and it'll be easier to see sort of what would need to happen there. Does that sound agreeable to look at adding everything that's remaining in San Bernardino County into the MCV just to see the population?
If that's easier for you, then yes, that's fine. We're 5 minutes from our next break.
One moment, please, while the computer's thinking.
Oh, Jamie, are you? Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, I am muted. Now I'm unmuted. So the total population of the highlighted area, this is everything that's currently in San Bernardino County and assigned to the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley District, is about 525,000 people. Adding that to the MCV district would bring the percent deviation of MCV to 40% deviation. And then that would be able to be balanced with the SBRC, which is negative 35% deviation. So that's where sort of the balancing could happen and maybe some more adjusting. But this would be negative 28%. Okay.
Right, and
Okay.
so if we look back at that and Commissioner Vasquez's desire that we make the Antelope Valley as whole as possible, is there population anywhere else that we need to pick up that could be added to that Antelope Valley district?
I think now if the request is to keep it all within Los Angeles County,
right?
I think then that would be looking back at adding more population either from San Fernando Valley, or this is probably why some of these maps that we just looked at crossed into sort of the 210 corridor cities.
Right. Okay. Thoughts on this? Commissioner Sinai.
I think it makes more sense to cross the Antelope Valley into San Bernardino than it does to go into the 210. I know Commissioner Vasquez, you're not happy with me saying that, but I think there's more similarities and but I'm open always.
Okay. Jamie, before we go to break, could we just look at the Victor Valley and get a read on how much population that is?
One moment, please.
Okay, so that's essentially the Victor Valley is give or take 400,000 people.
That's correct.
Okay. So we need to take a break for the next 15 minutes. We will leave it there. Jamie, if you have any thoughts on how we handle this, we'll look forward to hearing those in 15 minutes. We are on break until 4:45. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience while we and our staff took a mandatory 15-minute break. We are back with you. Jamie, what did you conclude as far as looking around and seeing how to resolve this population issue?
Well, I think kind of as I mentioned before the break, unless you want to cross into San Bernardino County to pick up some population from Victor Valley, either dipping into San Fernando Valley for population or crossing over the forest to pick up some of the cities or communities along 210. Additionally, the commission has gotten some COI testimony about keeping California City Edwards Air Force Base areas with Antelope Valley. That's not significant population when you're talking about, 1 million people, but is some population. So those are my suggestions.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani, did you have any further thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not ideal to dip into Victor Valley and dipping into across the county borders. But that being said, and I think the ultimate goal of all of these changes is to improve our VRA districts down below. And I think that we are in that general direction of doing that. Certainly, we've already seen the improvement to the, I forget the name of it, the first one we started working on. So in that sense, I would be inclined to balance these districts using, pulling from or grouping communities in the Victor Valley with the Antelope Valley. I know that, that's less than ideal. That being said, certainly we do that in our assembly maps as well. And I know we've gone back and forth on the extent to which these communities are or are not tied. But I think given all of the other considerations, I think that would be the way to go.
Okay, Jamie, so we know that the Victor Valley is approximately 400,000 people. What is the Antelope Valley, not including Acton and Agua Dulce?
I will pull that up right now. I believe it's pretty similar population.
Yeah.
So
it's
yeah,
almost exactly identical. And if that were all we had to do, put together 400 and 400, I think that's definitely something that I could support. Jamie, were you going to say something else?
Well, just a note is that although in the commission's draft maps for this area, although Santa Clarita Valley is also included in that district, that's essentially what the draft maps are. And making that change would definitely have some big population bubbles that would need to be resolved, including, basically Agua Dulce, Acton, and Santa Clarita Valley would need to be moved into a district. And then also just a note that this area along north of 210, Rancho Cucamonga, Upland, et cetera, currently we're not really talking about where that would go. Just some suggestions or suggestions that could go into 210 with further, we would have to remove other population here in SD 210, but just to note that we can't forget about those guys.
Right. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, sorry, it was a little bit late. Jamie, if you could refresh me, if we moved all of the rest of San Bernardino County into MCV, how short were we in?
I think we were about 28% short then in the northern LA area.
Okay. Because I'm seeing that we got the northern part of Rancho Cucamonga. We got, whatever that is next to it. We could maybe go west with. We're 4% here. We're 3% there. We're a few more percent. I mean, is there enough floating around in LA to kind of get it in close, do you think, or?
You mean by crossing the forest?
No, by continuing to go through the San Fernando Valley.
Yes, I think that would be, there would need to be some significant adjustments in the rest of LA County to accommodate that change, but
well, if you can zoom in a little bit there. I mean, maybe so we can see all the labels. So we got 4% at SD. I mean, technically we have 10% at SD Nella. We have 9% in SD 210. We're a little short there, but we, in SCFV, then we had another 3% or probably 8% somewhere nearby. I don't know. That might.
So just to clarify your question, it's about like using the plus or minus 5% to try and absorb some of that. I see. Maybe, I think.
Maybe
Answer?
this is probably a question that requires more thought than we have time to do live.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo?
I mean, I would find it hard to absorb that population through the Los Angeles area and not reduce the CVAPs, though. I think that's, so I think we might be able to absorb it, but it would potentially reduce the CVAPs in that area. It's based on just looking at the demographics in this area versus where the population is going to be pushed into. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's what it, at first glance, it's what it's like.
Commissioner Fornashari?
I'm seeing we've got 8% in SD 60. You know, instead of going, maybe we can go to the west with that and bump up the CVAP there and then move up. I mean, I don't know, because it's probably going to break a bunch of coys, but it might be something to think about.
Commissioner Toledo and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I can see that going south. I can also see that going portions of that SD 60 going into SAA to help us bring that up to a 50% minority district, given that it is VRA. And so, and an area that we'll need to focus. So I can see it going this way. I can also, that one does worry me because it's below the FIT 45, and I don't see a lot of, any other than Los Angeles, I don't see other places to get the CVAP to get it to the 45. I mean, to the 50. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, so two things. One, yes, I think that 8% that's hanging out there, I mean, even when we drew that district during the draft maps, we drew it in such a way as to localize the changes in Orange County, but we had actually said it would probably make sense to bring La Habra into this district. So I think that would actually pull from SD 60 605 and pull it into SAA. So I think I'm less worried about that. And I just wanted to recenter us, because I think where we actually were focused was on this question of the Antelope Valley, which at present we have a lot of population to shift. And I think the key question on the table for the commission is whether or not we feel comfortable grouping a portion of Victor Valley with the Antelope Valley in an attempt to push this population through the map and eventually down into Riverside, so that we can populate that VRA district that's further down, which is currently at a -35, right? I just wanted to keep us focused on that goal, because all of this was really to create stronger VRA districts. And so I think that that's the key question right now, is the appetite to do that. And if that's not the appetite, I don't know what the solution really is to resolve this massive population imbalance that we have right now, because as we looked at the Victor Valley was, what was it, Jamie, like close to 500,000 people or something? 400, right? So I think that we need some decisions to be made on that. So again, so that we can just nail down the architecture here and continue moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
I think that's what Asians Advancing Justice and the Black Hub do, right? I think in their community maps, they push the population towards the San Bernardino into the Riverside area. I think those are the two, the Black Hub and the Asians Advancing Justice maps do that. And the question becomes whether we want to adopt that architectural approach, not necessarily their maps, but the architectural approach to achieving population balance. I'm not opposed as long as it helps us further our goals.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fornaciari and then Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say I was opposed to doing that. I was just trying to find a way to minimize it. That's all. I think we should carry on. I think we should make this, finish this experiment and see what happens.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I support carrying on. I mean, crossing the county line is regretful. We really wish we didn't have to do it. We've heard all the unhappiness about doing it, but we have limited choices. And so I think we'll have to do it again.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Helpful suggestion that just came in that will be posted to public comment from, no, I'm not even sure. My inbox is a mess. The suggestion is to consider taking what we left in Rancho Cucamonga and Upland and adding that to CD 210, which I think in one of our maps we've like moved the county line below the 210 in order to preserve the county line north of that in Antelope and Victor Valley.
Okay, is that the first step in a multi-step process?
And I think there was some discussion about taking that 8% in the SD 60 and pushing, I believe, that northward.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
I'm sure there's another way of doing this. I have not seen it yet, which is why I've been really quiet. And I think we should finish this off roughly so we can see if we can even get there, like Commissioner Fornaciari said. I still think it looks like there's probably another way we can do this, and I just haven't come up with it yet. So if anyone, let's keep on thinking outside the box. But I think we should pursue this so we have it that it would work.
Okay, so then our next step would be to take the Antelope Valley and bring in what we need from the Victor Valley to tie that up as a district.
Thank you. So if I may, I think I might start including some of these other areas into MCV, and then we can keep an eye on the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley percent deviation to understand where that district is at in terms of population.
Very good.
And are there specific areas that the commission would like to, or I guess specific cities the commission would like to try to include with the Antelope Valley, or any preferences there?
My initial reaction is to say, to try to mirror assembly and/or congressional maps as far as what has been grouped together.
Thank you. Oh, so I'm taking too much. Okay. So I'm gonna just try to keep everything contiguous here, clean up some of these lines really quickly. And I'll try and include Oak Hill so that it's whole. There we go. Okay, so I'll zoom out. This would be including this portion of 210. It's including whole and intact Pinion Hills, Adelanto, Victorville, with the Antelope Valley.
Can we check, Jamie, if Victorville is indeed whole?
Yes, I just made it whole.
Okay, very good.
And this area in Rancho Cucamonga and Upland is still included in the Victor Valley Base District.
Right. Okay.
And so all of this would become part of MCV.
Right.
Should I make this change?
Yes, please.
One moment while it's updating.
Is that a part of, okay, I was just trying to see if that was a part of Apple Valley. No, that's Spring Valley Lake, okay.
So now balancing, MCV is also overpopulated, or is currently overpopulated. SBRC is significantly underpopulated. And then SD 60 by 605 is still overpopulated.
Right. I'm not yet seeing a way to balance this. If SBRC is roughly 350,000 people under and MCV is roughly 125,000 over, we're still way off.
So we could, definitely use some of this 8% here to work with that. And then, you can use your percent deviations here to full population to this area.
Right. Okay. Are we at a point, colleagues, where we give general direction and ask Jamie to work on this offline, and then we begin working with Sivan on Orange County, San Diego, Imperial? Okay. So, general direction. Commissioner Sadwani, do you have anything to start with?
Sure. So I see a couple lingering issues, and I apologize. I think I wasn't hearing what people were suggesting earlier about the parts of Rancho Cucamonga that are hanging out there. But yes, I would agree with, I think, what people were saying, and please confirm if this is what it was, of pulling that into SD 210 and again, shifting more population around. And then, yeah, I mean, I think that the SBRC is our VRA district. And so it's about creating that district. And, Chair, earlier you had talked about having it mostly Riverside based, which I really liked. We have a lot of COIs in this area as well. We worked on it a lot in the assembly. So I think the general direction is building out that district to equalize the population and build as strong of a VRA district as we can. Generally following the guidance of the COIs that we had worked so hard on in the assembly maps, where possible, right? And at the end of the day, it's a VRA district. So if we can't get them all, we can't get them all. And then from there, I mean, I think that there's swaps in the Los Angeles area that we're going to need to contend with. I don't know if we want to give general direction on that now or take care of this architectural piece and then come back and work on those smaller swaps that might need to be made. There were a number of districts, for example, where, you know, some small shifts in NELA, for example, you know, or in some of the other districts, the SPCC, could shift the nature of some of those districts. And, you know, I think it sounded like that was a general direction that the commission wanted to move in. But I'm not sure if we want to wait and kind of take that on after this architectural piece is done, or if we want to just name that now and Jamie can work on it.
Yeah, I think we want to name as much as we can right now. And that should give Jamie, you know, better understanding of where it is that we're trying to go and how we're trying to get there. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I would agree with naming it now, so that as she's rotating population, she'll have to rotate population throughout Los Angeles and throughout this whole region. She has she's able to at least get us something that we can opine on, and I mean, we may end up making additional shifts, but I would name maintaining and expanding the minority majority districts where possible, and increasing CVAPs for the VRA and VRA districts as population allows throughout this area, especially in the Santa Ana area, but even in the Los Angeles districts as possible, because I mean, we're talking about 1 million people per district, so it's going to be tough. But as we rotate population, if there's a way to shift those, that'd be important. So that's additional guidance. And I think it reconciles nicely with what Commissioner Sadwani had said.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Jamie?
Thank you. Just a note about this offline work. This would be general direction for Siobhan. These are Siobhan's areas, and she's, you know, has been working with them throughout this process. She's very familiar with the COIs and trade-offs in these areas. So of course, I think she's been watching, and we will, you know, pass on all of the direction that you've been given to try and meet your goals. And in terms of direction in LA County, yeah, I definitely welcome as specific as possible as commission can get, giving direction, and I can work on that offline to try and make all of your dreams come true for LA County, and work with Siobhan just to get all the populations here balanced.
Okay, thank you. I guess one just further quick and easy bit of the exploration that I would like to see is if we went ahead and made the city of Riverside whole in SBRC, what does that do for our deviation? Because that would be theoretically, you know, the main point of having that district is to have Riverside whole.
And that's certainly something that can pass on to Siobhan and ask her to explore.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani and then Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, so just to be a little bit more specific then, I think some of the areas, you know, for some general swaps and changes, as we're making some of these changes, we've certainly heard a lot from some of the working class communities and essential workers in that SCSFV district in the San Fernando Valley. So I think we have some additional swaps probably to make there if we bring in the Rancho Cucamonga and those other pieces from northern San Bernardino. So to the greatest extent possible, keeping those communities together. Also in NELA, I think a couple of us have already mentioned that. I mean, I think, you know, looking at NELA, I would, again, I think that it's an interesting place because we're pairing, you know, working class communities of East LA and Boyle Heights with, I think, parts of West Hollywood. So that might be just if possible, a small swap there to preserve kind of the character and nature there. And then I'd be curious, I believe portions of 710 to Water are those VRA protected areas, as well as potentially portions of SPCC. So perhaps just working with council on that to make sure that we're meeting our any and all obligations that we might have. And then I do actually have a general question. I totally hear you and agree that the Riverside components are CVON's areas. How would you and CVON like to work? Because we do need to clean up the SAA district. And my thought on that is by pulling some of that population out of SD 60. I don't know where everyone lands, but certainly when we were working on this at the draft stage, we had talked about La Habra in particular. So I just wanted to see if that's a swap that we should make with you or with CVON, and what is your preference in terms of how to work?
Yeah, is that something you would like to try right now?
I'm certainly open to it, but I also see Commissioner Fornashari as his hand up, so he might have some more specific directions as well. But yeah, I'm happy to do that.
I was just wanting to get specific clarity on this point for the line drawers on what we wanted to do, and I think you just gave it to him, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Toledo?
I would just add that I think People's Redistricting Alliance did send some guidance on how, not guidance, but some suggestions on how to do this. And I think it goes along with what Commissioner Sidwani was saying around the La Habra, some swaps in Lake County that will help us get to the 50% mark. And so that might be helpful just to take a look at it if Jamie, and it's in our, it was sent through public input, and certainly if it specifically around this Orange County area, so might be helpful.
So in this next step, would we be looking at bringing La Habra, La Mirada, Artesia, and Cerritos into SAA?
I don't think we have enough population to do that. I think it would be La Habra and kind of pulling through Fullerton.
Okay.
But again, we should check the population there.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I think the alliance is La Habra, Whittier, South Whittier, East Whittier, and a portion of the southern portion of Fullerton that is a little bit more diverse into, or maybe diverse is the wrong word, a little bit more Latino, and into the Orange County. And then they do shave off around the sides to get it up to the 50% mark.
Okay.
So Commissioner Toledo, are those the areas that you would like to include in SAA? And if so, could you just review that one more time for me, please? And you're muted, Commissioner Toledo.
Sorry. So those are potential areas. There might be better areas, but Whittier, South Whittier, East Whittier are some of the areas that they look at, as well as the southern portions of Fullerton. And they bring those into the district to get to the 50% mark.
And is that connected to this SAA district through Fullerton or
through Fullerton?
Alvarado?
So yes, they connect the western side of Fullerton into. They have a little neck right there. Yeah.
Which I think we've had COI testimony in the past that there's a Korean American community in that region.
In that area that spills over into Buena Park. So then the question becomes, well, I guess we have them whole in there if we have that portion of Fullerton with Buena Park. Okay.
And they do split Buena Park in the alliances, in the People Redistricting Alliances map. we probably would want to take a look and see what makes sense for us, but
Okay.
that's how they do it.
Just another observation. We're significantly underpopulating SD 60 now, and not along the edges. We're right in the middle of it. So I just wanted to get thoughts on whether that is the best place to do this, or whether there are other options. Do we want to see the heat map? Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I'd be interested in letting Jamie explore this. I mean, my recollection, it's not very hot, right around there, right? And so that's the challenge, going from this part of Anaheim into LA. You've got a lot of area that's not densely populated.
Right. I mean, as far as CVAP, I can certainly see there's a bit of a dividing line in Whittier. There is some population in South Whittier and La Mirada. The western part of Fullerton would be to keep the Korean community united, but isn't going to contribute to our CVAP. Commissioner Sadwani. Jamie, go ahead.
I was just going to note that this is something that we can definitely take a look at offline, and just some suggestions as I'm looking at it now is, maybe not having a direct like district to district based swap, but maybe also working with some of these other areas surrounding to, remove population here, add population there, and we'll of course collaborate with your VRA council on this.
Right, and we've heard some public input about significant Latino population east of Euclid in Garden Grove. So I don't know whether that's an area to be explored in this exercise. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, sorry, my internet froze again. Yes, I agree. I think there's exploration to be done here. I was also looking, it might also mean taking out Cypress. Maybe keeping it in, maybe keeping it. I think it depends, but I definitely agree. Perhaps that eastern portion of Garden Grove, possibly shaving off on the opposite side of Orange. So I think there's things to explore here.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm fully comfortable with having Jamie work with legal counsel to get us a compliant district in this area. And so, and I also wanted to clarify that the alliance only takes a portion of Whittier, South Whittier, La Mirada. And so it's not the whole thing. And they did send some shape files as well. So those are available to us should they be helpful.
Very good.
Thank you.
I've been informed that it will take approximately 15 minutes to shift from Jamie to Sivan. So unless we have further instruction, Jamie, are you okay going off with this?
Yeah, and that break would just be so that Sivan could also be working on the most recent version of the map, since there are such significant changes.
Right.
Unless you wanted to start, for example, in San Diego County, where we haven't really touched, and the changes that are being proposed aren't necessarily going to bump up against San Diego County. So if you wanted to start there, we could do a much quicker shift.
I actually don't at this point. Commissioner Sinai has had to go take care of an emergency matter here in town, so I would be reluctant to proceed at this point. Pardon me? Oh, she's arriving. Okay. So yeah, we could go for a shorter changeover and work on San Diego Imperial and the Sika district in general. Thank you.
All right, Sivan will be sharing her screen shortly.
Hi, everyone, just one moment while I get set up here. Hello, everyone. We are looking at Senate in Southern California. So would you like to begin by looking at SCCA?
If you could, if we could stand by for about 2 more minutes, we can proceed. If you could, Sivan, as Jamie had done earlier, if you could just remind us what we have currently as far as draft Senate districts for San Diego County, and then remind us what we have in the Sika district.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as San Diego County goes, obviously a large portion of East County. So this is what we would be looking at. Let me turn the assembly lines on. So SCCA includes the large portion of that eastern San Diego Assembly District, as well as the sort of South Bay Chula Vista District. So it combines those with obviously other VRA areas in Imperial County, as well as the Coachella Valley and Riverside. Then just north of that is this district, which goes from Coronado on the coast, includes part of the central city of San Diego, and then wraps around to include the cities of La Presa, Spring Valley, Jamul. Also brings in Lemon Grove, La Mesa, all of El Cajon, keeps all of these cities whole. And then to the north, we have this district, which goes again from the city of San Diego and then stretches all the way north to the county border to include Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsall, as well as all of Escondido and all of Poway. And then finally, we have our coastal San Diego South Coastal Orange County District, SOC NSD. And that goes as far south, again, picking up areas on the coast of the city of San Diego, going as far inland as San Marcos and Vista, and then going up to Dana Point in Orange County.
Very good. Thank you, Sivan. Commissioner Sinai, I understand that you would like to have a bit of discussion on this.
Well, ideally, it would be great to have a VRA district just in San Diego, but I don't think it can be completely done. But I would like to see if we can explore keeping, the South Bay and City Heights, as much of that second district that we created, assembly district that we created that went east to El Cajon. See if we can put how much of it, could continue to keep the Latino CVAP pie, and then move. And then see if we can connect, because this was an area where we just kind of quickly did it. If we can connect more along the border with Imperial Valley, leaving some of the East County communities not in the VRA district.
Okay, so the first step then would be to define the area along the border going towards Imperial County that we wanted to keep together with Chula Vista, San Isidro. And then did you say there are other areas in the South Bay and Southeast San Diego that you would like to add to
Yeah,
that?
I think we have most of the South Bay, but looking if we could connect the City Heights, maybe going through Golden Hill in that way.
Okay. Could
But
you,
David, yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Becker has his hand up, so.
Mr. Becker?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to highlight the fact that as with all the maps, the area of Chula Vista, San Isidro, South San Diego is part of VRA concerns, and it is included in that area only meets the Jingles 1 precondition if included with Imperial County. It would raise concerns if portions of that area with significant Latino populations were excluded from the SECA district, which right now I think quite nicely unifies or keeps the Latino community that is protected by the VRA together, so they continue to have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
Could you clarify that? If what were excluded from SECA?
If there were Latino, currently Chula Vista, San Isidro, kind of that South San Diego area, thank you. That is a VRA area. It has been a VRA area in every map. Similarly, the Imperial Valley area is a VRA area in every map. If you remove significant Latino populations from that VRA area in South San Diego, that would otherwise be protected by a map like this, that could raise Voting Rights Act concerns.
The idea, as I understand it, would be to connect Chula Vista, San Isidro, that area to Imperial County.
It is. Am I wrong? That isn't already what's happening? Am I reading this map wrong?
No, it is happening, but it's also doing it with a lot of predominantly non-Latino communities in the East County. And there's some Latino communities within the city of San Diego that have not been included. So
Okay, I heard talking about the Chula Vista, San Isidro, and the area around the bay. If you're talking, the
yeah,
East
we're
County
keeping it all
area is
together.
not an area of significant VRA concern. You can do some population swaps as long as, I just wanted to warn before you started this that the area of South San Diego, including Chula Vista, San Isidro, is a VRA area of concern.
Right. We do understand that. So the idea is better stated as better grouping the other East County communities, Borrego Springs, Julian, Pine Valley, Descanso, Alpine, Ramona, with more similar communities, and pulling them out of SECA. So could you, Sivan, what's going to be easier, to move those out of SECA first?
Well, I was just gonna ask what would be connecting it. So it would basically be like a hard line down at the Imperial San Diego County border, and then kind of just like a little I can't think of my shapes, rectangle to connect.
Yeah, I mean, last time we found a road and a long time ago, we found a road and we wound that road up and down. It wasn't the 8, it was another one. I think potentially we could use the 8 to the 94, but I think a rectangle connecting it will work fine. And then if we can then connect, some of the Latino communities, especially City Heights, because City Heights asked to be with the VRA, and I think that would help. So City Heights, Golden Hill, yes, some of those communities. But I think that should be a good start for you.
Okay, I do think that swap sounds like it makes sense. I think what might be the easiest way to go about this would be to unassign some of this area, also just so we know how many people we can move in from the city of San Diego, because obviously that's going to be a lot more densely populated than this East County. So I would just worry about grabbing too much and then not having enough folks to move around up here. So I'm happy to start visualizing that if commissioners would like to keep discussing, just so there's not a silence while you all
Yep.
watch me do this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm just worried, maybe worried is the wrong word, but just what was, just wondering about the potential of packing, given that we're looking at City Heights, which if memory serves me was a pretty population-rich area with a significant Latino community, and putting it into a district that's already almost at 57% CVAP. So just curious about that in terms of a potential risk in terms of packing.
Mr. Becker?
So I think it would depend on the makeup of the district that you're removing the Latino population from. I mean, these are districts that are not covered by the VRA. These are districts where the percent of Latino CVAP is not particularly high. It would be a question of whether it could be perceived as intentionally packing. I think the risk of that is very low.
Thank you.
Okay, for a start, that's fine.
So it looks like, oops. Let me just adjust this view. So the unassigned area has about 80,000 people in it, which would also be 9-ish% of a district, so not very much. And then obviously I think we should, well, this isn't obviously a very good indicator of what the final Latino CVAP will be, but currently removing this population would put SECA at 61.6%.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai, the next step then would be to bring what into SECA?
So should we accept this change first? Or?
Yeah, this is just unassigning it.
Oh,
So
okay.
we can
All right. I just
easily
wanted-
accept this.
And then I'll zoom into San
That'd be
Diego
great.
so we
Thank
can take
you.
a closer look. Absolutely.
And my thought was similar to what we did in the Assembly. I believe it was the Assembly District that we connected City Heights to South Bay.
Right.
And so I think it's including that piece, probably, Southeast San Diego, all the pieces that just lead up to there altogether.
Towards Bonita.
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
So I think just strategizing where we would like to add population, I think.
Because it's going to be more than 90. Yeah, you're right.
I do think so. And I think we're also going to have to take kind of a narrow, potentially roundabout way, breaking up neighborhoods in the middle in order to grab that City Heights neighborhood.
Where's the 94 right now?
Yeah, let me turn the major streets layer on.
Because I'm thinking we may just want to start with connecting everything that's under the 94, and that alone may be that populated. I don't know.
Yeah, let me start selecting population, and we can see how populated it is.
I also wanted to check with my colleagues what thoughts they had, because I know Commissioner Sodwani, you had talked about the Sika district, so I just wanted to see what thoughts you were having on it.
I don't have any specific thoughts. Happy to be along on the ride. I think my bigger concern is, Sika, of course, goes up into Riverside, and we have that other district that we're building out. So I think for me, that's kind of where my mind is how do we still build that out while maintaining this? So that would be my concern, my bigger concern.
So, sorry, I just trying to remember what the number we're looking for.
We're
I believe it
90.
was 79.
Oh, I had 90,000.
79,000? Yeah.
Yep.
I don't
Okay.
know why I'm, sorry, I just ran in, literally.
So would it make sense?
So I'm wondering if we don't cross, let's see, the 805, or we cross a little, because City Heights is right above in that triangle right there, right?
Okay, so instead of continuing east towards Lemon Grove, once we reach the 805, go north?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute. No, we would be, hold on, Sivan. Commissioner Sinai, you want to include in SECA the area that is east of the 805 or west of the 805?
Well, right now, currently, it's the area that's east of the, just to finish up going up to the 94, finishing up the west side. And then I think then City Heights is right above it in that triangle.
Okay.
But I may be incorrect, because
So I think actually it's
higher
the
up.
bigger triangle.
Okay,
it's this
thank you.
bigger area.
Gotcha. Okay,
Because
sorry.
these are the COIs that I have for City Heights, and you can see this is kind of the center where they overlap.
Yes, sorry, I was.
Right. That's what I was.
Yeah, I was
that's
getting there.
recalling.
I'm so.
Okay, so in fact, we would exclude the currently selected area west of the 805. Is that correct?
Well, that's the hard thing is that little triangle right there where her hand is.
Right.
That is part of Logan Heights, Sherman Heights. And then I see. So you
What
could.
if we could unselect this area, as long as we just didn't cut it off, it would still have to, it wouldn't be as
down below.
compact, but that would be another option.
Okay, I'm also, I'm also okay with Southeast San Diego, Paradise Hill, all those being part of the VRA area if we can't get to City Heights. Those are all traditionally, lower income communities.
You're going over population.
Thanks, yeah, seeing that. Yeah, it's very densely populated, so.
Right, but if there are thoughts as to where we might reduce population, are there any areas where we could shed population from this? I mean,
I think that's a question for Mr. Becker, probably.
Well, yeah.
Or are you talking about this election or the district as a whole?
district as a whole.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Fornashari's raising his hand.
Commissioner Fornashari.
I'm just wondering if we don't go east of the 805 here and go between the 5 and the 15 up through that little triangle. And then that way.
We just need to be careful because there's an LGBT COI right there that doesn't want to be split, even though it's a VRA district, and I understand that. The other option I was thinking, I don't know, this would be where Mr. Becker could be helpful, is Bonita part of the VRA protected area or not?
You zoom out and show me where Bonita is. Oh, I see it there. So my maps aren't that granular right now. I can try to, but honestly, can you show the Latino CVAP heat map, please?
Oh, the heat map? Yes, one moment, please.
Thank you. And zoom in on Bonita after you do, please.
Yes. Let me just turn these coys off as well.
So there's shading here, but am I right that there's virtually, doesn't appear like there's much Latino population in Bonita?
There is, but it doesn't look, as high
Unless-
as other areas.
Yeah, unless that shading is covering it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, maybe
But
you can
Chula
change
Vista
the-
looks like it doesn't have a lot
Maybe you
either,
can
and it
remove the
does.
city shading and we can take a look.
Yes, one moment, please.
Thanks.
Confused.
But keep the boundaries on if you can.
Yes, sorry, just trying to find where that
No problem.
line is. So this light yellow color would be ranging from 0 to 30%.
Okay.
The next darkest range would be 30 to 40%.
Right. Now, can you zoom out just a little bit more, please? Maybe 2
Yes.
clicks. Maybe a little bit more. And let's go a little farther out.
More, further?
No, that's, I don't need Mexico. Now back in a little bit, please. Thanks. This is going to be a close call. I think it's likely an area you want to be careful about. To be honest, this entire area has. Is there a way to change the gradation from 0 to 30 to maybe get a little more granularity there?
Yeah, actually. What would you like
I'd
the?
love to see 20 to 20, the higher end of that differentiated, maybe 20 to 30.
Okay.
While this is going on, Commissioner Fornashari, did you have anything further?
No, I just forgot my hand up.
Thank you. Commissioner Okutagawa?
My apologies if I'm getting this confused. Are we working on Sika? Or are we done with Sika? Or are you? I thought you were working on Sika, but now are
We
you on
are.
to the other one?
No, we're working on Sika.
Okay, so then my question here is, I see that we have to. It looks like we're under 9% and some change deviation. There are a number of similar COIs that we put into we grouped into a district here. Are we doing the right things by this significant portion of COIs in this, kind of central San Diego area by, in a sense, splitting them up?
Yeah, we're trying not to split them up. The other thing.
Yvonne,
that
that's
we're-
enough. Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. I just didn't want her to.
Okay. The other thing that we're trying to do is to remove these dissimilar communities that we have currently unassigned, and that's why Sika is underpopulated by that almost 9.5%. That's population that was in there, but very dissimilar communities that have asked to be grouped with other quote unquote East County or North County communities. So we're trying to move them to where they're going to be happier, move in City Heights and perhaps part of Southeast San Diego that is more similar to the population in Sika, and not disturb any more communities of interest than we have to in the city itself.
Yeah, that's what I understand, or that's what I figure is going on. I guess I guess I'll just cite it as more of a concern is that, you have, will there be enough room for all of the communities that are very similar immigrant, especially immigrant from different communities in this particular area? I remember that's the conversation we had, and refugees and others. And so are we going to leave out a small portion of that grouping because of this grouping? And so I'm not saying that we one way or the other is that, but I think I'm just kind of floating it as a concern.
As a concern,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, sure. And we're finding that, I mean, it's not a surprise that those areas are very heavily populated, and so, these moves are very tricky when we're looking at such densely populated areas.
If I can interrupt, Sivan, can you do me one more favor? Can you highlight just Bonita and show me the population in CVAPs, both numbers?
Yeah,
Just there?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep, one moment, please.
And then Commissioner Sinai, I think one of the other questions that's gonna be raised is whether the part just north of Bonita is also included, because that might it might be impossible to go down and get there because it appears like there may be significant Latino populations that could be covered there. So I'm gonna go there next. I just wanted to highlight that.
So there are 12,944 people, and let me just let's see, it looks like the percent Latino CVAP in Bonita is 19.85%.
So 12,944 people in Bonita?
Yes.
And about 1 in 5 of them are Latino. Okay, could you go a little bit north of there, please? And can
Farther
you zoom out just a little bit, because I think Commissioner Sinai, I don't want to assume what you were trying to do, but there was a portion you had highlighted, some portion in the southern part of Core Cajon, and you were inquiring as to whether you could connect down into Bonita to shift some further population. Is that right?
Well, and I think the question that Linda brought up, Commissioner Kutagawa brought up is one that we've gone, and I appreciate you, bringing it up, and that's why I was trying to figure out how exactly to, City Heights is a very diverse community. It is majority Latino immigrants, and so that's why, I was my thinking, but it is a collective thinking is connect when there is an opportunity in a VRA district to connect similar communities.
I mean, I think, like I said, I think packing is not a huge concern here. I want to be careful,
Right.
because there are other criteria here that need to be considered including compactness and contiguity and COIs and other boundaries. I think you'd want to be a little bit careful of if you were taking the Bonita population and trying to take some population north of the current district boundary and place it in Sika. I'll just say legally, I don't think that raises Voting Rights Act concerns.
Yeah, it would be,
If you were trying to go down into Sika and take some population and add it into Core Cajon, okay, that's not what you were doing. Okay, so that would have made, that's starting to get into the area where I'd want to look at that very closely. I think putting additional population to some degree into Topeka likely does not raise significant voting rights.
So my thought is that if we could at least put that sliver of the 94 to the 5, just to make sure Sherman Heights and Logan Heights, all those communities are together. And then I really do want to hear from my colleagues on what is our thinking on really connecting another vulnerable community to this, at the risk of maybe breaking up some refugee and Asian and other community COIs. We would still have the Lemon Grove, those would not be included. Lemon Grove, La Presa, Spring Valley, La Mesa, and El Cajon. But the other piece is asking, do we have enough population to, if we add that little sliver, we still need some population because we took some out. Can we get that from Riverside? Because Imperial Valley is already all in. So then we would have to get it from Riverside. So that's kind of how I was looking at it, is to be able to do all the pieces that the community was asking.
Okay, so are we instructing Sivan to bring in that sliver below the 94 west of is it the 5? Yeah.
Yeah, ideally that is at the bare minimum what I'd like to bring in from San Diego.
To the right of that, Sivan. Correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the 15.
Sorry.
I just wanted to clarify because the 5 is here. So I just want to make sure I got that right. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So I'll start to add that right now.
And Commissioner Sinai, is there reason to go east of that at all?
Going east of that, you start going into Paradise Hill and southeastern San Diego, and those COIs, in the past, we've connected them with City Heights up into Lemon Grove, La Mesa to El Cajon. So it can go either way, but I'm just concerned. That's why I was trying to figure out how to connect them before without taking them. And I just think that what Linda was bringing, Commissioner Kutagawa was bringing up is something I would like to hear a response from all of you on our thinking up for the Senate.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, can you please, Sivan, after you're done with that, can you please zoom out? Because I'd like to see what this looks like. And then also, having a difficult time following it, but it looks like might be pulling in rural with urban. So I'm just trying to figure this out, because in the past we were trying to keep them separate. So if you can just zoom out, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, could I go ahead and accept this change, this
Yes,
population?
please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And then I will zoom out.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have anything further?
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez, to answer your question, we do have rural with urban because we have to connect it with Imperial Valley. But what we did was we tried to minimize the amount of rural we were connecting with the VRA. Hopefully that makes sense. And unfortunately, there isn't a way to do a whole San Diego VRA district.
Commissioner Commissioner Sadwani, you're next, and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around the changes here. This is a tough one, right? Because we do have more urban areas in and around San Diego with Chula Vista. And this is a district that goes into the Coachella Valley and all the way up to Needles. So it's just combining a lot of different folks. That being said, I'm I could go either way, but I'm kind of leaning towards what we had, filling out the rest of this county. And then centering ourselves, like for that second district just north of there, I think as Commissioner Kutagawa had mentioned, we had spent a lot of time during Assembly and Congress looking at all of those COIs, thinking about, I remember in Assembly, El Cajon was split, and in Congress, I think it was whole, if I remember correctly, and I'm wondering if this is an opportunity, again, not directly nesting, but thinking about the COIs that we want to keep together and having a district that would allow us to do that, because while they may not, I could see the rationale for bringing them into the VRA district. If that's just not possible, I think having a district where a different variety of folks could feel very well represented would make sense to me, especially given the, vastness of this SICA district. Thank you. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, thank you. That's similar to what I was going to say. I think we've had lots of conversations about rural versus urban, and my recollection from hearing and reading the COI testimony, especially from the, it looks like, Sivan, if you move it, I guess it would be to my left, which is, I think maybe you're right, I'm not sure, but, more towards the San Bernardino Riverside borders with San Diego, because the SICA district, I think, includes, it includes the Imperial Valley in it too. And I recall hearing from them that, very specifically, that they consider themselves to be a much more rural community. And so...
that they who consider?
Those in the Imperial Valley here. That's what I heard, and that's what I've read, is that they consider themselves to be more rural. So I think... I know these are going to be huge districts, but I would just echo what both Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Fernandez have asked. If this is what it's going to be, this is what it's going to be. But I'd like for us to see if we could do a little bit better, perhaps.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I could, and then I'll call on Commissioner Fornashari. What we had with SICA included not only Chula Vista and San Isidro down there at the southern end of San Diego, which are pretty dense urban populations, but we had all of East County, San Diego. And the feedback that we got was that area of East County really wanted to be with, say, North County, Valley Center, Rainbow, Fallbrook, those sorts of communities, rather than part of SICA. And so that's what we're trying to address. And I will say also that there is ample historical precedent for having a strip along the south of San Diego County connected to Imperial County. I mean, that's something that we've seen over the years.
And unfortunately, the only way to create a VRA district, our VRA requirements are that area in San Diego and then the Imperial Valley. And so it would be great if we could create two separate VRA districts and maybe nestle the Imperial Valley with another Riverside, but the two assembly districts that we created, but it won't work. And that's why, as strange as this district is, and it is how it's been in the past because of 1 million people and our VRA requirement in 2 different points, this is kind of what comes out.
Right. Commissioner Fornashari.
The sausage.
Yeah, so, I mean, I kind of support this sort of compromise where we're at, where we only added a little bit of additional San Diego City to be equivalent to what we had in the assembly. We moved out much of the East County, and now we've got a bit of overage, and we could take that opportunity to move more of La Quinta out of the SICA.
We have a negative in SICA, though.
And or see where that population, if we need that population to balance out the moves we're going to be making from the north.
I believe La Quinta is whole and is not in the SECA district.
Oh, okay. I
Right.
thought that little part that's Santa Rosa was part of La Quinta. My mistake, sorry.
No, all good. It's hard to tell with the coloring off, so I can turn that on if we're done with the heat map, but let me know.
Okay, so if you can zoom back out. Yeah.
It's the biggest district. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
it's the biggest diverse.
So, we could conceivably leave it here. Oh, let me stop here. We need instructions for the phone lines. We will be breaking at 6:15 for 15 minutes, and then starting public comment at 6:30.
Thank you so much, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. And once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Katie. We will be back from break at 6:30 to take public comment. So on this district, we've added a very small portion of population in San Diego to this. We've drawn this line horizontally from the Imperial County line to that gives us a population currently unassigned in Descanso, Alpine, Borrego Springs, et cetera, that we now need to find a home for. And whether that's north into MCV or west into SD, POW, ESC, that's what we need to be working on for the next 10 minutes.
And thinking about what population we want to add
Right.
into SCCA. Yeah.
Right. So could we zoom in a bit on San Diego County and Commissioner Fernandez?
Actually, I was thinking opposite, where it looks like maybe Coachella Valley would be where we would try to get the additional population.
For SCCA?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I know that you've discussed this before, Chair Kennedy, but if Siobhan zooms out a little bit, you have that, what's that tail? Is that tail in San Bernardino? Is that where it is? That goes up?
Which? Up to Needles?
Sorry, let
Yeah.
me turn the
Yes.
heat map off. Sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, which this part?
Towards Needles.
Oh, yes.
And is that because Needles has nowhere else kind of to go? Is that why we go all the way up there? I can't
No,
remember.
the idea of going up there was that has the Colorado River, which is an incredibly important water source for all of Southern California, in a single district.
I guess my comment, it does make it a longer district. That's
Right.
yeah.
Right.
And just a reminder, this is the going up to Needles is what we have in the congressional and the assembly as well. So just, and I just noticed we just need to match up the 3 lines
Right.
going up to Needles between the 3. So that's something that we will correct as well.
Yeah, we're waiting for congressional to be finalized just because that's the most specific deviation. And then we'll make sure that the census blocks in this area are the same for all 3 plans. But there's so little population in this area that it's not going to impact the deviation of these districts. So I would just ignore it unless you are talking about removing the area entirely.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I just want to say a little bit more about the reason why we went up there. It's the Colorado River Basin. And though that and then the Salton Sea cleanup are the large water issues in this whole area, and putting them in the same district because they are essentially related. A representative sort of needs to focus on sort of both of those. So that's why we put them in there.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So if we can go back to San Diego County then and look at where we want to place the 90,000 or so people that we removed from SECA. So Commissioner Sinai, did you have any thoughts on where to do this, recognizing that this is going to have some ripple effects?
Yeah, I think I would put it with the San Diego Poway Escondido. And yes, it will have some ripple effects.
So putting all of it with that district?
Yes, because I think we'll pull out some of the communities that are in that district.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion on this? Any objection?
But I'm open to other ideas if someone else, because did you have a thought on going up to Riverside, putting it in Riverside?
You know, at one point you had mentioned that sometimes Anza and Borrego are grouped.
Yeah, I thought about that right after I said that. I did see that and go, I do like keeping that whole desert together. And so I would agree with you if we wanted to do that.
And so what part of this would go to Anza?
I think we would need to look at what the Anza Borrego kind of, what the desert landscape is, where the park.
Okay, so we need the terrain layer, and Sivan, the MCV label is right on top of Anza.
So was there a request to see how much population was there, or should I go ahead and accept this change?
Wait,
neither. We're looking to see what portion of the current selection we might instead want to group with Anza, because Anza Borrego is, an area, a community that is often
it's a state park, so this is a good opportunity to put a state park together.
Right.
So can we unhighlight it? My thought is to take just that kind of from from the bottom. I don't know if I would take, all the light brown stuff.
Right.
And add it to the one right above.
Okay. Can you roughly highlight the area in light brown around Borrego Springs and Anza Borrego Desert State Park?
Yes, one moment, please. Let's see if it shows up on this layer. more or less this area.
More or less.
I think this might be a small portion, but there's not going to be people living here, so we can just do this in the cleanups to make sure that the
Right.
actual state park is intact.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, I have two questions. One would be, do we have a map of the state park? So we can just copy that in there. And then the second question would be the 8% that we left, I believe it's -8% over in the Sika. Was there a reason why we did not complete that from the population that we added out of San Diego?
Well, we just took it from San Diego.
No, not this area. The area we left in Sika, it's a negative
Right.
8%.
Right.
Right. So was there a reason why we didn't get it within the proper deviation by adding a little bit more of the population in San Diego?
Well, the bulk of that came from this area that we're working on right now. So you're saying, should we reduce this area that we're working on right now? I mean, the discussion earlier, as Commissioner Fernandez brought up, is we're going to be needing to look in the Coachella Valley to replace that population.
Okay, never mind.
Commissioner Anderson, we looked in San Diego, but it was breaking up too many kois, and so we thought we would look in Coachella Valley. If that doesn't work, then we would go back to San Diego. But there's a lot of kois that we had put together in San Diego before that would be split.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I see where Commissioner Anderson was going with that, and that kind of makes sense to move that extra, 3 or 4% to get it into the right percentage. Because if you do this other move, then you're going to have population crossing over 2 counties or something like that. Anyway, I usually prefer to try to stay within the county and minimize those county breaks, but everyone's different.
Okay, I mean, the Sika district has portions of 4 counties, so we're just moving the lines in, perhaps 2 of those 4 counties, because one of the counties is whole and will always be whole in this district. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you. 2 things. So first was just a clarifying question. Are we putting Borrego Springs into Sika? Is that what's happening?
No, the idea is to put Borrego Springs in MCV.
Okay, so I just wanted to suggest that perhaps we pause. And I wanted to just have a lesson learned from Congress. When we approached Congress, we came from San Diego up, and then we kind of felt like, we've done all this great work and we don't want to have to shift all these populations around. But as we were trying to contemplate, our VRA districts, we ended up feeling kind of stuck, right? And we kind of kept coming back to Long Beach and what can we do there? In many ways, but didn't leave open and flexible other places where population can go. And so I just want to be cautious of that before we kind of get wedded to the idea of keeping the COI of Borrego Springs with ANZA, which I'm not opposed to by any means, but we have a lot of VRA obligations that aren't sorted out yet northern in the map, including in Riverside, as well as population that needs to come down from the map. And so I just want to be a little cautious here that we don't trap ourselves in and wind up in a similar problem. I know that we've talked about in general that we're going to try to localize those changes to the VRA districts. But at the end of the day, I would prefer if we can, even if we do this change now, just remember that we can always go back and change it as opposed to getting locked in, because I think that would be my only concern, because I feel like that happened to us in Congress and I wouldn't want it to happen again.
Right. We could certainly undo it. I'm looking at it also as if we get MCV closer to 0, then that gives us more flexibility on the other side of MCV if we want to, expand that deviation.
Okay.
Any further comment? Okay. Sivan, go ahead and do this, please. And we are into break time, so we will break and come back at 6:30 to again taking public comment.
Before we go to break, would you
Yes.
be able to just let me know, should I leave this area for now, or because I already have a lot of requests in the Inland Empire as well from what you worked on today with Jamie. I just want to make sure we're leaving things in a place where commissioners feel comfortable for the evening.
I would be comfortable leaving this unassigned for now, understanding that if we need to pull it up through MCV, we could. If we need to pull it up through Orange County, we could. Other thoughts on that? Commissioner Sinai.
I mean, I think we can do that, or we can assign it to SD Poway Escondido, and then we have, as we need to pull it up for other areas, if we don't want to be worried that we have an extra district, unassigned stuff.
I'm seeing that currently it borders two different districts to the north, and if we move it into SDPOWASC, it only borders one district to the north. It does border the coastal district as well, but I would be fine leaving it unassigned for now. Okay, thank you, everyone. 6:30. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us through our mandatory break for our staff. We want to welcome you to this evening's public comment segment of today's meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. And with that, I will turn it over to Katie, our comment moderator. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you so much, Chair. This evening, we will be doing 1 minute and 30 seconds for public comment with verbal warnings at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. I will be identifying you by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Please be alert in the queue for when you hear those last 4 digits of your telephone number. We will begin with caller 0983, and up next after that will be caller 2931. Caller 0983, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 0983. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 0983, for some type of connectivity issue for you. I will come back to you momentarily. Right now we have caller 2931, and up next after that will be caller 4521. Caller 2931, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Yes, hello. The floor is yours.
Did you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes, hello, Commissioner. Thank you for all the hard work you have done. I am asking you to look at the Little Saigon Assembly District again. We are almost there. During the pandemic, I lost my job and I did not know what to do, and I was able to contact my assembler who can speak Vietnamese and have staff who can speak Vietnamese to help me. This is why it is important for the Vietnamese community to have a true representative who understand our needs, our culture, and our history. adding on North Garfield in Huntington Beach stops at 3 Point Street in the right move to make sure Little Saigon have two representatives. Remote sentence is of Garden Grove because we don't have anything in the common with them. We need assembler who can help our community, especially our youth culture. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4521. And up next after that will be caller 7716. Caller 4521. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Deborah with the City of Rancho Cucamonga, and we would like to strongly encourage you to please keep Rancho Cucamonga whole and do not split the City of Rancho Cucamonga into multiple districts. Rancho Cucamonga has a strong sense of identity and has historically been mostly in all one Senate, Assembly, or Congressional district. The proposed map unnecessarily split our community into 2 Assembly districts, 2 Senate districts, and even 3 congressional districts, which separate our neighborhoods and diminishing our community power and our opportunity for strong representation. We do appreciate the time you spent today working on this area, and we look forward to some positive changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7716, and up next after that will be caller 7860. Caller 7716, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, my name is Floyd Bryan, FLOYD BRYAN. I'm the president of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union's Southern California District Council, and this is addressing San Pedro. We feel it would be beneficial to match AD 65 line with SSB 35 and CD 44 line along the west boundary of Western Avenue to make San Pedro whole. San Pedro is part of Los Angeles, and all of our services and schools are with Los Angeles. Moving half of San Pedro into Assembly District with Palos Verdes would be a disservice to both. San Pedro tends toward a blue-collar area, while Palos Verdes tends towards a white-collar population. And we in San Pedro have very different issues being part of the LA Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7860, and up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 7860, please follow the prompts. Caller 7860, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. I do apologize, caller 7860. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now we have caller 8224. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we do.
Okay. Hello, Commissioner. Hello. Okay. Hello, Commissioner. I called yesterday and will continue to call to make sure that my comment is heard because this is very important to me and our community. Yesterday, I heard that the Commission talked about at Huntington Beach to Little Saigon for the congressional map, which is a red suggestion. And a lot of the comments yesterday thank the Commission for considering.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9517, and up next after that will be caller 2044. Caller 9517, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, Commissioner. A month I have heard my Vietnamese American community in Little Saigon calling in and making a populist comment asking you to keep Huntington Beach with Little Saigon. Today I would like to share with the Commission again why Huntington Beach should be with Little Saigon. Here are the facts again. Vietnamese is the number one language other than English spoken in Huntington Beaches like Westminster and Fountain Valley. The largest minorities group in Huntington Beach are Asia America. Our young program like the Boy and Girl Club or Young Sports serve Huntington Beach, Westminster, and Fountain Valley. For the assembly, GTW, please include the inland park of Huntington Beach, which is all north of Garfield, together with Little Saigon. The Congressional and Senate, please include all Huntington Beach. By doing this, the Commission will allow the Little Saigon to continue to grow and have a voice, and more important, everyone that can understand us to represent us at different government level. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2044. And up next after that is caller 3700. Caller 2044, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Charlotte McKenzie. I'm a board member with the Citizens University Committee at the University of California, Riverside. And I'm calling to urge the Commission to please adjust the California State Assembly District boundaries that encompass the California Riverside UCR campus located at 900 University Avenue. And the current map, we're associated with Southwest Riverside, which splits the campus from the greater Riverside area and the city of Riverside. The city and UCR actively partner on various initiatives, including significant innovation and economic development, a UCR Arts Block, which is in downtown Riverside in a different district. And we would like to encourage you to consider readjusting that boundary so that the campus can remain contiguous with the city of Riverside for continuity of representation and also to maintain its longstanding partnership with the city of Riverside on housing infrastructure, economic and workforce development. It's imperative that you see Riverside be added to the AD 58 JRC map so that we can continue to be in the same district and get safe representation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3700. And up next after that will be caller 5777. Caller 3700, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I'm calling in for our coalition partners, Zone F, San Joaquin County. I am sure you have received the numerous emails and letters regarding the most recent iterations for the congressional district changes. Our county is probably one of the most diverse in the state, and we have worked hard over the years to build partnerships and relationships with public, private, and nonprofit groups to tackle our issues. Please allow us the chance to continue this progress. Please consider draft maps dated 11/10 or the congressional map FY2 SSAC San Joaquin. Please do not surgically split our communities. I would respectfully request review of submitted maps 1006, 202, 1112, 1006, 202, 1123, 1007, 202, 1124 also. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to this very important project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5777. And up next after that will be caller 7087. Caller 5777, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for all the hard work that you are doing right now. And
This is Tina Huang, and I'm calling from Huntington Beach. There were comments made yesterday that somehow the calls coming in from Little Saigon are new, which is not true. I have been calling almost weekly, making comments online, so not sure how you can state that our comments are new. We have been asking for the same thing for months, which was to add north of Huntington Beach to Little Saigon, which means add all of north of Garfield and remove Stanton and east of Garden Grove. This is what will reflect the true greater Little Saigon district. I hope you would consider revisiting the assembly and congressional maps and move all of Huntington Beach or the inland of Huntington Beach, which is all of north of Garfield Street to Little Saigon district, whichever works for us since we understand the population difference. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7087, and up next after that we caller 3108. Caller 7087, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight I want to come on here and tell you that as a resident of the high desert, I'm incredibly offended that you keep ignoring our request to not be grouped with Los Angeles County. We've been respectfully asking this for weeks now, but it continues to be ignored. Only one small highway connects us in the Antelope Valley, the community that you're currently trying to group us with, and we also have nothing in common with Antelope Valley as a community. And we're asking that you would keep our community with San Bernardino County so that San Bernardino County and the high desert can be grouped together. Thank you so much.
And right now we have caller 3108, and up next after that is caller 3995. Caller 3108, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Karina with Planned Parenthood Marmonte, and I would like to comment on the redistricting of Stanislaus and Merced County and share my concerns about how the communities will be impacted. I would like to comment on please keep Stanislaus and Merced part of the Central Valley and reject your draft maps, which pull us out of the valley and into the sea areas. We note that we have different social and economic interests for everything from water to roads. We're just not the same places. By combining in the same district, you're doing harm to both. As you know, Stanislaus is the 14th largest county in the state and has its interests vetted in the draft Senate map. The Valley fought hard for decades to get its first UC campus. There's no excuse for UC Merced not to be in 100% Valley district. You can draw your Voting Rights Act districts to the south and will respect counties in the north, but not at the expense of drawing hundreds of thousands of Valley residents into districts that make no sense. Please do a better job of balancing the competing concerns and stand up for the unique place that is the Central Valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3995, and up next after that will be caller 7331. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from the High Desert to express my disappointment with the decision to group the High Desert with Los Angeles County. Yesterday, I was thanking you for hearing our requests when it came to keeping the High Desert together. So it's a little upsetting having to make this call today. We keep trying to tell you that when we get grouped with Los Angeles County, High Desert residents are disenfranchised. That's the current path we are headed down. Another decade of disenfranchisement, and honestly, that's just inequitable. There's no commonality between us and any part of Los Angeles County, even the Antelope Valley. I don't know how many more of our working class residents have to call into these meetings as they're getting off of work to make the point to the commission, we don't want to be grouped with Los Angeles County. Your drafts were fine the way they were. Just consider going back to those. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7331, and up next after that is caller 9747. Caller 7331, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Aaron. I've called before, and I thank you again for your hard work to keep communities together. I would like to echo some of the other callers and to draw the Commissioner's attention to the very last big thing that the Commission did just before closing the congressional maps and adjourning for dinner on Monday. And that was the important act of including Sylmar in the San Fernando Valley VRA district. This is good work. Thank you, Commissioner Sotawani, for pushing for this. Unfortunately, the Commission was tight for time at that point, and the way that it happened ended up trading Granada Hills and Porter Ranch out of the San Fernando Valley without the Commission discussing it. If you do have any time to consider how Granada Hills and Porter Ranch and Sylmar could all stay in the valley, I hope that you will look at the suggestion made by Stuart Waldman and VICA. In VICA's proposal, the equestrian foothills community of Sunland and Tahunga is taken out of the current district with West Hollywood, which makes sense anyway, and it groups them together with other semi-rural areas like Acton and Little Rock in the Antelope Valley, which are far closer anyway. This allows Granada Hills and Porter Ranch to go back to the valley, which makes sense because they should be with Chatsworth and West Hills and the other areas affected by the Aliso Canyon gas leak. And it keeps North Hollywood and Toluca Lake together. If you can spare a minute over the next few days, please try to go back to the very last thing you did in Monday's rush to finish. And thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9747, and up next after that is caller 7832. Caller 9747, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Silvestre Araujo. I live in the community of Walnut Park, and I live here for over 35 years. We have a united community between Walnut Park and Hunter Park and Florence and Graham, as we would like to keep it as such in order to continue our advocacy. And priorities for our communities as we have the same political and social challenges. We would like to clean up and keeping Florence, Graham, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park, even if it's only part of Huntington Park together in the 1 cent LA map. I'd ask you to please be very minimal, keep Walnut Park and Florence, Graham together in our next assembly map, as this will be the only way to our residents of the incorporated areas of Los Angeles County will have the opportunity of having a voice in the assembly. Please move Walnut Park to the 110 map and make the 110 the 10th freeway, the northern border of the map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7832, and up next after that will be caller 5944. Wait. Hold on. Where'd caller 7832 go? All right. Well, right now we have caller 5944, and up next after that will be caller 2648. Caller 5944, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hey, Commissioners. I'm asking that the Commission not move forward with its congressional maps in Antelope Valley and Kern County, which split tens of thousands of federal workers and contractors into 3 different congressional districts. Edwards Air Force Base and Plant 42 are part of the same military base and collectively make up the second largest employer in Antelope Valley and East Kern. Unlike many other communities of interest, Congress has direct control over the funding and continued existence of these military sites, and chopping them and their huge workforce into 3 different federal districts dramatically reduces their influence at the beginning of a decade that will surely see another round of base realignments and closures. Combine California City, Mojave, Rosamond, Lancaster, and Palmdale into a single district, preferably with Kern County, and keep these, keep this workforce united. Refusing to make changes to the Antelope Valley District is an artificial constraint that you're placing on yourself at the expense of a very large federal workforce. Please take a closer look at Plant 42 and Edwards Air Force Base and the large employment force there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2648, and up next after that would be caller 6059. Caller 2648. Please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Melgoza. I live in the community of Walnut Park and have lived here for over 34 years. We have a united community between Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence Graham, as we would like to keep it as such in order to continue our advocacy and priorities for our community. As we have some of the same political and social challenges, we would like to request cleaning up by keeping up Florence Graham, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park, even if it's only part of Huntington Park together in the 110 LA map. I ask you to please, at the very minimum, keep Walnut Park and Florence Graham together in our next assembly map, as this will be the only way that Florence Graham residents of unincorporated areas in Los Angeles County will have the opportunity of having a voice in the assembly. Please move Walnut Park to the 110 LA map and make the 10 freeway the northern border of the map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6059, and up next after that is caller 0452. Caller 6059, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 6059. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 6059, please double check your telephone.
Hello?
There you are. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Alfred Lomas. I live in the community of Florence Firestone, and I'm calling in regards to the State Assembly 110 LA map. We have always been connected with Florence Graham community, otherwise known as Florence Firestone, and we are both unincorporated communities next to each other, represented by the County of Los Angeles. Our Walnut Park residents have worked with Florence Graham community on multiple social issues, as we are side by side and both share similar challenges. Separating the Walnut Park and Florence Graham would be a complete injustice and does not benefit our residents. We need to be with Florence Firestone in order to give us the opportunity to have a voice and a fighting chance. Please move us into the 110 LA map and make the 10 freeway and northern border of the map. Thank you for your time and consideration in this minor change to the State Assembly 110 LA map.
And thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0452, and up next after that will be caller 4599. Caller 0452, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you so much for your hard work, commissioners. You guys should be really proud. My name is Craig, and I'm just calling to agree with Stuart Waldman and VICA. You know, Sunland and Tahunga don't really belong together with West Hollywood in a congressional district. Sunland and Tahunga is a great place for filming Westerns, and they would be happy with other semi-rural horseback riding communities closer to them than being kind of dragged down towards West Hollywood. You know, the VICA proposal is to keep Silmar in the San Fernando Valley VRA district, keep Granada Hills and Porter Ranch in the San Fernando Valley. You know, it also keeps Toluca Lake and North Hollywood together and connects Sunland Tahunga with their neighbors in the Antelope Valley, rather than West Hollywood as it is now. You know, thank you again for your hard work. You guys have been doing great. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4599, and up next after that will be caller 4175. Caller 4599, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Jesse. I live in Florence, Graham, and I live here for over 43 years. I'm calling regarding the State Assembly 110 LA draft map. I am here to ask for help in a minor cleanup. We ask for you to also place the next door neighbors from Incorporated Walnut Park into the same 110 LA map and use and make the 10th freeway and northern border of the map. It is imperative to have Walnut Park and Florence Graham together in the same map, as splitting the incorporated islands will only diminish our voices and efforts that we have fought so hard together for over 30 years. We have united community between Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence Graham, as we would like to keep it as such in order to continue our advocacy and priorities for our communities. As we have the same political and social challenges, I understand that Huntington Park cannot be the same map due to the population. However,
30 seconds.
With the minor change of moving Walnut Park into the 110 LA map, it would help our incorporated communities of Walnut Park and Florence Graham to have a fighting chance in having a voice in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4175, and up next after that will be caller 0504. Caller 4175, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 4175, if you will please double check your telephone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Oh.
The floor is yours.
Hi there. Sorry about that. I was muted.
It's okay.
Thank you. So thank you for all your hard work, commissioners. When the commission looks at assembly maps again, I want to once again ask, please draw 2 majority Latino districts in the San Fernando Valley. Multiple organizations have submitted maps showing this is possible, and even the commission itself proved it in one iteration. Please protect the Latino vote in the San Fernando Valley, draw 2 majority Latino assembly seats and a majority Latino Senate seat. I've heard legal counsel say that you don't have a legal obligation to do so, but you do have a moral obligation to protect the rights of Latino voters, and I ask you to draw these lines that give Latinos in the San Fernando Valley the ability to choose the candidates of our choice. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0504, and up next after that will be caller 6198. Caller 0504, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners. This is Lula Davis Holmes. I'm the mayor for the great city of Carson, and I'm just calling to express my disappointment that you have split my beautiful city and given us into 2 districts, 65 and 69. That is unacceptable. We are one city, one community, and with a common goal. I'm asking that you reconsider the decision to split my city in half, north versus south. That's unacceptable. The communities that we have like commonalities in, we'd like to stay in that district. There are many items that we fight for, and to split us in half would tear our city apart. So I'm asking you to reconsider splitting our city. We need to have one voice from our assemblymen, and we're asking that we stay in Council District 65. Would you please reconsider splitting us into 2 assembly districts, 65 and 69? As the mayor of the city of Carson, I speak for the 96,000 residents here, and we are appalled at the fact that you are talking about splitting our city into 2 separate assembly districts. Please reconsider your thoughts and revisit the map and put us in one district. Thank you very much. Mayor Lula Davis Holmes from the great city of Carson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6198, and up next after that will be caller 8487. Caller 6198, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits. Oh, there you are. The floor is
Hello?
yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Tamayo. I live in Florence, Graham. I have lived here for 40 years. I am calling regarding the State Assembly 110 LA draft map. Thank you for your consideration in trying to keep our communities of Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence Graham together. As it doesn't appear that this was possible, we are here to ask for a minor change. Please move the unincorporated Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map to be with Florence Graham and make the 10 freeway the northern border of the map. Both our areas are unincorporated parts of Los Angeles County, and we need to stay together. We are asking for a small alteration to this map in order to truly have an opportunity for our hardworking families to elect a candidate of our choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8487. And up next after that is caller 6625. Caller 8487. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Mari Fujii, and I'm an Irvine resident for 31 years and counting. Since 1990, I have watched Irvine become the fastest growing city in Orange County, and there are many reasons why: schools, good citywide services, and a master plan that continues to guide our growth for the entire city. As our city celebrates its 50th anniversary, I am distressed to see a recent draft of our state Senate district boundaries, which has split our city at the 405 freeway into two districts. This goes against logic and reasoning and doesn't ensure all of Irvine, like me, are fairly represented by one representative. Irvine is a cohesive city in which the entire community has shared common interests. We are all served by Irvine Unified Schools, the Irvine Police Department, and the Irvine City Council. Also, several Irvine schools are not neighborhood schools and are open to the entire city, such as Vista Verde School, which enrolls students from all parts of the city. And in fact, my son and daughter attended that school, and we've made lifelong connections with others throughout the city. Also, as a Japanese American and a member of Irvine's cohesive and growing Asian American community, I have long shared common interests and concerns with other Asian Americans in Irvine as well as Tustin.
15.
Splitting our state Senate district would also splinter our cohesive Asian American community in Irvine and Tustin. And I hope that you will keep Irvine and Tustin whole under one state Senate district. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6625. And up next after that is caller 7175. Caller 6625. Please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 6625. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Caller 6625, I do apologize. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I have you marked for a retry, and I will come back around. Right now we have caller 7175, and up next after that will be caller 9048. Caller 7175, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. This is Jeremy Payne on behalf of Equality California. I am calling about the LGBTQ plus COI in the Coachella Valley. Unfortunately, some of the shifts in the Inland Empire today resulted in an overpopulated district that pairs most of the high desert and mountain communities in San Bernardino County with the Coachella Valley in Riverside County, with another part of the Coachella Valley in the Sika district. As the commission works with Savon to balance population between SBRC and MCV, we would ask that you please unite as much of the Coachella Valley as possible in a Riverside County-based district, separate from the Victor Valley, high desert, and mountain communities of San Bernardino County. This would be consistent with the overwhelming COI testimony that you received from Coachella Valley residents who want to be kept together as much as possible, and Victor Valley, Lake Arrowhead, and Yucaipa residents who want to be kept together in a separate San Bernardino district. With the remainder of my time, I'd like to talk about Los Angeles, specifically the West Hollywood and Hollywood region. We heard Commissioner Sadwani talk about potentially moving West Hollywood from the NELA district to the Shoreline Coastal District. We would be okay with that, but would urge the Commission to move the entire LGBTQ plus Kauai together, not just the city of West Hollywood. So if you do need to make a move of West Hollywood into Shoreline, please also move Hollywood with it. Overall, the draft Senate plans kept much of the LGBTQ plus Kauai throughout the state together. And as the Commission makes adjustments this week, we'll just ask that you not inadvertently separate LGBTQ plus Kauai.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9612, and up next after that is caller 5967. Caller 9612, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you. Hello, Commission members. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. My name is Paula Avendano. I am an alumni from UC Riverside and a current staff member. I'm making a public comment to urge you to adjust the Assembly District boundaries that encompass the UC Riverside campus located at 900 University Avenue. In the current map iteration from December the 8th, it does propose UCR to be part of AB 63, SWRIV, and it splits the campus from the greater Riverside area. I think it's important to keep the campus and the greater Riverside area intact because of how much the area has thrived over the years. I remember being a student and visiting the downtown area frequently to work at the UCR Arts Block, and I enjoyed what it offered in terms of nightlife and all the great places. Even now as a staff member, I can rightfully say that the UCR community is excited to see what will come about from the recent CARB partnership and the city's innovation district. So the city and the university constantly advocate together at the state level for projects that benefit the region. So keeping their representation intact is imperative. For this reason, I respectfully ask that UC Riverside is added to the AB 58 JRC map.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5967, and up next after that is caller 9736. Caller 5967, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 5967. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Fabian Viennas, and I'm calling on behalf of the city of Rancho Cucamonga. And I am urging the commission to reconsider the latest iterations of the congressional, the state senate, and the assembly maps. For the congressional maps, the city of Rancho Cucamonga is currently split into 3 separate districts. A city the size of Rancho Cucamonga should not be in 3 separate districts. And one of the districts, a good chunk of the city, is in a district that has over half a dozen LA County cities going as far as Pasadena and La Cañada Flint Ridge. And these are communities that we have no common interests with. The state senate map has a good chunk of Rancho Cucamonga in with the high desert all the way up to the Nevada state line. And these are rural communities that have a very different character and interest as the city of Rancho Cucamonga. So I urge the commission to please reconsider the maps and keep Rancho Cucamonga whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9736, and up next after that will be caller 5038. Caller 9736, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from the San Bernardino County's high desert, and I ask you not to put us in a district with Los Angeles County. When we are grouped as Los Angeles County, The concerns of our residents are not heard. Nothing about the Antelope and Victor Valley are similar. They have different socioeconomic levels. They do not have to deal with the issues of rural transportation, and a district like this isn't even functionally contiguous. Please keep us out of the Antelope Valley, but most importantly, keep us out of any part of Los Angeles County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5038. And up next after that will be caller 6675. Caller 5038. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 5038, if you will please double check your phone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hi, I want to thank the Commission for their hard work and thoughtful consideration of public input in Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley. However, I and others strongly feel you are not giving San Fernando Valley Latinos a fair chance to elect candidates of our choice. There are more than enough Latinos in the San Fernando Valley to draw 2 Latino voting rights districts, and I think you are morally and legally obligated to give our community that representation. I know you have a tough task trying to create districts that represent the diversity of our state, but please, commissioners, take the time to create a second Latino Voting Rights Act assembly seat in the San Fernando Valley. We all urge you. Thank you so much and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6675, and up next after that will be caller 4809. Caller 6675, please follow the prompts.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. My name is Teresa Abraham. I live in Stanislaus County, and I was born and raised here in Turlock, and Modesto is our county seat. And I see that on some of the maps where the redistricting is being done is the west part of Turlock and even the west part of Modesto are in another part, a different district. I would very much encourage you to keep this district together in one district so that the cities of Turlock and Modesto are not divided in this way. We have a great deal in common together in our community, and I'd like to see the community maintained together. And I'm glad you'll be looking at the VRA congressional maps. And it seems like you could get 2 really effective Latino seats in the Valley instead of trying to do 3 and having them all not perform. I'm not sure what is entailed by this idea of an arm, but I'm curious to see how it turns out. Either way, you need to make these seats stronger. Please keep working and fix the congressional VRA seats, please.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4089, and up next after that will be caller 5115. Caller 4089, please follow the prompts. It is. Sorry. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for all of your hard work. My name is Shantae Thomas, and I'm calling regarding the congressional maps. I live in Manteca in San Joaquin County. I am worried that you are going to put us with Elk Grove and possibly Sacramento. Those areas are completely different from us here in San Joaquin County. Putting the 2 together just isn't how our area works, and it would hurt everyone in both places. They would drown out our ability to advocate for the transportation infrastructure that we are in desperate need of. And I just am requesting that you please do not pair us with Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5115, and up next after that is caller 0056. Caller 5115, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm calling in regards to your recent proposal to split up San Jose into 4 congressional districts. San Jose is the 10th largest city in the entire United States, and by drawing lines that prevent us from having a representative that has a majority of San Jose residents, you would effectively silence the priorities and interests of our very large and very diverse community of San Jose. No other California city that makes that list is split into 4, and no other large Bay Area city is split into 4. I implore you to reconsider splitting up San Jose into 4 congressional districts and instead preserve our current community of interest, which is our city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have 0056, and up next after that will be caller 8359. Caller 0056, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Good evening. I'm calling from Yucaipa to thank you for the map that you've grouped us into. We're more than pleased to be grouped with similar rural communities like Big Bear and the High Desert. Yucaipa is still reeling from last year's wildfires, especially my neighborhood. You could see the flames from my home, and those same very real wildfire concerns are also felt by Big Bear not too far away. So with that similarity in mind, as well as others shared between our communities, we do appreciate you hearing our case. So just thank you so much for the map that you've added us to.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8359, and up next after that will be caller 5328. Caller 8359, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Delfina Villalobos. I live in Florence Graham and have lived here for 29 years. I am calling regarding the State Assembly 110 LA draft map. Thank you for your consideration in trying to keep our communities of Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence Graham together. As it doesn't appear that this was possible, we are here to ask for a minor change. Please move the unincorporated Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map to be with Florence Graham and make the 10 freeway the northern border of the map. Both our areas are unincorporated parts of Los Angeles County, and we need to stay together. We are asking for a small alteration to this map in order to truly have an opportunity for our hardworking families to elect a candidate for our choice. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5328, and up next after that will be caller 2250. Caller 5328, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. This is Gina Roberts. I'm Secretary of the Valley Center Fire Protection District, and I'm very interested in listening to all of these other people complain about or comment about the fact that the commission has gone greatly out of their way to break up communities and put rural areas, combining them with heavily urbanized areas, which essentially disenfranchises places like Valley Center. For instance, in the Senate map that you now have proposed, Valley Center is in the same Senate district as Mission Bay and Mira Mesa and all these areas, which we have absolutely nothing in common with, other than the fact we're in San Diego County, and we're very rural. They're very urbanized and very high density, and the likelihood that a representative would be as interested in representing a lower district or lower density area is unacceptable. So basically, my point is listen to all these people that are commenting about dividing up communities. Valley Center should be in an eastern San Diego County, North County community of interest, and right now it's grouped into San Diego City. I appreciate it. You guys are working hard, and I understand that. Make sure you're all looking excited to hear about.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2250, and up next after that is caller 9399. Caller 2250, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 2250. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your hard work. I know this is difficult work. My name is Michelle Smith McDonald. I am calling from Dublin, California, up in the East Bay. I am an elected official on our Zone 7 board in addition to working for the Alameda County Office of Education. First, I want to say thank you very much for the Senate map, which keeps our community of Dublin within our Tri-Valley region with Pleasanton and Livermore. And I really want to encourage you to leave that map as it is. Senate map is a recognition that the Tri-Valley region, which shares critical resources such as water, transportation, and workforces that serve, for example, the Lawrence Livermore Lab, in addition to our school systems that collaborate in a multitude of ways. We are definitely a region that needs to be kept together, and keeping consistent representation in this area is critical. It's disappointing, frankly, that the Assembly and the congressional map do not do that, and that Dublin is orphaned from its Tri-Valley neighbors and matched with communities that are less contiguous and don't share nearly as many common resources. But Dublin is one of the fastest growing cities in the state, and it must not be an afterthought. So please leave the Senate map the way it is, and thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9399, and up next after that will be caller 1915. Caller 9399, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 9399, if you'll please double check your phone, make sure you're not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, great. My name's Fernando. I live up here in the high desert, and I want to applaud the commission today for the direction they've taken regarding this Mojave Desert area and trying to keep it whole. That's great. The original map that you had for November 10th was more like what we were looking for. I hope you're able to stay with that. Including taking out the mountain region and allowing the high desert to be a mirror of the congressional district. CB8 is what we're looking for. It would look more or less like the assembly district. Our assembly district should be including communities like Victorville, Esperia, Alonso, Apple Valley, Wrightwood, Freeland, Pinion Hill, Barstow. That's the high desert there. And I hope you can keep it whole. That's what we're looking for. Thank you very much for the work you do.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1915, and up next after that will be caller 9816. Caller 1915, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I am a mother who has lived and raised my kids in San Jose for 30 years. I heard about this important issue from Solutions Silicon Valley. San Jose deserves to keep our voice in Congress. We are the largest city in the Bay Area, and we should keep at least one member of Congress who speaks for us. No other major city in California is losing its voice, only San Jose. The law says communities of interest should be represented, and we are a community of interest. Please don't finalize a map that takes away the voice of San Jose in Congress. Please don't split San Jose into small parts of 4 different congressional districts, which will make it much harder for us to voice our concerns. We should maintain a district that represents the majority of San Jose. We want San Jose to keep its voice in Congress. Please, I'm begging you as a mother, for the future of our children, please keep San Jose as one community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9816, and up next after that will be caller 6722. Caller 9816, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Lauren Bev. I'm calling on behalf of Planned Parenthood Maramonte, and I'm a resident of SD Placer ED. I can appreciate the hard work needed to put these maps together. Planned Parenthood Maramonte is concerned that the Placer County and El Dorado County should not be drawn into deep Sacramento County. I live and work in this area, and the healthcare needs of an urban community is very different from a rural community. Please respect the differences between the Sacramento and the foothills. Planned Parenthood Maramonte represents marginalized communities that have historically been left out of these conversations in redistricting, which minimizes their voice and continues to affect their communities. Our concern is that the current Senate district map takes away the voices of patients that support reproductive health care and could put them in a district that lacks the urgency for prioritizing reproductive care when it is needed the most. We hope you would consider strongly the November 2nd map. Diversity in urban communities, again, have very different healthcare needs than the rural foothills communities. Sacramento has very little in common with these foothills communities and is severely at risk of losing representation. Thank you for your time, and hopefully you all have a great evening. Please work hard, smart, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6722, and up next after that will be caller 8724. Caller 6722, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commission. My name is Virginia Penalosa. I am from the Central Valley, and I am addressing the Senate draft for the Valley, specifically SDECA for Merced and Modesto. I've been following your work since the summer, and I've called and written in many times. On November 23rd, I submitted a comment and a topography 3D map for the Valley Sierra regions. It is comment ID number 29274. Please take a look at my comment and map. I also resubmitted today. I grew up in Bakersfield, currently live in Fresno, and attended UC Merced for university, so I know and I love the Valley. Merced and Modesto are Valley cities and should not be in a big mountain district like your current Senate draft. Your draft also has UC Merced in this big mountain district, and that is truly disappointing. The Central Valley fought so hard to get a UC campus. UC Merced is a huge point of pride for us in the Valley. UC Merced, and Modesto must be in a 100% Valley district. These communities share culture, demographics, transportation, education, and economies. I echo so many other public comments you have heard about Merced and Modesto. Keep our Valley cities and Valley districts. Do not put us in the Sierras.
15.
Again, please look at my November 23rd comment and map. Comment ID number 29274. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8724, and up next after that we caller 1457. Caller 8724, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from Rancho Cucamonga to ask you not to group us into the 210 district. The area we are grouped with is mostly cities in Los Angeles County, and I'm unsure why we're grouped with them. Our concerns are best represented by being grouped in a San Bernardino County district. The district you want our city in is so much more homogeneous than our community. To make matters worse, the communities we're currently grouped with are way richer than us out here. I urge the Commission to not group any part of Rancho Cucamonga into a Los Angeles County district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1457, and up next after that will be caller 1983. Caller 1457, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm calling from the San Fernando Valley, and I want you to know that you got the 3 San Fernando Valley congressional districts almost right. There's really no need for major changes. But since you're still tweaking things, I wanted to flag for your attention the impact of the last-minute swap that moved Sylmar into the East San Fernando Valley District. You did this by removing Porter Ranch and Granada Hills from the West Valley, San Fernando Valley District, and instead connected them with Palmdale. There was and still is a better way to do this. Please keep Porter Ranch and Granada Hills with the West San Fernando Valley. These neighborhoods are a mountain range away from where you have placed them. All the public services are provided by the City of Los Angeles, and CSUN is the academic and job hub for the region. Instead, Sunland Tahunga is the community that can go with the Antelope Valley. Sunland Tahunga is rural, but it's presently in a district with West Hollywood, which is urban. Moving Sunland Tahunga is a win-win. Porter Ranch and Granada Hills have been with the San Fernando Valley in congressional district maps you've presented for months.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1983, and up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 1983, if you will please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, Stuart Waldman from VICA. Excited to be moving on to the Senate maps, although as you've heard from many callers, there's still some touch-ups that need to be done on the congressional maps. VICA did submit a shapefile, and we resubmitted it this morning, so we hope you'll take a look and make those fixes. When it comes to the Senate maps, though, we're okay with where they started, although you're starting to move things around. So we just want to make sure that we have 3 seats that go from Glendale to Woodland Hills and Calabasas that encompass the San Fernando Valley. We think that you can keep the San Fernando Valley mostly whole in 2 of the seats. And we look forward to that process. We hope that we don't have to go south of Mulholland again. You know how we feel about
30 seconds.
The folks down there. And we are, if you nested, that'd be great. If you don't nest, that'd be great as well. But as things move around, we hope that you don't just grab pieces of the San Fernando Valley for population for other districts.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1043, and up next after that will be caller 5104. Caller 1043, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I have been calling in every day and willing to waiting for hours to speak because this is important to me and the Little Saigon community, which will affect for the next 10 years. Thank you for Commissioner Kennedy for suggesting to add North Openton Beach to Little Saigon for the ADGGW map. Please add all of North Garfield Street to Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach. Please remove Stanton and east of Garden Grove because the majority of these residents, they are Hispanics. They would probably want to meet with their community of interest. I don't think so. For the congressional map, please add the city of the Sioux Beach and all of the Huntington Beach in which Little Saigon. This will complete Little Saigon district and will give us a true presentation. Thank you, and please do consider the change so that we can protect our Little Saigon community of interest. God bless Little Saigon. Have a good evening. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5104, and up next after that is caller 9966. Caller 5104, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Cepeda. I live in Florence Graham and have lived here for about 20 years. I am calling regarding the State Assembly 110 LA draft map. I'm here to ask for you to help with a minor cleanup modification. We ask for you to also place our next door neighbors from unincorporated Walnut Park into the same 110 LA map. As us and make the 10 freeway the northern border of the map, it is imperative to have Walnut Park and Florence Graham together in the same map, as splitting this unincorporated island will only diminish our voices and efforts that we have fought so hard together for over 30 years. We have united community between Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence and Graham, as we would like to keep it as such in order to continue our advocacy and priorities for our community, as we have the same political and social challenges. I understand that Huntington Park cannot be in the same map due to population. However, with a minor change of moving Walnut Park into the 110 LA map, it would help our unincorporated communities of Walnut Park and Florence and Graham to have a fighting chance and having a voice in Sacramento. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9966. And up next after that is caller 6235. Caller 9966. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ricardo Lara. I am the current mayor of the city of Maywood. I'm calling today because the current maps under consideration are unfair and misplaced Maywood at a great disadvantage. Maywood has always been part of the Southeast Los Angeles area, and the current maps, both Assembly and Senate, place Maywood in Northeast Los Angeles. Communities have never been a part, we have never been part of, and have little in common with. I call upon and urge the Commission to keep Maywood with similar cities and communities of interest in the southeast of Los Angeles. Maywood belongs with the cities of Bell, Cudahy, Huntington Park, Linwood, and Southgate. Not only do we share common boundaries with these cities, but we share common needs and goals. By placing us in the Northeast, we are dealing with, we will have our voices taken away,
30 seconds.
And all the years of hard work that we've actually have done to improve the city of Maywood will go a waste. We urge you to please keep in mind and leave a city of Maywood in the southeast of Los Angeles area. Thank you very much for all your time, commissioners, and I do appreciate all your efforts and listening to our comments.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6235, and then up next after that will be caller 1524. Caller 6235, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 6235, if you'll please double check your phone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Pam Trikokis, and I am part of the Northern Central Valley in Stanislaus County. And I am asking you to, well, first of all, I want to thank you for all your hard work. I know that you guys are listening to a lot of people, and I appreciate all the time and effort that you have spent. And so I would like to thank you for that first. There's no question that I heard some of you saying yesterday that the VRA districts for Congress need to be reworked. And in the Central Valley, it's about time our communities could be finally heard. And so I really want to just say you're doing the right thing by not rushing through the process and getting them right. I heard you talking about drawing an arm. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but I sure hope that you could make it better, because that sounds better to me if we can make things stronger instead of weaker. Thank you so much for your time and your effort. I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1524, and then up next after that will be caller 8174. Caller 1524, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Teresa Greishaber. I too am calling from Stanislaus County. I live in Modesto and have done so for 30 years. I speak to you from my experience as a reference librarian who worked downtown at the Modesto Library for 16 years. I'm calling to argue that you redo our congressional district. I have several reasons for saying that. The map that you proposed on November 27th would split our county in a very disadvantaged way, and it's not functional. First of all, when you split our county, it creates confusion among the citizens. We've already experienced this. Between 2003 and 2011, after the 2000 census, the county was split right down the middle. I worked at the reference desk at the public library. Citizens and businesses would call in needing help. We would refer them to their congressional district, and they would say, yeah, we know we need our congressman. Who is it? We often couldn't tell them. It was hard to tell because the district lines were so confusingly drawn and hard to determine. There was a lack of coordination. The western part of our county was headed up by a Democrat, the eastern part by a Republican. The Democrat was concerned with the western issues of the county, principally the farmers. The eastern one was concerned with the foothills. By the way, the foothills,
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8174, and then up next after that we caller 6739. Caller 8174, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Sola Rodriguez. I'm calling from Chirla. We appreciate that the Commission has drawn most of the Antelope Valley together in AVSCH. We ask that you include Lake LA as part of the district. Currently, it's part of the Morca map connected to the High Desert. This modification will be more respectful of the AV community residents. Lake LA is part of the AV. Residents rely on assets for higher education like Antelope Valley College and healthcare with Antelope Valley Hospital, which are major economic agents for the community. Thank you for putting Sylmar back in the San Fernando Valley District. As a long-time resident of Sylmar, we can't be separated from the rest of the East San Fernando Valley. As an undocumented student, LA Mission College was the closest and most accessible college my family and I could afford. By keeping Sylmar in the SFV district, you are ensuring students continue to have access to colleges in their home cities. Valley Village in South North Hollywood is home to higher income communities and have no shared interest in cities like Venice or Panorama City. Therefore, we ask that the Valley Village and anything south of Burbank Boulevard and North Hollywood not be included in this district. We appreciate today's Senate discussion on the Senate maps, which led to a new configuration of SBRC. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto are different communities of interest from Moreno Valley and Paris. Lastly, I want to uplift the need for a VRA district in the Senate that draws the Santa Ana community of interest together in the aligned South Fullerton and West Anaheim communities of interest. This can be achieved by looking at the PRA map configuration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6739, and then up next after that we caller 5457. Caller 6739, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Jessica Torres, and I'm currently the councilwoman from the city of Maywood. I'm calling today because the current maps under consideration are unfair, and they place Maywood at a great disadvantage. Maywood has always been part of Southeast Los Angeles, and the current maps, both for Assembly and Senate, place Maywood and Northeast Los Angeles communities at disadvantage. Maywood belongs with the cities of Bell, Cudahy, Huntington Park, Linwood, Southgate, etc. Not only do we share common boundaries with the cities, but we share common needs and goals. I respectfully ask that you keep Maywood in the Southeast Assembly District. Thank you so much for everything. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5457, and up next after that is caller 3358. Caller 5457, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 5457, if you'll please double check your phone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Claudia Sanchez, and I am a current student at UCR, making a public comment to urge you to make an adjustment to Assembly District boundaries that encompass the University UCR located at 900 University Avenue, Riverside, California, 92521. The current map iteration proposes UCR to be part of AD 63 SWRIB, which splits the campus from Greater Riverside area. So keeping the campus and the Greater Riverside area together is very important, given how much they complement each other. So as a student, I commute from downtown area to UCR frequently, and I will hate to see how both entities lose from future benefits and its representation does not stay intact. So because of this, I respectfully ask that UC Riverside to be added to the AD 58 JRC map. Thank you so much for the consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3358. And up next after that will be caller 7894. Caller 3358, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Diana, and I live in the Florence Graham area. I'm calling regarding the State Assembly LA 110 map, draft map. Thank you for your consideration in trying to keep our communities of Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence Graham together. As it doesn't appear that this was possible, we are here to ask for a minor change. Please make the unincorporated Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map to be with Florence Graham, and make the 110 freeway, the 10 freeway, the northern border of the map. Both our areas are unincorporated parts of Los Angeles County, and we need to stay together. We are asking for a small alteration of this map in order to truly have an opportunity to have our hardworking families to elect candidates of our choice. Thank you very much for your hard work, and have a blessed good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7894. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 0983. Caller 7894, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening. As an employee of the University of California, Riverside, I encourage the Commission to add the university located at 900 University Avenue to AD 58-JRC map for continuity of representation and to maintain its longstanding partnership with the City of Riverside on housing and infrastructure, economic and workforce development. It's imperative that UC Riverside be added to the AD 58-JRC map. Thank you so much for your service to the residents of the state of California. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 0983. And then up next after that, we will go to caller 1456. Caller 0983. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Commissioner. Hello, Commissioner. I have been calling every day to make my comment because I am a resident of Huntington Beach, and for a long time the Vietnamese community have been growing and living there. Yesterday, I heard that the Commission talked about adding Huntington Beach to Little Saigon for the congressional. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for suggestion to add north of Huntington Beach to Little Saigon. I applaud you for your effort, and please continue to make sure Little Saigon have a true presentation. Little Saigon is asking you to please listen to our voice and do the right thing. Make sure we have a congressional senator assembly that can help our community, especially our elders. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1456, and then up next after that will be caller 4340. Caller 1456. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Patty Yu. I have been living in the Irvine area since college at UCI since 1996. I'm calling today to voice my concern about the proposed border, the new district splitting up Irvine and putting Tustin in a new district with the top half of Irvine. It seems like it would be better to keep the cities together as it has been, and to keep a large, unique area like Irvine as one. We have a state university, UCI. We have the Great Park. We have a very robust business center with many Fortune 500 companies. We have one school district, and we share state resources. So to have half represented by one state senator and the other half represented by another doesn't seem to be a very effective way to service that community. As I mentioned, we share city resources, events, and have many common interests to be represented. And to split it up just would really set us back. And it's a very growing and flourishing area that would be best served by continuous representation. Every effort should be made to keep cities whole as possible. I mean, we're not even talking about a small portion. We're talking about a huge city.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4340. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 6625. Caller 4340, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Kate Laddish. That's Kateeladdish. I live in the Yolo County city of Winters, just 2 blocks from Solano County and near Napa County. Thank you for your ongoing work. Your task is colossal, and I appreciate your thoughtful discussions, and I'm very grateful that our state tasks a commission rather than the legislature with redistricting. Your meetings, including public comment, are democracy in action. I'm calling about the Senate district for Yolo County. I support you using your draft district for our area, SD Napa Byron draft, rather than trying to nest assembly districts. SD Napa Byron draft groups Yolo and Solano, which matches community of interest testimony, and would keep the greater Winters area whole. It keeps Yolo, Solano, and Napa counties whole, and groups the delta portions of Yolo, Solano, Sacramento, and Contra Costa counties. It includes areas with shared interest in transportation, wildfire preparation and recovery, agriculture, including specialty crops such as wine grapes and olive oil, and the Delta. I'm concerned that if the commission moves towards nesting rather than using the draft Senate district, that we might lose some of the community of interest connections and groupings that are in the draft Senate district, SD Napa Byron draft. Thank you again for your ongoing work.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 6625, and then up next after that will be caller 2696. Caller 6625, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, the high desert in San Bernardino County has been absolutely shredded, sliced, and ripped apart. At assembly level, you put Pinyon Hills and Phelan, rural communities with dirt roads, into a district with one of the wealthiest and urban areas in LA, Pasadena. Now today you ripped apart our desert without looking at other options or pointing to any significant quay testimony. Only Commissioner Vasquez showed any concern for our community. You are essentially disenfranchising part of our valley by dumping them into a majority LA County district in the Assembly and the Senate, and also dividing our desert and preventing us from being able to speak with one voice. Last week, commissioners said they wanted to uplift rural communities, but your actions show otherwise. We were kind of happy with those draft maps. I ask that you go back and you look at the draft maps in making your future decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 2696, and then up next after that will be caller 9387. Caller 2696, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 2696. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2696. Appears you may be having some type. Oh, nope, there you are. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tom Myers, and I live in Modesto. And I'm in favor of keeping Stanislaus County as whole as possible, as presented in Map 2. Modesto should not be split into two assembly districts, especially one going to Tahoe and Death Valley, that have very little in common with the Central Valley cities of Modesto, Manteca, Tracy, and Patterson. 1 in 3 people in the 10th Congressional District is a Modesto resident, and if you divide Modesto, we would lose congressional representation. Agriculture is a major industry in the Central Valley, certainly not in Tahoe and Death Valley. Water is our most important natural resource, and we need people in power to fight for it. And it's important not to disrupt the economic progress among Modesto, Manteca, Tracy, and Patterson. In 2019, the mayors of these cities established an economic development plan covering infrastructure and transportation. These communities consist of many commuters from the Bay Area and Santa Clara, and traffic congestion will continue to be a challenge. The ACE train is scheduled to start up in the valley in 2022, so that's another thing these cities have in common.
15.
A realistic Central Valley should include all of Modesto, Tracy, Manteca, Patterson, and Turlock. So I urge you to adopt Map 2. I appreciate your attention in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9387. And then up next after that will be caller 9846. Caller 9387, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners, for all your hard work during the redistricting process. I wanted to refer to the Plan ST iteration. As a Modesto resident, this district map keeps communities of interest together as we all share similar agricultural and water concerns. Please approve of this visualization. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9846. Caller 9846, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
I'm from the great city of Carson, California, and I'm Virgie Seymour. Carson is the home of Cal State University, Dominguez Hills, and I'm calling to respectfully request that this commission reconsider splitting our city into two assembly districts. I'm afraid splitting our city into two districts will adversely affect our students at Cal State University, Dominguez Hills, and we need to remain whole in District 65. Thank you for your consideration and for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time, that's all of our callers.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, interpreters. Thank you, captioners. Thank you, staff. It is time for a break for all of us, so I don't want to belabor anything. I would just ask if colleagues could take some time this evening or tomorrow morning, reflect on how much work we yet have to do, how little time we have to do it, and if there are ways that you would see as available to us that we could make faster progress on this. So thank you everyone for a good day, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. We are adjourned.